I love you too, but let me go. Monster Hunter! Monster Hunter! Hello, 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 hello. We are less than an hour away from a massive amount of information about Path of Exile 2. I'm very, very excited. Hope you guys are too. I got my bingo sheet here. Pokemon Titans. I didn't already say that. So this time I put like wishes again. Kind of like we did before the Settlers thing. I also put just some stuff I think will happen, and then some random, probably not going to happen stuff like looting pets. Looting pets isn't as out of left field as it might sound like, because the Chinese version of the game does have looting pets. But I think if they brought it to us, it would be like free to have one, but pay to get like different skins. And then I've got hopefully some freebies here that are like showing the Ranger Ascension, like showing one of the Ascensions for Ranger, Warrior, and Witch were the three I put on there. I didn't put one on for every single class, though I feel like they might just show us one of every class. But I put those three because we've seen artwork that looks like Ranger, Warrior, Witch Ascension artwork. And then I think they're going to show, I hope they show some of the weapons that we haven't seen yet, but that we know are coming. Like way back at ExileCon, they mentioned like claws and stuff like that. So I hope we see that. I've also got a couple guesses in here about which mechanics might get pulled in. I'm not sure how crazy this is going to be if, like, day one, we're going to have a bunch of stuff we're familiar with and stuff we're not familiar with, or, like, what's going to happen here. But I put Incursion because we already know Alva is part of the story in PoE2. I did put Settlers type feature with the Hideout. But we were watching that video the other day about predictions. I really liked the sound of it. It was something I kind of wanted when we played Settlers anyway. I don't know if I would go as far as Silver did, but just something that's like continuously you invest into something in your hideout would be really cool. I've never seen any footage of like when Harvest League was, but I think What I heard was that you had harvest, like a farm in your hideout. I would love something like that. It doesn't have to be an actual farm, or you know, it doesn't have to be harvest, but just something to, yeah, I don't know. I really want more aspects of Settlers to be a part of not just PoE 1, but also PoE 2. So we'll see. Cinematics would be nice. We saw maybe some hints that we're going to get cinematics in some of the recent stuff. I would also hope that maybe they just surprise drop another class, because I'm still kind of sad that we're only getting, I think it was 5 classes last we heard, on day 1 of early access. I know we'll eventually get all of them, but I'm really hoping that they're just like, just kidding, and then they drop another one. Like Druid in particular, I think is like, even though personally that's not the one I'm drawn to the most, I'm still drawn. That really adds something new to the game, so I'd really like it in there, because it would bring transformations into the mix. So that'd be really cool. I got Bestiary in there. I don't think we're gonna get Einhar, but I could see Einhar's, like, so the features that Einhar brings somehow being in the game, but different. Harvest, I love Harvest, so I hope it's somehow in PoE 2. On day 1 would be great, but you know, at the same time, I put all of these and like all the stuff returning. The stuff I'm really excited about, we probably know nothing about, which is the stuff that's like brand new, you know, because they're gonna have their own new in-game stuff for sure. Whether they're gonna have it day 1, I mean, I think they would. And it's not just all gonna be reimagined leagues from PoE 1, right? It's gonna be brand new stuff. So I don't even have guesses for that stuff. Flask changes and trinkets. So we saw there was an article in, I think it was PC Gamer, where he said they were like considering maybe, but it's the only place we've ever heard anything about this. But basically that they were thinking of doing, instead of having 5 different buttons you press for 5 different flasks, that they were going to have just health and mana flasks, but with more charges. And then instead of utility flasks, having a trinket system where you just permanently have this thing that basically it's like having the automated flasks in PoE 1 from what he described it as. I put a hi, I'm Chris from Grinding Gear Games, because we don't even know if he's going to be there. We have not really seen much of him lately, but I would like it, so I put it on here. And then Breach, because we have seen so much Breach stuff. In fact, the loot drops from today are very Breach-like. So we'll see. And then my freebie is, hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers from Grinding Gear Games, because of course he's going to say that. Blasting. On that one, I'm hoping that we see some footage of some characters just blasting through hordes of enemies, because like they've been holding back on that because they've been doing much more slow demos to kind of explain specific things or like show off very specific combos, so they're like playing purposefully slow. And I hope they just show a little bit of blasting so we can see what that looks like in PoE 2. Though if they don't, I mean, we'll find out when we play it, because we're going to play it really soon. And then I want to see a little bit of how we're going to customize our in-game, because I don't think we're going to have the Atlas tree that we had in PoE 1. Not just because of story reasons, but also, you know, I think I wouldn't be surprised if they basically have the Atlas tree, but they just call it something different. But I do think they're going to try to find a way to make it new and interesting. I can't even begin to guess what it is, other than giving us that same feeling of being able to really customize your experience in the end game and do what you find fun and make what you find fun profitable for you. So I feel like that's definitely going to be a part of what their end game is, because they know that that's what makes PoE's end game so good. I'm looking forward to seeing what that is, what that method is. Already talked about looting pets. Parry. So we already have active blocking. We have dodging. Let's throw in parry in there for my girlfriend. Let's throw that in there. Delve. I love Delve. I would really be excited to see a reimagining of it. And Jonathan said he's a big fan of it too. It was one of the first things the community felt like was confirmed, even though it hasn't actually been confirmed for PoE 2, because whenever he was asked about PoE 1 leagues that would make it into PoE 2, he would bring up Delve because he likes Delve. In-game item trading is probably my biggest thing on here. It is what I want the most that we do not already have confirmed about the game. I really, really, really hope that they add more items to being able to trade those in-game. I don't even care if it's not everything, but I just want to see signs that they are moving towards trading being completely available and accessible inside the game, not having to go into the web browser. Even better, and probably even more importantly, that it's inside the game and it still has the gold tax. I think if they keep the gold tax on it, then it'll be the best it can be that way. Keep out the bots as much as possible and slow down like market manipulation and all that good stuff. Templar, I just threw that one in there. Mostly I'm just really hoping, along with surprise drop another class, I wanted a more specific guess in here, so I threw Templar in there. I don't know which class I would be most excited to see. Maybe Huntress or something, because that's a new one. But Templar is really cool too, and I feel like I put it on here because I could see them doing it just to be like, hey, we have a paladin, and then look over at Diablo, because Jonathan is very competitive with Diablo, which, I mean, he should be. They're competitors. Info on crafting, I would love to know more about how crafting is going to work in PoE 2. They've kind of mentioned a couple things in interviews about like what they were thinking, but I don't think we've really gotten any confirmed things outside of not being able to scour items. But they could have changed their minds since they even talked about it, so that'll be interesting. I want to see more support gems in this announcement. We've seen a lot. I think we've seen probably like 100 already in various things, where they weren't even really trying to show them off, but they were just ones that like people saw in the demo builds and stuff like that. And we've heard them talk about how much they think they need a ton of them, and I really want to see what they think a ton of them is. I hope they really mean a ton of them, because they do have the part of the conversation where they were talking about that the most was they were talking about how for new players, and I mean we're all new players because it's a new game, that they have this like recommended support gems, so you could like you click on the skill that you have, and then they will show you, I think it's like 9 recommendations for every single active skill in the game, which is super cool. But those won't be the only ones that like are possible to use with that skill. So that alone is a lot of support gems, especially because you can only have one of each support gem across all your skills. Like you can't have the same support gem on multiple skills. So I would assume for the recommendations that they're also not going to be doubling those up. So, and we already know because of the PoE 2 like announcement event where they said they've already committed to 240 active skill gems. So that is a lot. that is a lot. But they haven't committed to not having duplicates in the recommends, so it doesn't necessarily mean that, 240 times 9 support gems, but I do think that they are going to make a lot of them. Witch Ascension, like I talked about before, and I'm hoping we see or hear about, I mean, honestly, even if they don't tell us about it, if it just exists, it would be exciting. On launch, if there is at least one pinnacle post-campaign boss, like some sort of end challenge, ultimate challenge to try to reach. I know they've talked about ad nauseum like how important it is for this early access to have an end game, for them to really test things and really see how the economy is going to work, and like really understand where the problems are and what they need to change before the game comes out. So I would hope that that sort of boss exists, at least one, and that we either hear about it or see a little sneak peek of it in this massive live stream. And then I want to see how in-game maps work. And maybe they aren't even called maps. I bet they are called maps though. But I want to see how those work. And we'll see if we do. But that's my bingo sheet. And let's see, I've got the live stream up. There's so many people just like losing their minds in chat. Let's see.
Hey guys, welcome to the neighborhood.
Sorry, there's an ad playing, of course. I am going to use my Prime sub on their channel so that I don't get ads. You like the sheet? Thank you. Okay, so we've got a timer up, so we will have this 45 minutes, 30 seconds. So they're actually live right now. Let me just put this. That's fine. Bring this over here. Alrighty. And I thought we would rewatch some of the old trailers today while we wait on them. We've got the timer up so we know when we need to be back over watching the stream. In fact, I will. No, I'm gonna keep that muted. So they're playing waiting music. All right, this was the Ranger trailer back in 7 months ago. And keep in mind, like, they showed a bunch of stuff, but there might be some changes to some of these things. And today, the live stream, what they show is going to be more what to actually expect from the game. But I just wanted to look back at some of the old stuff, get excited before it's time.
I've lived in this forest all my life. And if there's one
It's the Ranger trailer.
It's that a ranger must never miss. A beast will hunt you. But it is the cruelty of man I fear. I'll take your finger. There is no truly escaping the Count's justice.
Your sentence is to be hanged from the neck until dead. Let your souls feed the first ones, and your bodies feed the land. After her!
Yeah, it's funny looking at this gameplay because we've seen gameplay of Ranger later than this that looked quite different, actually. Like that flowed a little bit better, I think.
No more running. No
Her outfit
more
looks
fear.
cool.
You won't get away this time.
This time.
I will put an end to this madness.
This is where they revealed the mounts. I'm so excited for this live stream.
Warning, Gianor.
Oh, I'm so excited.
I'm coming for you next.
Are they going to top the hype of the Settlers stream? Because that was a really good one.
Let the hunt begin.
When we started to work on the Ranger, we knew we had to make a class with high agility. The dream of fast bow gameplay is Legolas, so that's what we wanted to deliver. The starting point is moving while shooting a bow. Any kind of basic arrow skill can be fired while moving, with a movement penalty. This immediately gives you a lot more freedom on the battlefield. Here, I'm starting each battle with a poison burst arrow to poison groups.
I'm so excited in general for just movement with everything. I think that's going to be huge because, like, y'all watching me play PoE1 know that what ended up happening is that I just wanted, once I went for a Cyclone build, the Ice Storm Cyclone build, I never wanted to go back to not doing Cyclone because it's one of the few moves in PoE1 where you can keep moving continuously without like stop and start movement, and like I don't know. I don't know if maybe PoE 1 should just evolve on this part as well, or if it really is just like they'd have to make too many changes to make it work. But I just feel like the gameplay is gonna feel so much better in PoE 2 just because of that alone.
Of enemies.
Not to mention
Then
everything
using the
else,
lightning
but
arrow to arc lightning around larger packs. For even more mobility, we also have a variety of skills that involve vaulting around.
I guess they would have to redesign like all the enemies if we could move, because we'd be too powerful basically because we could move, because the bosses are designed with the fact that like movement is more difficult to come by when you're like doing damage.
Around the battlefield too. This is
the environments look so good though.
Using it jumps backwards and shoots a freezing arrow at the ground. Really useful if monsters close on you and you need to get away. Once you've landed, if monsters were frozen, it'd be nice to have some way to take advantage of that extra time. This is where Snipe comes in. Snipe is a skill shot that you need to charge up and release at exactly the right time. If you land the right timing, Snipe is guaranteed to produce a critical strike and does a small AoE as well, so it's a great finisher. You can also move while shooting arrow rain skills too. This skill is Lightning Rod. It shoots an arrow into the air that sticks into the ground and does a small AoE. Once the rods are in the ground though, they attract any arcs of lightning that are nearby, causing them to explode again. This means you can stack up a bunch of lightning rods on the ground and bounce lightning between them, doing way more damage. Now this takes care of packs pretty well, but for bigger enemies I'd like to have something that's going to enhance my damage output too. This skill is Stormcaller Arrow. Using it sticks an arrow into an enemy. After a short period of time, a lightning bolt comes from the sky and strikes them. This has a high chance to shock them, and shocked enemies take 30% more damage from all sources. If something big walks along, it's a good idea to throw one of these at them first to enhance your damage before following up with the other combo. Now if I really want to enhance this combo, there are a couple of things I could do using our support gem system. Skills in Path of Exile are granted by items
the
called
equipment
skill
art
gems.
so much from what we've
Each skill
seen.
gem has coloured sockets in it, and these sockets are for other items called support gems. Support gems modify your skills, and it's where a huge amount of the customization of your character comes from. First, I'm going to take this multiple projectile support gem. I could add it to my lightning arrow, and it would fire multiple arrows. This would increase the number of targets I can hit, but that isn't the effect that I'm after. If I add it to my lightning rod skill instead, then when I fire it, I get a nice group of rods. This means that I don't have to spend as much time setting up before I can use it with my lightning arrow combo. I might also add faster projectiles to make the lightning rods land faster too. Now next up I'm going to grab this chain support gem. Chaining causes many effects to repeat on new targets when you hit them. If I add it to my lightning arrow, it will cause the arcs that come out of lightning arrow to strike even more targets, rippling along my line of lightning rods for huge amounts of damage.
I wonder what they're gonna open with. I'm obviously after like the hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, like, or hi, I'm Chris. They might open with Chris, but are we gonna get like a? Oh man, I don't even know. If there's cinematics, I feel like they might actually open with a cinematic. I'm just like in my mind trying to even think what the first topic would even be, or if they're just gonna. I'm sure we're gonna get some sort of like trailer opening, like hype trailer opening, after introductions, because that's usually what they do for league starts anyway. Oh, I'm just so excited! I'm so excited.
Now I think we can use support gems to improve Stormcaller Arrow as well. Let's start simple. I'm going to chuck less duration on here. This will cause the lightning from the sky to strike a bit faster. Next up we have a support called Shock Proliferation. This support makes it so that any enemies shocked by the skill will also have the shock jump to nearby enemies, meaning they'll take the extra damage as well. It's just a chance to proc, so it's not going to proc on every single pack, but when it does, a pack will go down ultra quick. Another useful empowering skill is Barrage. Barrage is one of the rare cooldown skills in PoE 2. It enhances whatever your next attack is to fire 3 times. With what we have here, I think it might be a good idea to use it with Lightning Arrow. It'll generate 3 times as many lightning explosions. You could also use it at just the right moment with Snipe, or any number of other skills depending on what effect you need more of right now. It's very versatile and can be used in a range of situations.
Is this before WASD? They implemented WASD, I think, too.
Now, even as mobile
maybe
as the
not.
Ranger is, it's still very useful to slow monsters down. And a Ranger
Yeah,
certainly
because
has
she's
quite a few
backing up
tools
and
to
they're
do
not
this.
clicking back.
If you're prepared to get up close and personal, we have a skill called Electrocuting Rod. First, jump over the enemy and shoot it into them. Once the rod's in place, any lightning damage they take will build up a special electrocute gauge. Once the gauge is full, the monster is totally suppressed, allowing you to kill them easily. Now, sometimes when you use Electrocuting Rod, the enemy dies before you get a chance to electrocute them. I think there's another support gem I could add to my Lightning Arrow to fix this problem. Neural Overload will make it easier to electrocute enemies. If the skill it's attached to puts them over 50% of their electrocute bar, it will trigger instantly.
What am I hoping they can change or fix? Really, I think the biggest thing from like they've already said they're changing so many things that I want for PoE, like moving skills out of the gear and all of that. But really, I really just want every item to be tradable in game. That would be the biggest hope I have. And other than that, it's really hard because like I love what PoE is so much, and I love what they've shown so much of PoE 2 that like my list of fears is very small, but I do feel like there's still so much we don't know. So maybe I'm just not thinking of something, but like I was thinking about that when I was doing the bingo stuff earlier today. So I was like setting it up and I was just like, huh. I feel like they've said so much stuff I know I want, and like it's very there's very few things I'm sitting here just like, oh no, what if they don't do X? What if they don't do Y? The only thing I've been thinking about though is like I do love that they're mixing Souls and PoE because I love Souls games, but I'm so curious today, and I think today we're gonna get more insight into this. But in game in particular, it's going to be interesting to see how it will work, because you can have this like thoughtful gameplay with, you know, comboing your skills and dodge rolling and active blocking when it's a handful of enemies, but I'm really not sure how that scales up. Like, do we just throw that out the window when we get to end game? Like, I'm so curious what maps look like, or if we're really just shifting to lower density of monsters and a more active gameplay, which I'm not necessarily against, but it does seem anti what this crowd is looking for. Like if you boot up PoE or Diablo, you're looking to smash hordes and hordes of monsters. And like, this is still a lot of monsters for sure. Like, you're definitely constantly fighting monsters in this, but it's nothing on the levels of like the insanity we see in PoE 1. So I'm not sure how they satisfy both of those things. So I guess I'm just hoping to see what their solution to that is, or if they really are they're just going to lean one way or the other. But I would hope that they don't introduce all this cool stuff like active block and dodge and then make it irrelevant later. Though I guess one way I could see that it could be kind of both is if maybe when it comes to the hordes of like normal and rare monsters, it is irrelevant if you built your character correctly in the end game, but maybe bosses are where dodging and blocking and all that stuff still matters, and where like very thoughtful gameplay still matters. But yeah, maybe with the hordes of enemies you can still have that like kind of just mindless slaughter gameplay, right? Assuming you've actually built your character well enough to be able to do that. Like that is your reward for building out your character well enough to actually do mapping. But I guess that's my biggest concern, is that it won't satisfy either, or like they put all this work into making the combat meaningful that will ultimately not matter once you get to the more zooming part of the game. But I'm weirdly just super excited for the very beginning of the game, because like I actually really like the beginning of PoE1, where like things are slower and you're like really kind of struggling. Like you've got all these, you don't have enough tools yet, and like everything is scary. And I think that everything we've seen so far at PoE2, that feeling is going to last a little bit longer, where you're really fighting to survive like a Souls game in every zone for a while. But we'll see what happens. I'm so excited.
Now this skill works really well for suppressing a
And
single
it's
large
so
enemy.
gorgeous. The
But I'd like to
environments are
improve
so
my crowd
gorgeous.
control ability for groups as well. I'm going to add a support gem called Frozen Nexus to my Frost Escape. This makes an area of chilled ground around frozen enemies. I'll also add Deep Freeze to it as well, which will make the freezes last a bit longer. Now when I use my Frost Escape
And I
on
mean,
that front
certainly
enemy,
this is still
others nearby are
incredibly
slowed
fast
down.
compared to a Souls game.
It would
Like,
also be good if I had a way to slow enemies down when they're farther away from me as well. So this would be a great time to start getting into the ranger's poison and plant-based skill set. To start with, let's have a look at Vine Arrow. This skill fires an arrow into the air that creates a small plant where it lands. The plant sends out tendrils to nearby enemies, slowing them down and poisoning them. But it does have another function too. If the plant gets further poisoned, it transfers that poison to the monsters it's attached to. Normally you would only be able to get one stack of poison on a monster at a time, but you can put as much poison as you want.
hold on. I just saw
If the
something.
plant gets further poisoned, it transfers that poison.
Orb of Alchemy. Upgrade a normal item to rare with 4 modifiers. Oh! Guaranteed 4 modifiers. Look at the Orb of Alchemy, too. That looks so different. That looks dope. Okay.
Normally you would only be able to get one stack of poison on a monster at a time, but you can put as much poison.
They did say, one of the things they've said about crafting in the past was that I think they're going for a little bit more deterministic crafting, but it's just that like there's still a random element to it, because obviously like it's guaranteed to have 4 modifiers, but there could be any modifiers, right? But because we don't have Orb of Scouring, you can't just sit there in your hideout if you have enough currency right now in PoE1, and then you get the base item you want at the right level. You could sit in your hideout and spam crafting materials on it until you got the perfect item. Like in theory, you could do that. And I think they're trying to move away from that and more moving towards you're going to gamble and you're going to have better odds than in PoE1. However, when you gamble, if you don't get what you want, you've essentially bricked that item. Like, at least for what you wanted it for. So now that encourages you to go sell it and then go get another base item, because so now what drops, again, in theory, should be much more important than it ever was in PoE1, even though, of course, drops in PoE1 are important, but it would just be way more important than it was. And specifically, normal items would be very important, because in PoE1, you could just take a rare item that was the correct base type, and you could scour it, and then now you have your base. So yeah, there'd be much more reason. Like, like when I was playing PoE1, I would often just ignore white items and not pick them up because there was no need. Now, there's going to be a need. In fact, they might oftentimes, I would assume, be more valuable than the actual rares because people would want them for crafting purposes. Lola, hey! So that I'm very interested in, and I do hope they talk about it a little bit more today.
Poison as you want on this plant. You could just use the plant to slow monsters down and not worry about the poison part. But if you want to go all in on poison, this is the way to do it. Now if you do want to focus on poisons more, another useful skill is Poison Bloom Arrow. This skill creates these plant pustules on the ground. If you wait a little while, they'll explode. Just like any other plant skill, these plants respond well to poison. Shoot the Poison Burst arrow at enemies nearby and watch your plants grow more and more powerful. Poisoning the pustules causes them to do much more damage and makes them explode much faster as well. I can also add the Pierce support to Poison Burst arrow. Doing this will mean I get multiple poison bursts as it goes through each monster. We also have another skill to make a nice environment for your plants to grow. Gas Cloud Arrow. This skill shoots the ground and creates a cloud of gas that continuously poisons things inside it. Throw your plants down, then put a gas cloud on top. The constant poisoning will make them grow.
Oh my god, yes, Lola. Yes! Thank you so much, Lola.
Another poison-related skill we have on the Ranger is called Plague Bearer. This is a reservation skill, meaning it uses Spirit. When I enable it, I get this counter that counts up whenever I apply poison to a monster.
Counter? Where?
You can see the counter on the skill increasing as each new monster is poisoned.
Oh, it's the percent in the corner.
Now I'm going to fight these monsters and make sure to poison them.
Hold on, I'm gonna go back. This is a really old video, by the way. I just, it's been a long time since we saw this, so I'm just... Okay, making sure that that said the same thing. Same thing as PoE1. Good.
Monsters and make sure to poison them as much as I can to
We're
build
23 minutes away. Bum, ba-da-dum, bum, bum. Thank you so much.
It does take quite a while to get the counter up to 100%, but it's worth it. Whenever I choose, I can unleash the poison in a big explosion around my character, dealing a large amount of damage.
Poison go boom boom.
Now next up we have a classic.
What did they just do in their menu?
Dealing a large amount of damage.
They just grabbed like 3 gems at once. How did they do that? Go back. Oh, they grabbed the main skill and it grabbed all the supports in a line. That's a nice little quality of life. I wouldn't have even thought of that.
Now next up we have a classic. Rain of Arrows. It's simple. Shoot a bunch of arrows in the sky and they rain down for a short time. It's decent AoE and damage at long range. Now this skill doesn't last too long, but we can change that. It's time to introduce frenzy charges. Frenzy charges are
I'm
used
so
for
excited to just like I'm gonna switch over this because I'm just, oh my god, you can see chat. Look at chat. Log in, log in, log in. Yeah. By the way, if you are planning on playing Path of Exile, you get the audio. If you're planning on playing PoE 2 when it comes out, or you're planning on playing early access or whatever, even if you're not planning to play immediately, make sure you've got everything set up so you can get drops from the stream. Because they are enabled. You get cool like back attachment and stuff like that if you just hang out in here. Oh my god. Yeah, I can't even watch the old video anymore. I'm just too excited. I'm too excited to even watch it. Oh, we're just gonna chill. Oh. So my plan for early access still, so subject to change, but is I think I'm gonna start with Warrior. We're gonna play. I'm just gonna try to make my own build, make it work. I've talked about it before. I want to avoid like playing someone else's build this time around. I think I really robbed myself of one of my favorite things to do in an RPG, which is just come up with my own solution, come up with my own build, come up with my own party comp in some cases. Like yeah, and I'm sure that will mean that my character's gonna suck. My character's gonna suck. My first 50 characters are probably gonna suck, but they're gonna be mine. So we're gonna do that. And I'm just gonna play Warrior first because I want to bonk things, and then I'm probably gonna do a wheel spin, and we'll just wheel spin which one I do next of the available ones, and then it's being, I don't like the performance happening here. We're gonna wheel spin which one I do next, and how far I go with the character, I'm just gonna kind of feel out. Like I'm gonna try to go as far as I can with each character, like really try to do the end game and stuff like that. Like really feel like I completed the build, like whatever my build plans were, and like unless I hit just a wall, I feel like I just didn't make a great build for, essentially. And then we'll spin the wheel and we'll play one of the other classes. We'll do it again. And to be clear, for people who haven't played PoE, your class doesn't really limit you as much as another game does, or like as other games do, other RPGs do. It is smart to take into consideration in PoE 1 the ascendancies and stuff like that. Like there's plenty of reasons that one class might be better at something than another class, but there are also plenty of instances where the same active skill is being used as like a main skill in PoE 1, but people found variations of the same build using different classes. So there are ways to sort of make the same build with different classes, but honestly, there's so many things that make a build in PoE that, even if you're like, I'm a Cyclone build, like that can just mean so many different things. Even if you say I'm a Cyclone Slayer, that narrows it down a lot, but there's just so much that changes it within there, and gear has such a big impact, and like, yeah, what supporting skills you're using and all that stuff can matter. And I'm sure that will be even more true in PoE 2. But regardless, just to kind of be in a fresh environment, I think what I'll try to do with my builds, with my first builds with each class, is do something that like I'm excited about that fits thematically what that class is. So with the Warrior, I want to do a hammer focus build, and I want to try to do maybe charged hammer hits or something. I'm not sure. We'll get in there and see, but I definitely want to do something more hammer focused. I think when I play Witch, I might go minions because that's very Witch-like. I'll try to take a theme of one of the ascendancies and, go from there, play off that. Do what we can do. And mostly just focus on that for my first time through. And then we'll see where we are from there. Once I've like actually played every class in early access, I am so worried that this is stuttering so much. Why is this stuttering so much? I'm just gonna close this. Shouldn't matter. I really don't want to lower the quality. I'm actually gonna lock the quality. Maybe it was bad because it was on auto. Nope. What's wrong with the internet? I don't want internet problems today. Hold on. Ask Louisa. She's having internet issues. Whoa, whoa, whoa. That's that button. Yeah, hopefully it's not stuttering like this once we go live. Oh, I'm losing my mind. Oh yeah, and let me re-show my bingo here. Where'd I put it? Here's the bingo. I was talking about it earlier. This is kind of what I'm like hoping for more than anything. Mixed with what I think, some things that I just think will happen. I don't know. I don't know that I'm going to get a bingo on this one because... Let's see. I really hope in-game item trading is a thing. Let's see. I mean... You know, actually, I think, hi, I'm Chris from Grinding Gear Games, Breach, hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Blasting, and how we will customize their endgame. I feel like those are all very likely. I think that'll be a bingo for sure. It'd be pretty cool if I got Show Ranger Ascendancy, Bestiary, hi, I'm Jonathan, and in-game item trading and how in-game maps will work. I think Bestiary and in-game item trading are the least likely from that. I want in-game item trading so bad, though. I want it so bad. I'm so tired of complaining about it. Looting pets! Yeah, okay, looting pets might seem really out there, but there's actually a Chinese version of Path of Exile, because Tencent owns their studio or whatever, and they have looting pets. I'm hoping that they have, for no matter what, you can have a looting pet for free, and then they just sell like skins, cosmetic skins for it in the shop. Like I don't want it to actually be pay to win, you know, but I do want them. And I don't think that they will have them though, for a couple reasons. But I mean, the chance is higher than it would be in PoE 1 because they are going for a system where they keep saying like you won't need a loot filter for PoE 2. If that's true, then you know it doesn't necessarily mean you want to pick up everything, but it seems like you wouldn't be. I don't know. I think they could do something about it, but I doubt that they will. I doubt that they will add loot pets, but I put it in there for fun. More support gems. Maybe they won't talk about that today. Parry's another fun one. I really hope they do parries because they already have active block and they have dodging. So it just makes sense that you would add parries. And then Harvest is just like, I love Harvest. I just want Harvest. And I would love for them to, because everything I kind of heard in passing about what the Harvest League was like, I feel like I'd want a little bit of that in there. Although apparently when Harvest came out, like it was a very like you either loved it or you hated it kind of league. But, and I'm excited for Delve too. Because like, even though I didn't, I certainly don't feel like I mastered Delve. I didn't understand everything about it. I really enjoyed the concept. So that would be interesting to see what they do with it. Oh, and the other big one on here that I was talking about earlier is the settlers type feature within the hideout. Like, because we were watching that other predictions video, and when Silver mentioned that like the other day, I was like, yeah, you know, I was wanting that when we were playing settlers, and I'd forgotten that I wanted it. But I don't necessarily think that it needs to be like as much as he was talking about. But I would like for example, like you just have a little farm that does stuff, and then there's like you could do maybe you could send ships out and stuff. Like I would like settlers to somehow be folded into PoE 2. And honestly, maybe it would make a ton of sense because King's March is a town in PoE 2. So I mean that maybe it's not in your hideout, but I could certainly see settlers being a part of it in some way, and like but less the building up the town, because the town has been there for 10 years by the time that PoE 2 takes place, but maybe the rest of it. Which is kind of perfect if you think about it, because I think the biggest part of Settlers that wouldn't really work if you had to do it every league was the building up the town. But like, once it was built up, it was a lot less gold you were spending on it. It was a lot less like time you were spending in there. And, well, somewhat. The disenchanting meant you were back there a lot, but yeah, I think there's a way that they could do it for sure. Cinematics would be really, really fun if they have it. I really want to see some of the weapons that we like know about, but we haven't actually seen, like the claws. I think that'd be really fun. And I'm still just really hoping that they surprise drop another class. I put Templar on here, but like if they drop Druid or Huntress, Shadow, what else are we missing? Druid, Templar, Huntress. I guess we have Sorceress, but that wouldn't make much sense because they already have Witch. We've got Duelist and Marauder. Are we missing anything else? That's 6. I feel like I'm forgetting something. I don't know. We're missing a lot if they don't drop another one. So it'd be nice if they drop another one. Yeah. Oh, and the Pinnacle post-game boss thing is, I feel like that's pretty important too, but they've already told us that they think it's important, so it should be fine. I think they will show, they're gonna show us so much today. They've been hyping this up as like their biggest live event yet, and they've had very big live events. Like, including, I mean, the Settlers League launch was insane. I think, for me, the ones I've personally been there for, that's the one they need to top. Topping the Settlers live event is like the one to beat. But I think they will. I think they will. Oh my gosh. The other big question in the air is, am I ever going to play PoE 1 again? After PoE 2. Like, is PoE 2 going to be so much better? Is there going to be so many things in it that just make it hard to go back to PoE 1? Or am I going to play PoE 2 and be like, you know what I miss? I miss some stuff from PoE 1. I'm going to go play PoE 1 League this time. And they should be alternating leagues, so if you wanted to play both, you can. But I don't know. I don't know. That's a lot of PoE. We'll see what happens. I mean, if they drop another league like Settlers in PoE 1, that's going to be pretty tempting. Like, if they keep up that kind of content for PoE 1, it's going to be really hard to say no to new PoE 1 things. Oh my gosh. Oh, my coffee's on the way. Sorry. Just letting Louise know that that someone's gonna be at the door, so she doesn't get scared. Doesn't get spooked. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I don't know. I actually had a hard time coming up with the bingo this time, because I was just like, but they've already given me everything I want. And there's so much that I feel like it's just sort of, we haven't maybe necessarily seen it, but they've talked about it, so we know it's coming. And I'm just like it'd be great to hear about XYZ more or sooner, or like it's gonna be there at launch. But other than that, like, I feel like they've just been hitting it out of the park with everything they're planning to add for PoE 2. And I'm, you know, I said this the other day, like, I'm a big fan of playing alphas. I think it's really fun and exciting to play alphas, and this is going to be way more cooked than an alpha, and I'm ready to be there on the ride, you know, as they add stuff and for rapid changes happening, and I think it's going to be really exciting. So I'm not too stressed about, you know, them having everything day one. I do hope they have more day one, mostly so that more people will see how good this game is. I want more people to appreciate PoE, and I just think the stronger they come out of the gate swinging, the more likely that is. And I want them to hook a whole new group of people, you know, like keep us old PoE1 fans happy, but also just rope in even more people to this wonderful world of grinding gear games. Like, they treat us so well. I want more people to be excited about the teasers and the trailers and just like everything, because it's so hype every time for me. Like, I have so much fun with all of it. I'm just consuming it like crazy. Oh, and I'm just so excited. We are 5 minutes out. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Oh my gosh. I don't even know what I'm most like excited to play, other than like the hammer build's gonna be like funny to like try to figure out, but like I don't know, I've just got an open mind. I'm ready for it, you know. I'm ready for whatever crazy stuff we can do. Honestly, mercenary looks really fun though. Like basically just having a gun looks really fun. But I don't know. Oh my god. We're so close. Let me just get the bingo out of the way. Actually, let me bring the bingo my other monitor. Then I'll be ready. Hope everybody's doing good. I know it's not my normal stream day, but I'm happy to be here regardless. PoE is always going to throw my schedule off unless I change my schedule, because they always release stuff like Thursdays and Fridays. It's like every time there's a PoE league, my schedule's going to go crazy. Though to be fair, no matter how I change my schedule, it would probably affect it, because a PoE league is going to make me stream like, you know, every single day or two. Oh no. Okay. I thought we lost connection or something. It's going to make me like stream way more no matter what I do. My coffee will be here soon. Will my coffee beat the timer? I don't know. Ooh. Yeah, and I've been trying really hard to not irritate people, like my friends and stuff, talking about PoE too much, because none of them are really into PoE yet. But maybe they will be. But now's my chance to let it all out and be excited. Oh my god. And the driver will arrive with your order soon. Come on, please don't have too many hiccups during this. Please don't have too many hiccups. Also, is the sound level good? The music shouldn't be like crazy loud right now. But I imagine there's going to be some loud sounds, so I don't want the volume too loud. I don't want to blast your ears. I'm sure after this stream, I'm going to have a ton of questions. Can't tell yet. That's fair. That's fair. Oh my god. Time is going so slowly now. So slowly. To be honest, I woke up like kind of early today and time has been passing so slow. So slow. I'm just so excited. It's gonna get real rough here after this stream because we've got like 2 weeks before we can actually play. It's a long time. It's a long time when you really, really, really want to play. Oh, and hopefully we find out, well, we already know it's $30 to get in, but I am curious, how much, I don't know. I'm going to want one of the sport packs anyway, though. Oh my God. We are less than a minute away. God. And we know the music's gonna be a banger because PoE music's always so good. PoE music always gets me so hyped. I don't think my food's gonna beat the stream starting. It's almost there. 20 seconds. No, don't hiccup. Don't hiccup. Stop it. Stop hiccuping. Stop it. No, you good, Lola. You good. Thank you so much for sending me coffee.
Just what are we facing here?
A relic of the old.
It's opening with a cinematic.
Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember,
Cinematics
when you hear the
confirmed?
whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
When you hear the whispers,
Oh, no.
what do
Okay.
you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah?
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave.
Stop hiccuping,
Give him a
please.
chance.
Quiet.
Oh, shit. This is cinematics confirmed. We're getting cinematics in PvE2. I'm so sorry it's hiccuping. I might have to turn down the quality.
A mean
I'm gonna try it. I'm sorry. Oh no.
It's here.
Oh my god.
Rain, send the signal.
It's only getting worse.
What the fuck?
Oh, it's only getting worse. I just want to watch it.
I'm ready.
Who the heck?
It's a man.
No, it's not.
Oh, it's the smoky guy that we saw in the teaser. Sorceress. Oh, come on, come on.
Run.
We finally have cinematics. This is crazy. I wish I could just watch it without the internet issues, but other than that, this is awesome.
Captain!
Oh,
Captain!
it tricked him. Oh, shit. Seed of corruption? Come on, come on, stop.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here,
That's the seed of corruption. Oh, you shouldn't open that. You shouldn't have touched that. Oh, you shouldn't have touched that.
What is it?
Oh. Oh.
Get the body.
Snack.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Whoa. Oh, I need to get rid of the timer. There we go. Yes! I really need it to stop. I really need to stop having issues. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers,
Hey!
Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access,
What? Stop, stop,
this
stop.
isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Existence is a thing of beauty. Precious, but impermanent.
Ooh.
Life and death are mortal enemies, and yet bound to one another.
Come on.
The continuation of life must be protected at all costs.
Whoa, what the heck was that?
Some have said my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without
That's the engineer.
sacrifice.
Come on. Please stop hiccuping. Let's go. Oh, that's cool. Sorceress. Warrior. Oh, yes. Stop hiccuping, please. Oh.
We are faced with the end,
6 portals.
and I will do what I must.
What is that? What is that? What is that? Oh my god! What the fuck was that?
Those who obsess with death, let them
Please.
soon be acquainted with it.
Whoa. That's creepy. Oh,
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game. It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems,
come on, Twitch,
and for the
please.
first time, a full overview of the end game. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him. And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham, traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert, and delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an ancient Val city.
I really wish it was not.
There are challenging monsters, hidden rooms,
I'm just gonna turn it way down
lost camps and treasures.
and hope it works. 480, here we go.
Monsters.
Shit quality.
Meet strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations.
It's not even gonna work.
But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
This is practically unwatchable. Why is this happening? Why is this happening?
To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills
Why
available in
can't I
PoE 2.
watch?
You can choose an existing.
Okay, it's on their end. Oh, thank God. I'm just like, is this my whole experience? Thank God. I thought it was just me. Is it bots? That's totally bots. There are bots crashing the stream. Are you kidding me? What the heck's going on? Oh, I'm so mad. Who would do this? Well, I got my food. This is ridiculous. What is happening? Yeah, someone's basically, it's like a DDoS attack. This is so dumb. I'm so mad. So basically, wow. And what the fuck can GGG do about this? They can't do anything. All they can hope to do is that it stops. I mean, I guess they have to contact Twitch. Blizzard's fault? Wow. Fix your stream, Blizzard. Wow.
Sir, just what are we facing here?
Oh, they're starting over. Good.
Precious. Those who
Oh, no,
Power intends
I
to
see.
harness.
they have like a pre-recorded thing.
There are
catching them.
21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack,
This is a
spewing
mess. We'll
where
have
you
to
find
rewatch
yourself
part of
at the
this
start
like
of PoE 2.
on YouTube later.
Explore the dark forests of Ogham, traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert, and delve into the jungle
Oh man,
ruins of Exile, an ancient Val city.
this is so
There are
infuriating.
challenging monsters, hidden rooms, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique
That's
bosses.
crazy.
No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption,
I
the
missed some
source
of this
all
the first time.
devastation.
I think, or we're caught up. I
On
don't
the
know.
way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters, forge
Okay, again.
unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat and has mechanics that involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE 2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos.
They're still having
To
issues
get new
clearly, but it's
skills,
not
you'll
as
first
bad.
need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE 2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one.
Look
Since
how
this
many
is a
people
level
are
7 skill
watching
gem,
this. Holy
even if you
crap.
pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7.
Holy crap.
So there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind.
They're straight up
But don't think
crashing
you have to
Twitch
stick
right
to
now.
just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific situation. If there's an enemy on low life, you can use Killing Palm to dash to them and kill them instantly. This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example, is a skill that places a giant resonating bell. Hitting the bell causes it to ring, dealing damage to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell,
Tempest
which
Bell
will add
looks like a lot
elemental
of
damage
fun.
to the strikes. The monk also has a variety of abilities to empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the warrior is for you. He pounds the
Let's
ground with
go.
big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor. Even though the mace slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it
The
at any
slam
time.
attacks look so chunky.
Among the skill options for
though.
maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and
They're still
shield
being
skills.
attacked.
Here, I'm going to slam the ground, rending it apart with lines of fire. Any slam
Unbelievable.
skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with
This is so... I'm sure GGG is devastated right now.
I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage.
Like,
The
I'm
warrior
pissed,
can
but
also
they're,
use war
they're
cries, which
probably
can
way
empower
more
your
upset.
next skill. Seismic Cry, for example, will double any slams from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to
They've been
go a little
preparing for this
faster and be a
for
little more defensive,
5 years.
equip a shield. In PoE 2,
some
you can
assholes
raise
are
your shield at
fucking
any time
trying
to
to
block
ruin it.
all damage from the front, even spells.
This is ridiculous.
While holding up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage, so be careful. If it reaches 100%, your stance will break and you will be vulnerable.
Yike!
Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash.
Okay.
If you see one of these
Okay.
coming, make sure to dodge out of the way.
I like look at that. It didn't
Using
look
a
too
shield
like
also gives you access to
comical.
shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them.
This is so sad though.
While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front.
Oh, okay.
The warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the earthquake.
So
You can also
totems are
get
back.
Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to
Mixed
use any
feelings
slam
about
skill
that.
in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral
I don't know how I feel about totem. I don't
Warrior
like totems.
Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance. There are 20 active skills for maces, so there's a lot more to
Yeah,
try
I
out.
don't- I'm not
But
excited
by
about
endgame,
totems
you're going to
being
be
back.
dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on.
We just
Time
got
for
rid of
some
them in
ranged
PoE.
attacks.
Come on, man.
The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you'll have a lot of mobility in combat.
bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks later slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has, you can take advantage of every situation.
Oh, look!
By in-game, you'll be
Yeah,
creating
look, there's
hundreds
only
of
two
arrows,
blasts.
be
The
they
trinket
falling
thing
from the
is
sky,
happening.
bouncing around between enemies, or spraying out of tornadoes. You might have noticed in the bottom
Let's go.
left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In
Yeah.
Here we too, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically
go.
allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a thawing charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen.
Okay.
To recharge them, just kill more monsters.
All right, cool.
You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt.
Oh. Okay.
The
that's
mercenary
cool.
wields
Makes
a
sense.
crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter.
Nice,
For the crossbow,
nice.
you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles,
I just
and
wish
even
they weren't
grenade
having tech
launchers.
issues. That's really
But not
unfortunate.
only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage.
Sorry, I just want to look at chat.
If you want to call in some suppressing fire, you can summon artillery ballistas. These have a minimum range, so you'll want to prepare your position carefully before moving in.
Oh, wow.
There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be
Wow.
calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun. If you're looking to take a back seat and let your minions do the work, then the witch should be your choice.
Minions!
She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her, while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a spirit gem, which
Look how
allows you to
much
pick from a
gold they
range
have,
of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time
I
you
am
cast a
so
fire
mad
spell.
at Twitch right now, though.
For the Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time.
That's so good. That's so good.
Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap, but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some
And
warriors
this is
and
why
instead
you can
add
basically
skeletal
have
arsenals.
as many minions as you want
Permanent
as you
minions
have
come with
spirit.
special active abilities
You
called
just
command
need
skills.
spirit.
You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it. If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks
That
through it,
looks
you'll gain extra fire
insane.
damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example,
Clearly, if you
could
wanted to
grab
leave the
Custom
screen,
Ignite gem
sorceress is the way to go.
and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes.
Let's go. There's some
Now,
chaos.
those are the characters that will be available at the start of early access.
Okay.
But we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes.
Good old POE.
For example, a poison ranger might want to try out using occult curses to increase her poison damage, or a monk might want to trigger elemental ice walls to use with his glacial cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support
gems. Let's go. This is going to be another one
Path
of my
of Exile
bingo.
2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally, when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high-velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So
Great.
it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill.
Heck yes.
There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now, all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems.
Let's go, all the trees.
The passive skill tree.
Trees on trees on trees on
Yes,
trees.
it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different
I love
location,
the
but they
level
all
up
share the same
animation.
tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your
but
character in
look
some
at what
way.
they are, right?
But if you do happen to make a
Most
choice
of
you
them
regret,
aren't,
you'll be able to respec
like,
any nodes you've
crazy
taken by
advanced
spending a little bit
things,
of
you know?
gold.
When they're bigger, that's when they're like more interesting, and
Now,
the smaller
tree is
ones are
generally
usually
divided
just
up
like
into clusters
little
which
stat
have similar
bonuses.
themes. In each cluster, you will find
There's still a
small
lot of
nodes
big
that give
ones.
simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables.
Yeah, what I just said.
Notables normally have much more interesting
Ooh,
bonuses,
what's the
and they tend to
compare
care a lot
button do?
more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely.
That's cool.
Note that even though this is in the mercenary section,
That's cool, even with the
this
stream
would work
going
with
at like
projectiles from all
5 frames per
classes.
second.
So there are often reasons to go
Because
to different
Twitch is
areas
dumb.
of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute
nice,
nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor.
Oh, nice. In
addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a
Oh yeah,
downside.
keystones are the really
and often
exciting
require
ones.
changing your entire build to
We
design
still have
around them.
chaos inoculation.
A great example is Giant's
Yes!
Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute
What?
requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
What? Dual wield two-handed weapons?
Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all damage go to your mana pool first before your life pool. But you
Oh,
lose
we still have
50%
mind
of
over
your mana
matter. We can
regen.
still have bomb builds.
Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're up for the challenge, they can be very
Oh, I'm
rewarding.
so excited.
As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets on the fly as you use certain skills. One of the new features in Path of Exile 2's passive tree is that you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one-hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your
Oh,
bigger mace.
that's an
Or perhaps you
interesting
could have a full
idea.
curse setup on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to a chaos degen build for maximum damage.
Ooh.
If you want to stick with just one weapon set, you can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like. But
Oh,
creative
okay.
players will find plenty of opportunities with
Oh,
this
I
system.
like that. So I was starting to be like, well, that's going to make people feel like they have to use
points throughout the campaign.
different skill trees, but because you get extra points if you don't do it, there's a
For example,
trade-off.
if I manage to
So
defeat
that's
the
good.
crow
I cannot
there are
believe
lots
they're
of-
being trolled like that. I love the look of the new world map too. Oh,
too. On the map, you can
what is going on at the top of that screen? Why is there a second
encounters you can find.
Act 1, Act
Some
2,
of
Act 3? Questions.
Powerful items. If you're having trouble getting past a boss, it might
I
be a good idea to
love
explore
that you
and
get
see what you can
bonuses
find.
for beating side bosses.
For example, if you defeat one of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a
we're gonna
permanent
have to
additional
rewatch
spirit.
this whole stream
The
on
permanent buffs you
YouTube
gain from
because,
spirit are very powerful,
like the VOD,
and every class will find a
because
use for them. So make
of
sure you hunt
whatever
down
the
these
heck's
upgrades.
happening to
There's one
Twitch
in
right now. I'm so mad about it.
each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression:
Items.
That's
Let's
why we're
go.
all here, right?
Yeah.
Items in
Loot.
Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign
Look
is
how good
upgrade
the
the items you
currencies
find.
look now.
And you can
Oh,
do
I
that
love
with
it.
currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a magic item with 1 mod. You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod,
Twitch,
then use a Regal Orb
please.
to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods. One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to item
It's
vendor.
so bad.
If you disenchant magic items, you can build up to an Orb of Transmutation, and by disenchanting rares, you can build up to Regal Orbs.
They are
Another
already
important area
posting
of crafting
as
items
they've
in
been going
PoE2
along
is sockets.
all of the stuff on their
Some
YouTube. I
items
was
you
checking
find
if they
will
were
have
streaming on
sockets that can
YouTube
have
because I want to
Ismite runes
switch,
placed
but
in them that add more mods to the item.
it's okay.
If I insert this
We'll just
glacial
watch it
rune into my
twice.
helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This
What
is
is
a great
this?
way to solve problems that you have with your build,
They
like
have
resistances or
runes?
damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to
Oh, I
work
missed
towards
that.
an artificer's orb. This will allow
What?
you to add sockets to your existing items.
Oh no!
Body armors and two-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and one-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost.
Wow!
If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to
Okay.
buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level
Look at this
an
place.
amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a great way to improve your gear, if you're lucky. Gold is also used to respec your
Oh, the
passive
hooded
skills.
one.
Take advantage of the system to experiment with your tree and rework it as required. The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market,
Yep.
in exchange for a small gold fee. Now,
Good.
all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold.
We now have in-game trading of all items.
Now,
Come
most
on.
gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't. Uniques. They are especially rare, each with a
Yeah.
handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can
Ooh.
fundamentally change your character.
Okay.
Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison.
Oh wow.
The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you
Ooh.
teleport past your foes.
Oh, that's cool. That's
Your bow
so
attacks
good,
into full
actually.
auto by doubling your attack speed.
Nice.
Each unique is something that you can build your character around.
Yep.
We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use
Look
at
at
in-game,
this.
even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match.
Gosh, the armor and everything looks so good.
The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension.
Let's go.
Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class.
Okay.
We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character.
Let's go.
Each class has
Preferably
access to 3 Ascendancy
today,
classes,
Twitch.
but at the start of early access, only 2 per class will be available.
super class.
Ascendancy
Okay.
classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you build your character.
Give some examples.
As
yes.
a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell. With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for
I'm so tired of the fucking
more damage.
Twitch issues.
And
Come
going
on.
deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Not only that, but she has many other time manipulation abilities. Using Temporal Rift, she can teleport back to a previous location, resetting her life and mana back to what it was. Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again. On
I
the
already know
Warrior,
what
you
we're
can
just
choose
talking
between the
about.
Warbringer or the Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power.
Please, please, Twitch.
Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral
God, the
spirits
artwork
linked to
is
each
so
of your
good.
totems. With Jade
Look at that
Heritage,
artwork.
you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs
Savage.
all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries.
Wow.
Let all that anger out.
Let all that anger out.
The Titan class is all about hitting big. With Earthbreaker, every slam is a chance to create an aftershock.
Seeing that in slow-mo because
With
of the
crushing
Twitch
impacts,
problems is
every hit becomes a
actually great.
crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease.
Oh,
With Surprising Strength, you can take advantage
look at that. I want to knock bosses down like that.
of damage.
Oh, wow. Savage.
Might choose to be a Deadeye, an
There's the ranger one. This is easy
Exile.
points on my bingo board right here.
extra projectile. It gains a small increase to movement speed with every.
Come
With
on.
Eagle Eyes, she will never
on,
miss,
Twitch. Get
allowing
it
you to stop
together.
wasting all those passive points on accuracy.
Yeah, big bonking time with the warrior.
Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison.
All right.
She can choose from one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal
The
various types of damage.
alchemist.
bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage.
Kind of sounds like
Contagious
Juan's,
contamination allows her to spread poison
style
between her
with the
foes, while
alchemist stuff.
overwhelming toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being slowed by enemies. The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can
Twitch.
summon a loyal
Twitch.
Hellhound companion.
Twitch,
The
please.
Hellhound sets enemies on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit. With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame.
I was like, what's happening
As
with
you
your
cast
mana?
more spells, the flame builds up.
He
and if it
immediately answered.
overflows, you'll take damage.
Oh.
Using Bringer of Flame,
Yes.
she can also transform into a literal demon.
There it is. We knew it from that other trailer.
While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of
So
damage.
it's an ascendancy
but her
power.
cast speed and damage increase rapidly as well. So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure you stack a lot of life recovery.
Wow.
She can also
Someone's
become
gonna
a
figure out
blood
how to go
mage,
like
a master
perma-demon.
of life and energy. All blood mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana. But in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to
I like how it's heart-shaped,
quickly gain back
the
that
skill
life.
tree.
With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an Invoker. With Elemental Expression, the Invoker will create waves of elemental power each
These
time he
are
does a
all
critical
so
strike.
cool.
With Faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the Blizzard or I am the Thunder.
I don't think
to
we're getting
specialize in
parry
cold or
because I
lightning.
think they would have mentioned it already.
And I Shall Rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar, even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of
The
Chayur can
darkness.
exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be
Remove
utilized to both
all
absorb
spirit.
and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you
What?
take Grasp of the Void,
Come on.
you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their
Okay.
Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well.
Ooh.
Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will
What?
see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage.
Jeez.
The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks.
Okay.
With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death.
Wow.
With Judge, Jury,
Come on. Come on, Twitch. Get it together.
enemies can deal up to 30% of their life
Stop ruining this, please, Twitch.
from casting spells as often as they would usually do. You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire,
Ooh,
enhancing
I like
your
that art.
abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh.
What?
Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots.
What?
Thermatological Infusion gives you extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems.
What?
Adaptive Capability allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to every gem socketed into your character.
Whoa.
So those are the Ascendancy classes for the start of Early Access. But one thing
Some
we
of
haven't
those
talked
are
about yet is
crazy.
how you ascend in the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast.
Okay.
Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely, or test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping
Clearly,
the soul
I should
of a
have just
djinn
watched
in a
this
coin,
after it was
and you
over
are no
because
different.
Twitch is completely broken.
Once you have earned your coin, it may be placed on the relic altar to begin the trial.
What? What is this?
In the trial of the
Just a
seconds,
string.
each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While fighting monsters in the trial, you will need to be very careful. Each hit will not only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The
Your
monsters
honor?
are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial and need
Oh, it's like
to find another
Sanctum?
coin in order to try again. It is a good idea to
little
make
bit?
sure that you are well prepared before challenging the trial of the seconds.
that's
After
cool.
each room, you will be rewarded.
Yeah, very sanctum-y.
Be used to unlock chests later in the Ranger Award. You will be shown a map
I'm so over this Twitch. Come on.
to proceed.
What's chat saying?
Which challenges
Yeah, lol sanctum.
do you want to claim? Setting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire spiked shell that will cause all monsters in the rest of the trial to have 50% increased life. You will want to
Some
take
people
care
hate
if you
it.
choose such a path.
Some people hate
There
it.
are
Some
many
people
different
love
challenges and rewards as you journey through the trial. Deadly
it.
traps,
I miss slap already.
waves of
Wow.
monsters, and strange artifacts will test your honor. As you progress, you'll be able to gain boons from the Jinn, which will help you on your journey. For example, the Sekima's
Man,
cloak
very
will revive
divisive.
you once if you die, giving you a
I
second
like
shot
it.
at a
Looks
run.
good.
One of the rewards you may find is Sacred Water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions.
Very sanctum right now, though.
At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him.
I'm so sad about the stream cutting out so much. Ugh. It's killing the hype.
Having
that
defeated the boss, you've
the
earned the
stream
right
is
to
like
ascend.
this.
But open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor.
It's a very interesting
We
mix
only have a single
between like
bronze key,
sanctum and lab.
so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want
But
to open the better
I'm
ones,
for
you'll need
it.
silver or gold
This
keys.
seems way more like
Let's use the Altar of
I would
Ascendancy.
want to do this.
Your first ascension will allow you to
for
pick
not
your
just
class
ascending,
and grant
though.
you 2 points to use in the tree.
But it's not clear that that's an
Now, there
option.
are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the
Okay.
endgame. For now, let's talk about the
Yeah,
second
so
Ascendancy trial.
there's a reason
the
to come
Trial
back
of
here
Chaos.
beyond the
In
Ascendancy.
Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you
cool,
like
cool,
to
cool,
earn your
cool.
ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own
Oh my God.
methods to ascend. If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you. For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release.
Okay.
While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial
Oh my God,
was
it's
once
so
used by
bad.
the Vaal to test their high priest, known only as the Trial Master.
We're
For those in
just
which he sees
jumping through
potential,
this.
he
I
shall
can barely
inscribe an
watch it,
ultimatum.
dude.
Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial.
Ultimatum!
These
I wouldn't have
modifiers
thought
might beef up the
ultimatum would be
monsters,
something we would
curse the
see.
player, or add environmental hazards like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets. As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment.
Okay.
In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets.
Okay. It's getting real hard to be excited when I'm watching a slideshow Twitch. Yeah, we're just gonna have to rewatch the whole thing.
After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on
go.
more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming.
I really like the concept of ultimatum. I didn't do
There
very
are many
much of
types
it
of
though
chambers in the
in
trial.
Pee-wee 1.
Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires you to escort the stone idol through the level as
This
elevators
seems
full of
way more
monsters
in
descend
depth
to attack
than what
you.
we have in Pee-wee 1.
Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The
Boss.
order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never.
Will never
the same.
feel the same. Okay.
After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course, there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend. If you already did the Trial of the Seconders, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class.
Great. It's
More
just good.
bosses,
Okay.
rewards, and risks to
Okay.
end
Twitch
game.
is a great platform. Game structure.
So far, we've only been. Some people would argue that the end game is where action RPG launches as people saying there isn't enough in-game content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2 people don't feel that way, and we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content.
True.
But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the in-game challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making in-game content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types.
Wow.
But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release.
Great. Okay, so those will get added during early
Now,
access.
in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel.
Okay.
It's like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through
And
the
it
content the
gets you
second time
to
as your player speed
endgame.
increases. That will take
Gotcha.
you to around level 65, where the endgame
That makes sense.
begins.
That's really smart.
Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame.
Cool.
But
Cool.
what is the endgame? To
What
explain
is
that,
the
I'll
endgame?
hand over to Mark.
Tell
He can tell
me.
you all about it.
All about it. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct in-game content to choose between. Each in-game mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas,
Mark looks so
bosses,
nervous.
rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2, we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
Okay, that's a lot.
This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the
Hey!
endgame for Path of Exile 2. It's infinite and expands in all directions.
What?
Now, we are not going to spoil the plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has the Atlas you will find the Ziggurat, a temple in
Okay.
which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources.
Okay.
In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click
And-
Traverse.
Okay.
Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected.
Okay.
All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the
Whoa!
randomization up to 11. The monster packs you will face in each
Blasting
map are totally random,
is
and the
ticking
combination of
off
them can
already.
lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access, and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you
Let's
face, you might find
go!
some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption
Come on, Twitch. Come on!
from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful, rare, and unique
That
enemies
demon
and will be able to
transform
travel
is
past
so
it to progress
cool.
deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it.
Oh.
There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them.
Shrines.
The monsters that feed off
I think what you mean is
The corruption
shrines.
are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the
Shrines.
buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can
Yep,
also find
just shrines.
strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have
like the way you
mechanisms to
worded
unleash
that.
powerful spells or
They're always a trap.
dangerous debuffs.
We
There
had
are
strong
different
boxes
types
in
of
PoE
strong
once,
boxes
that's good.
containing different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you
Ooh.
can optimize the content. But be careful
Cool
of opening
animations.
one you can't handle.
Even if I'm watching a slideshow, it's very exciting.
Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences. Solidified crystalline corruption.
Essences are back!
These dangerous monsters can be broken free.
So far, none of the
If
things
you
I
defeat
guessed
them,
are in
the
here.
essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a
Essences make a
category.
lot of sense though, because crafting.
For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod.
Info on crafting.
Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod.
Ooh. That's the essences we know and love. Now give me harvest.
This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items.
Oh.
Adding prefix mods will improve
Oh,
the
okay,
rewards,
'cause they're basically-
while suffix mods.
Yeah, okay, cool. Makes sense.
Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them.
They're
but
basically
it will
maps.
require you to take on larger challenges. There are a variety of factors you'll have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear,
Steven just
and
called
others more
them
open.
maps.
Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good.
I thought you were talking
maximize
about
your
waystones. Mark, what happened?
As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree. This
Okay.
tree allows
Atlas
you to juice
tree.
the danger and
They
rewards
actually
of
called it
all
Atlas
areas
tree.
in the endgame. You could increase the number of monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the endgame world map, you'll notice various different biomes, from snow-capped mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you
Okay.
continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover.
But they
These
also
cities
said it
are
was
constructed
infinite
by different peoples of
in all
Raycross
directions.
and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on that give an extreme amount
Okay,
of experience.
we're not talking about
you
that
may even
anymore.
find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item
This
for
is so
free.
bad.
In
I
addition,
can't believe
you can
Twitch is messing this up so bad.
find special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp. Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants, and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit, and invite various NPCs to join you
Wait.
there to create your own personal base of operations.
Okay,
A
that's
great
the
tool
same
for
thing,
exploration
kind of.
are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge.
Okay.
There are lots
A lot
of things to find, so
of
keep
things to
looking.
find. Okay, great.
Some sections of your atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations. You may have noticed while looking at the atlas that some of the
Oh my god. Twitch. Twitch, please.
icon indicates that the area This icon indicates that the
okay.
area boss. We are able to make
I-
them very
I
powerful
don't know what he
and
just said,
very rewarding.
Twitch.
These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's
Okay.
worth noting that because you can see where the bosses are, you can choose to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree.
Oh, it's
the points here will allow
separated.
you to
Oh, that's such a good idea.
Specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them.
That's
For each
such a good
different type
idea.
of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it so you don't feel the need to respec your points
Yes!
when you change
Yes!
between different types of content.
Oh, I didn't
we
even
will be
know I
showing you
wanted that
7
till
of
you
these
said
by
it.
the end of this presentation, so there is still a lot more to come. Bosses are not the
Wow!
only icon you will see on the
That's so
Atlas.
good.
Let's take a look at one of the in-game systems, Breach. If you played
Breach!
PoE 1, you might
was
be
on my
familiar
bingo.
with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar,
Sequels,
the
I like that.
monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all necessary to see the demons
I
and
assume he said
otherworldly
new.
monstrosities that lie in wait on this other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find.
Great.
You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These
Okay.
can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with
Okay.
precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop Breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow you to consume the tablet
Don't skip.
to add
Don't
more
skip.
breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas
That's
will be
awesome.
covered in otherworldly domains.
That's awesome.
In addition, like all items in
Uh-huh. Please don't skip.
currency to add mods to your tablets
Okay, so you can roll them.
range. Tablets can have up to
Twitch. I hate
like
this.
adding
I
extra
hate
rare
this
monsters,
so much.
extra
While
density of
also
breaches,
loving this
allowing
because
you
I
to-
love everything
with
they're
overlapping
saying,
areas of
but I
effect.
just want
This
to
can allow
hear
you
what
to
they're
really reduce
saying.
the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple
God.
tablets. In your fight to hold the breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from
Mm-hmm.
that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific
Okay.
mobs. You can also find Breach
I love the
rings,
artwork
a special
now.
base type that can have its quality improved by catalysts up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you
Okay.
some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In
Great.
addition, each in-game mechanic needs to have a pinnacle in-game encounter.
Pinnacle
While
boss!
killing Breach monsters, you may find
So each one is going to have a
breach
pinnacle boss.
splinters.
That's awesome.
Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a breach stone.
I already got a
Using
bingo, by the way.
vile
That was my first
technology
bingo.
called the Realm Gate, you can use your breach stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them. In this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants. And should you be fast enough, you will be able to fight their leader, Zesht.
Let's
We that are one.
go. Like this character's got like a staff, I guess, and then a bonking stick. I bet they're both quarterstaffs, but that's still really funny. We who are one. Ooh. Giant hands.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest
Great.
assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system. Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree. Allocating these
Getting real tired of this, Twitch.
domain even harder. But the domain, while the large nodes have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them.
so
Get some
glad
more
they're like
points and
all
you can
separate
allocate
trees now.
Waking
That's
Night,
so
which
smart.
will double the number of splinters you get from clasped
Because it really
hands,
was a problem.
and
You wanted to
inflict
like
you with a
try something
mysterious
different.
debuff.
You had
In
to
order
worry
to earn
about
more points, you will
respecting
need
your
to defeat
Atlas tree.
Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain thresholds.
Good.
Defeating Zesht
Control
at
that
difficulty
player,
4
make it
will be a
harder to get
challenge
better
indeed.
stuff.
But there
Love
are
it.
many more
Love
threats
it.
in Rayclast. Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the
I
mysterious
didn't put this on my
King in
bingo
the
because we already
Mists.
knew about Ritual.
If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in a circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King of the Mist's dark magic, and you must fight to survive. Powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars.
This looks
Each successive
basically the
ritual
same as
you do
PoE1.
within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next door.
Oh, okay, that's
by
a
the
little
end
different.
of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for
Omens are
metacrafting.
back.
Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want, while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover.
Cool.
Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you
Yeah,
want to
tablet
get to the
system's a
pinnacle
really good
boss of
idea,
ritual,
too.
then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding.
Sounds
the
awesome.
pinnacle encounter of ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show
Yeah, you won't, because the stream's dead.
for defeating him, and you will
Okay.
gain points in the ritual section of the
Uh-huh.
Atlas tree. Some maps have been touched by insanity.
Delirium,
A mysterious entity
let's
has taken
go.
a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares
That wasn't on
coming
my
to
bingo
life.
either.
When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However,
So, this is the third in-game
the
they've
deeper
shown.
into
They
the
said
mist
there
you
were
travel, the
6
stronger
or
the
7,
monsters
right?
are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome. Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By
Wait, do you
combining
not
these
have to go
emotions, you are
fast for
able to
delirium
instill
anymore?
your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like
What?
gaining an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them,
Wait,
allowing you to get off-class
basically
bonuses
like
that would
Blight.
normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to further
Oh, it's
improve,
gone.
increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle
Oh,
encounter
no, it is
of delirium.
time still. Okay.
Speaking of which, every now and then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot
This
at the
is
end
so
of each
much
wave,
content,
and you'll
though.
have to make the decision to
But
leave
to be
now
honest,
or continue on,
I
facing up against
expected
even
it
tougher
to be
foes
this
from the
much.
mist.
Like,
The bosses you will
I
face as
knew
you
they
get
were
deeper
gonna
into
go
a
ham.
simulacrum are truly
but
terrifying.
this is crazy, right? Like,
If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points
The
for the
game's
delirium
not
section
even
of the
done.
Atlas skill tree.
Expedition?
Next up, we have Expedition.
That makes sense. I didn't put it on my
Occasionally,
bingo,
while
but that makes so much sense.
clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial sites with lost
Yay,
Verisium
we still get to blow
artifacts,
stuff
and they
up.
want you to help dig them up with explosives. The
Let's
Kalgurans
go.
have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Up as many as possible. There is
This is a good one to add because, like, I mean,
has
assuming
brought
what they
the
do, but like,
corpses of their ancestors
because the different merchants like all offer something different, it's Expedition's just
out
so
before you
good.
can reclaim the artifact.
Like, you can
Destruction
do
of which will
Expedition for so
further
many
anger the
different
restless
goals.
dead. Each one you blow up will make
In
the
PoE
subsequent
1.
monsters more powerful,
So
but
it
also
makes a lot
more
of sense
rewarding.
because it's got a lot of coverage.
Danik, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for
Yeah,
useful
for
items
its
and
usage.
runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards.
Let's go.
This one increases the radius of explosives.
Yes.
While this one increases the number of remnants you will find.
Cool.
Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics. Essentially, one giant dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants.
I always meant to, but I never did.
Many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones. If you add too many remnants, you could easily make the encounter harder than you can handle. There
I
are
would
all
want
sorts
something
of
that
interesting things buried under the
explodes
ground
the whole
in
map for
logbooks.
those.
You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches, but the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander, as well as points to spend in the expedition section of the Atlas
cutscene,
tree.
I think?
So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame too. Just like the other in-game systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and
Twitch,
player power that can
please.
only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms, and
Oh my
a
god, I'm
floor
gonna be
boss
so
you will
bad at
need to
that.
kill.
Trap.
There are 4 floors in total, leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of the last floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they
I
allow
almost
you to
put
stack
jewels on my bingo,
modifiers
but I
that
was
may
like,
not
nah,
be
they
easily
probably
accessible
won't.
on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock
Jewels
chance,
are
for
really
example.
complicated. There's
There
so
are
much
quite
to
a
do
few
with
jewel sockets on
No, they still
so
put them
other
in.
types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes in radius by 25%.
Oh, do they work more like tattoos now?
With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also
Oh.
unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push
Interesting.
further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, Relic.
You know, it's probably better
Relics
to
are
work more like
items that can be
tattoos
placed
because
in the
now
relic
that means
altar
there's
as you
more of a
start the trial.
sacrifice
They
by
give
putting them in.
special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with one of many unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run, but can reward you with unique and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only one
The
honor
only
for the
thing
entire
I'm
trial.
not
So
seeing
you will
yet
need
that I thought we would see is something that's wholly new in the end game to
also extends
PoE2.
into the endgame.
Most of
As
this
you
looks
gain
like
inscribed ultimatums of
a
higher
mix
and higher
mash
levels,
of
the
different
number of
things
chambers
that are
that you
in
can go
PoE
through
1.
increases. In
To be
true
fair, they do
Vaal
look
style,
better.
this allows you to take even more
But
risks
still,
for
they're
even more rewards.
a mixed
At
mash of
endgame, you
ideas
can
we've
progress
already
through up
seen.
to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The
But it
Trial
still
Master
looks really
will tempt
good.
you with items of the Vaal Empire, such as Vaal Orbs. Vaal Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your
Vaal
gear
Orbs.
with random, mysterious outcomes.
God, the
Corruption
currency
prevents an item from being
art
modified
looks so
further,
good now.
so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Vaal Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor
God.
could get up to 3 sockets this way, allowing for a significant number of mods.
Oh,
Vaal
that's
Orbs
so
can even
much.
modify uniques.
Oh my
Adding
God.
enchantments or sockets to uniques can make occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Vaal sought to
Oh.
replicate soul cores through human sacrifice rituals and blood magic to power their civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be obtained from regular runes.
Okay.
Like all endgame content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had
Interesting.
enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The
What?
most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger.
Underground?
Is the maze preventing something from getting in? Or
Delve?
something getting out? This
Delve?
fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. In order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it, as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always
There's always another tree.
another tree.
So these are your challenges for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge, way bigger than even we expected when we started out. But how do you gain access? Well, during early access you'll need a key
Supporter
to get in.
packs.
To thank our existing PoE supporters who have spent more than $480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other points to spend in the store, and cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1.
It's just Twitch is just dying.
Most of this footage that's where you can use them immediately. Porter Pack contains a cosmetic armor set which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption. Also in this pack you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Veil of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious Crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though.
Oh no.
On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Y-hander to apply to
I
your
was
one-handed or
opening
two-handed swords.
the store on the
For
side.
those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and
Too bad I
tales of
don't have
Path of Exile's history,
$480 to
you
spend
will
on
also get a
that.
series
The
of hideout
ultimate
statues.
supporter pack because
This
it
pack
looks
contains
great.
the statue of Hillock. For Path of Exile 1's closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in the series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble.
Yeah, I gotta get one of these supporter packs.
Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains.
I'll probably get the
body
cheapest
armor
one
will
because
allow you
I'm
to
poor,
glide along the
but
ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin. Or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Faradin, then you definitely need your trusty moving entire city fortress known as the Dreadnought
That's a
to travel
hideout?
across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like.
Wait, that's a
no
hideout?
exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect.
Ooh.
The King of the Faradin Kiwi pet. And last but not least, a statue depicting the Vile Oversoul from Path of Exile 1.
Wow.
For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the
Oh, and the other one they were saying
cosmetics
was
from
that
the
that's
previous tier,
Hillock.
so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. And back attachment themed around the Val
I hate
and
that
the
it's
pursuit of
jumping so
science and
much.
progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doyani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doyani, and this can be applied to shield.
Twitch,
Path of Exile 1.
please.
That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vaal did. Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vaal Kiwi Pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the
I
series
love the
with a physical
statue.
item.
That's such a good idea.
When purchasing this pack, you'll receive a Path of Exile 2 logo t-shirt. But if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for additional points to spend in the store. Becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter will grant you an armor set and back attachment, adorned in jade carvings and iridescent
I don't
feathers
really like the back
resembling
attachment, but I like the rest of it.
the ancestral gods, specifically.
Jeez, I just want to watch it. I just want to watch it, please.
You say? I think the Karui people would
This is ridiculous.
totem on rare enemies you slay. Replace your crafting bench in your hideout or summon a
I
giant
don't know.
canoe
They're
manned
talking
by
about
Karui
something
warriors
clearly.
to aid in your crafting desires.
We must all start somewhere.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's
Well, anyway,
Crusher
this is
to your
cool
one-handed or
because
two-handed mason.
this is the league I started playing PoE with. That they're all this stuff is from.
A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick.
And it looks like it comes with a hideout.
Once one of the most feared beings in
the
Rayclast,
trial area
Malachi
from
was
Toda.
slain by a powerful exile. May the statue commemorate the
That's
virtue
a
of Exile's
really cool
past,
statue.
present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Karui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclast supporter pack.
Nice.
The Liberator of Rayclast armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclast, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation that you can use to row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned hideout.
What?
Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races?
I want the 4080 pack so
You can
bad
also
too.
get the Window to
I
Twilight
can't afford
portal
it
effect,
either.
a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you
cool.
approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to
I mean,
its original
we
form.
might have a whole year to get it. I don't know how
Rule
long
and
these
style,
packs
the
are going to be
throne
up,
of the
but
Ruler map device.
I want
Sure,
it.
This map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to oversee your growing kingdom. Look down on the plebeians running your maps. Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command.
wow.
Liberator of Rayclast supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin. The
I'm getting
Deliverance
so pissed at Twitch though. Just let me
crossbow skin.
watch.
The Justice Flail skin, and the Redemption Shield, reflecting one of the most iconic events in Rayclast's history. The battle between a powerful exile and Kitava, the Insatiable.
Wow.
With the help of two deities, Sin
I
and
love
Innocence,
the
the exile was able to
statues.
defeat him once and for all.
Oh.
This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 artbook.
Yay, art book.
This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore
God.
produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's development. And finally, Path of Exile has a tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclast supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you'll be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the reliquary will start dropping,
Awesome.
and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted, along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely.
So mad
These
at
items
Twitch.
are available to use in PoE
Come on.
where the item class clearly doesn't exist.
Come on.
Also, a few microtransactions on weapon types.
Yeah, I need this pack. I'm. If they keep it up long
Once
enough,
classes
I'm
that use
gonna
those weapons will be available to use.
save up for it.
That just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date.
Yeah, so they're doing the upgrade
These
system.
supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd
Okay,
really like to thank
only
you for
through
your
early
ongoing
access,
support.
so it depends on
Without
how
you
long
guys,
early
Path of
access
Exile 2
is.
could not have happened. Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot of questions. Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A.
I have more questions for Twitch at this point than freaking
Ziggy D.
anybody. Why has this been such a crappy stream? Twitch can't handle this many people watching one stream, clearly. That was so hyped, though. Like, I got a bingo. I didn't guess any of the which in-game things would be there.
The post-show discussion and Q&A.
Oh my god.
I hope you all enjoyed what you've seen so far. It's been pretty exciting for us here as well, as you guys have been inspired already just watching things. And you're already
I kind of want to go rewatch what they posted, and then we'll watch this after.
Got to do design whenever you can.
Yeah.
Like, I want to know the information as soon as they give it, but at the same time, this is so painful.
I mean, we were really keen to make sure that when we went into early access, that people didn't feel like it was just, limping.
God, why is Twitch so dumb? I am
along
so
and kind
mad.
Of, just like a minimal amount of content. We really wanted to kind of blow people away. So hopefully people feel like, yeah, there is enough content. Because it was certainly a mission to get all that stuff in.
Yeah, I did come here expecting that there would be, maybe a basic mapping placeholder end game and your 3 acts and, the half the classes. But you've made a decision here clearly that's got to go the core PoE player community in mind.
Absolutely. So, I mean, we have to make sure, look, Path of Exile's endgame is kind of known for the fact that you get to choose between different types of content and that, some people enjoy one thing, some people enjoy another. And I feel like that choice is like a huge part of what makes it good. So if we didn't have that when we entered endgame, then I don't think that would be, that wouldn't be a Path of Exile endgame.
Yeah,
so that's
fair.
kind of what we have to make sure of. So,
they got one of the
Valdos
puzzle boxes on the table.
Number of different in-game things you need to be able to have in order to be able to actually have a viable in-game that we feel like you get different choices. And that's how we ended up with what we have here.
Maintained intact, real good. You get to the end game and it just falls real flat.
Yeah.
And it was certainly a very
What do you guys
important
think?
moment
Should
for
we
us
go
when
and
we're like,
watch the stuff on
that's
YouTube
the
so we
wrong
won't
thing
have
to do.
hiccups?
Let's not make the same mistake as everyone else. Let's pivot. And we actually did that, and it made a world of difference and made the game all of a sudden.
Let me see what they've
100 times
posted.
bigger with an infinite amount more content, right?
It was definitely hard though because it's like we're progressing. It's like we would have made it. We would have gotten.
It might be in my
all these
area.
acts in if we hadn't have changed direction.
I
It's
don't
like to
know.
actually
I
say,
saw
we're
that-
going to specifically not finish this content. We'll be working on.
I saw that in the Twitch chat, people were complaining and
everyone, we're stopping work on this. We're going to move over to
there
end
were
games. It's actually more
bots
important.
that
was
were
certainly a hard one.
spamming stuff.
For sure.
And then
Well, it's like suddenly the whole, environment art team. It's like
they
they're all
actually
just like,
put up
whatever
a
you're working
technical
on, just scrap. You don't want to
difficulties
scrap, but,
in the
just
middle
stop
of it, and then they
We're doing something else
restarted
now, so-
basically.
Especially for a lot of the developers, because you got to also think a lot of our developers have just been working on this campaign for what is it now, 6 years.
No, they don't.
even longer actually.
Yeah, it's like it just
They
this
don't have it up
epic
anyway.
journey. Whereas none of them, a lot of these people.
Sorry
haven't
about
been
the
working on
hiccups,
Path of
guys.
Exile
I
1 this
really
whole
don't know what to
time.
do about it.
So some of us are like, we're just churning out in game with every league and doing all of that. But for a lot of these people, a lot of these developers, it was quite jarring to swap over. But everyone embraced it. We talked about it. Everyone was happy about it and stoked about it, and it just ended up coming out real awesome. So
I think it's landed well, and it definitely kind of blew me away when you took.
Yeah, once it ends, I'll rewind.
Even before I saw anything, we were in the car on the drive here, and you were just
And we will try to
info
decipher
dumping
what they're
all of
saying.
The end game, you're like, oh, we got this feature, we got this feature. I'm
Together.
getting dopamine just from hearing about it.
Oh,
I haven't seen anything yet.
I want the freaking supporter,
But do you
the
guys
big
feel like you're
supporter
competing
pack
against
so
yourselves
bad.
a little bit here, because Path of Exile's kind of set the bar. The original game has set the bar for what is available to endgame in a game like this, and it makes it's not acceptable really to launch
To
with
say
just
for nothing, yeah.
in terms of endgame now.
Absolutely.
It is
I mean,
hard when we
if you're
keep
not competing with
jumping,
yourself,
but-
then I don't think you're going to make good progress, right? So
Right.
that's what you really have to do.
Yeah, but cracking that out for beta even.
Yep,
Is,
absolutely.
pretty
Well, as I said,
exciting.
I just think it would not have landed nearly as well without that. And I think it's important that our existing Path of Exile 1 community feels like they're also served. Like, yeah, sure, we're doing all this stuff for new players, and that's really important, and that'll expand the audience. But, you know, if we launched and all the PoE 1 players are unhappy, that wouldn't be good. So,
That's true.
we've got a game for both them and for all the new.
The size
You
of this is
definitely want all
crazy
those
for an early access game. I think they nailed that part of it.
You'll get a lot of content can be. Obviously, that's the
Like that
nature of it.
in-game
That's
looks
how
juicy. That's a juicy
all
in-game
of
to
these
come
different
out
avenues,
with.
because they're.
Yeah.
So if you're just like, here's your one end game.
By the way, here's my bingo sheet. Since it's
Portion of players who are
mostly
just like,
buffering anyway. Pretty
all of
much
these
nailed it.
options Is like
I
Ultra has taught us.
we didn't get surprise
and
dropped
again,
another
and
class.
It is expanding in other games.
No
and
mention
stuff,
of
but,
in-game item trading,
yeah, certainly,
unfortunately.
as I said, competing with ourselves. Yes, PoE 1 has like, you know,
What I wanted the
40
most
axes,
got
you know,
no
and we've
mention,
got
but we'll
7
see.
really good
There's a
ones
lot
here,
that like
and
they
obviously
didn't
more to
talk
come,
about, so
but 7 is a lot.
there's
mind
still a
you.
chance.
Especially when it's all like, you know,
I
like,
doubt
people have to
Ziggy
learn
will
a lot of
ask
things
about
again.
in-game item trading, but we'll
It's going to
see.
be very interesting to see how long it takes people to do the kind of difficulty 4 pinnacle content.
Yeah.
It's like we have it. You know, we have to. It's honestly like we actually don't even really know, because like you never know what people are going to find in terms of builds and so on. Like I'm hoping that it will take people a while to be able to work it out, but you know, you never know. Maybe
Nah, they're gonna break it like
end
so
of day
fast.
1, people just be like, oh yeah, easy, no problem, mate. You know, could be what it's like.
We have a few people that are doing that sort of thing. I saw like a solo self-found level 100 in 24 hours or something.
Jeez, okay, we got this is where we've got it now, is it?
So but I imagine there'll be a little bit of a soft reset there for people.
Yeah, for sure.
A
There's stuff to
relearning
learn.
period.
There's stuff to learn.
And I mean, PoE 2 has changed a lot over the years, so more than 5 years of development now. And what was that initial pitch when PoE 2 was first put forward? Like as to what it's going to be, because it was much smaller in scope originally.
Yeah, so when we started, it wasn't even a sequel. There's like a theme for it. It feels unique from everything else. We're not going to just like have recycled stuff like within the campaign that just feels like, oh, you know, we just took this area and modified it slightly. You know, each one's got to have its own stuff. It's got to have monsters that were like carefully thought about, that like, you know, fit in with the world, and it's got to have bosses that are actually like good tier quality. You know, and every area is going to have one. So those decisions have kind of been things that have meant that they really raised the quality bar to a level that took us way longer than we even really expected. Like those things there, just like it's huge, right? Like honestly, I feel like we underestimated significantly what it would take to deliver that level of quality.
I remember really early on, a battle I fought for, and I mean like way back, was like, if you think back to, say, Diablo 2, which obviously still holds a lot of, you know, power in terms
It's really
of
funny for me
design
because
motivations and philosophy
Jonathan reminds me of my old
stuff within
boss,
the company.
and Mark
You get
reminds
things like the
me
super
of
uniques, and
my
everyone
office
did
mate
them,
from
and
my
it's
old
just like,
job.
here's a boss with 1 or 2 skills.
They remind me so much
and I remember
of
very,
both of
very,
them.
very early on in PoE 2, I'm like,
But I mean, you know, strong developer vibes.
to be
So I guess it
memorable in a
makes
thing,
sense.
I don't want 2 seconds and uses heavy strike and I remember
Just a bunch of
getting
nerds.
some pushback.
Who
I
knows
don't
what
want
they're
this.
talking
This is
about at
just
this
terrible.
point.
But of course, that decision, me pushing for that, me wanting that, turned into this megalithic.
What have you done?
Now we have 50, aiming to be 100. Honestly, probably later, several more 100 once all the end games, everything start to evolve and more expansions comes out.
That's crazy.
And I'm like, yep, we maybe just made, you know, 100 times more work for ourselves, but 100% bloody worthwhile, because I'd say those
So,
bosses are one of the
50
main,
bosses
you know, attraction
on
pieces of the
early
game, and
access launch.
anyone who plays it is just like, holy crap, those boss fights are amazing. So like, you know, obviously some are bad and some are good to different people and all that. That's how it all
What
goes. That's
game
part of all
could
the fun,
even
but,
compare to the scope
it
of
is true
this
that me
for an
pushing for
early
that thing
access
literally
game? This is
created
crazy.
thousands and thousands and thousands of hours of work. Now, worthwhile work, but it is again that exact thing of like, the scope was kind of small on numerous axes, and as we just raised the quality bar to what we thought was good, It certainly went from, you know, what was it initially, just reskinning some character classes and new rigs or whatever, into this like mega scale entire campaign. Since we went out of that territory, it was originally codenamed Project Chimera.
What? I don't.
It was this.
I've never been a fan of these codename things.
It was this like there were times way back in the original Office. There was all this like. Sometimes there'll be a feature you can't really do in PoE 1, and it was always like, we'll do it in Project Chimera. That was like amongst the developers, and people were like, what the heck is that? Now, ironically, there is a boss in Act 3 called, well, it's got a different name, but it's called the Chimera internally. It is a Chimera. It's a multi-headed beast. And you've seen it in a few of the marketing, things here and here, different trailers, little snippets of it. And I think it's just ironic that was actually the first boss asset made before everything, the first monster, because back in when we used to just make random monsters and we'll find out how to use them. And that was made for that game. It was used in the original PoE 2 trailer, right? It is the only incomplete, technically, but only from a balance standpoint, or it was the last boss to finish.
You had to finish it.
We had a moment with the monster game designers.
I'm trying to follow with all the hiccups.
Happening. The Chimera is finally being finished. Holy, this is like, we were effectively like, we need to celebrate this boss finally being done. It was like at the origin, and now it's at this, point where we're about to deploy early access. Not to say the end, because the end is forever away.
Yeah. It's still the beginning of a journey in many ways.
Yep.
But on that note of celebrating, like, how do you guys feel having now kind of, for the first time, I feel really like laid bare kind of everything you have. You're putting it out there and only being 2 weeks away from everyone playing it.
Well, it's always scary, coming into a release. And I think especially for, there's like a bunch of people on the PoE 2 team who have, they have, this is their first game that they're going to be releasing. Mm-hmm. And that experience is something that, it's tough. And honestly, I think that even we were feeling a little bit cocky, actually, about the fact, because, we release... content for PoE 1 all the time, and I feel like we kind of felt like we knew what it took to get a game released. But honestly, like PoE 2 was just a whole entirely different demon as far as getting things out right. Like it's just way more difficult. Like when you actually have to make everything.
They are really
like,
good at putting a mass amount of content out there.
Wow, there's way more stuff. There. Like,
quickly.
There's even things like the passive tree where it's like, I feel like we underestimated what it would take.
But this just has so many more moving parts.
Releasable state. Like that was a huge amount of work, just like absolutely colossal to get it to get that kind of stuff in shape. Like it's just been crazy. Obviously it's nerve-wracking, coming up to a release day. But I think we do have something that players are going to really enjoy, and like it's always comforting when we had a live event in LA recently. People, we got to the time limit and everyone's like, oh man, we don't want to stop. So like I think people are going to really enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. It's been a whole different experience.
Come on.
Whereas before I was playing a very buggy
Come on.
game that was very experimental. Now,
please let me watch this.
Almost what I'm going to be playing.
Well, I heard you still. Some kind of knockback.
I wasn't going to mention that. Yeah. I did send the Act 1.
This is so painful.
It was good.
Intended mechanic.
Yeah.
He was in his like big wolf form at me through the wood.
I'm gonna check the YouTube again.
It's been a lot. So you've done that pivot to the endgame focus and got so much for us now to play around with in the beta. And
they don't have the main thing up, so just gonna wait.
Originally, I was thinking, we might be playing for a few weeks here, and then maybe going back over to some Path of Exile 1 stuff. But it seems like you guys want us playing through Christmas.
That would certainly be good. Look, there's enough stuff there. I think it will take people a long time to get through.
Yep.
And I mean, obviously, it's also going to be the first time.
It'll take me a long time to get through it. I'm slow.
Well, I think that will take people a fair amount of time. There's and then of course the end game as well to explore. I mean, it should be pretty significant. We've always wanted it to be that Path of Exile 2 leagues, are going to be, like how PoE1 leagues are, where you play them and you play them for like, a reasonable amount of time.
Yeah.
And then, sure, you get done with them eventually, and then you've got the next content that comes out. So, in order to be able to realize that, you have to have enough of a base to make that happen.
Yeah, people are definitely wondering like how invested they can get in the beta. So I definitely want to ask a few questions kind of around that idea.
Yeah, let's go. Questions.
So firstly, is there going to be wipes and resets, and will there be
Good
something
question.
for launch as well?
So we are going to be having new leagues effectively. League will stick around. Now, I can't promise that everything about your character will function exactly like how it did in that thing.
I imagine it'll be a glorious kind of snapshot of all of the here's all the broken stuff.
But effectively, we can contain all that stuff in the sort of early access league, and then if you still want to play those characters, then you can go right ahead and do that. But the action is always going to be in whatever the most recent league is, and then of course after that point, there'll be a standard that everything goes into, which. All
standard league is what he's trying to say.
Will forevermore be archived in the
like Eternal Realm in.
So that's
in Diablo terms. I think that's what it's called.
That's not going to be affecting what will be the standard league.
Yeah.
Also,
that's
folks
people
that
will be
aren't
able to
familiar.
get invested in their characters. Because,
absolutely.
I mean, there's even something kind of cool about the idea of making something that will be like that little historical piece.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little collectible.
Absolutely. And I'm sure there'll be some handful of legacy things that only exist in early access leagues. So, I guess we'll have to see what comes with the unique balance.
You talked about like the, playing for a week or how long.
I'm also excited I can just have like a normal character name now because of the changes they made to that system. So now if someone else has the name Nightly, I can still use the name Nightly.
New game, but it is a new game.
I'm really excited for that. Though it does mean I have to actually come up with decent names now instead of just sentences for character names.
Go through things. You don't have people coming in.
I guess I could still do sentences for character names.
Discovery is going to be there. The Discovery ultra fun for me. I love it. Urge after time, of course they do. Learn about the world, the new narratives, the new world building, the new unique items, the ascendancy classes, the massive passive tree, which is bigger than PoE1's, the
summoner,
systems, the bosses, it's not going to be this I personally, when a PoE1 league comes out, for example, I play for like a month. Sometimes a bit longer, sometimes a bit less. It ultimately also depends largely what's going on here and how much I need to invest here. So, and there are other people who play for more like 3 and whatnot, but there's certainly going to be a much longer time period you can play this for while still discovering new stuff and not feel like you're finished, you know what I mean? Yeah. Now, of course, you see that's subjective. Everyone can pick their own point when they finish, but if you want to see everything and do everything, you're going to be investing a lot more time, especially these first-time rounds, and then obviously with every league, there's more to discover, but you get faster at doing all these parts over and over and over again. You'll get more efficient over time. That's how the game works. So, yeah, I'd expect a lot of time to be sunk into this to fully explore it to start with, like a lot, not a week, not 2 weeks. You're going to be going far, far longer than that if you want to see everything. But, it's up to you. Play at your own pace, discovering the entire world, and there's some familiar mechanics at the end game and stuff like that, which is awesome for people. But I certainly want to really. The
end game stuff looked really exciting, but I'm actually really excited for the campaign stuff too.
About it.
I can tell you're amped for watching.
I wonder how soon we're gonna get the final 3 acts.
100%.
Yep. You can do payment plans. Yep.
As many of us do. But
also you can buy a lower tier pack and then upgrade.
Discovery process for a while.
So like if all you can afford right now is $30, you just get the $30 and then you upgrade to the next tier whenever you can. And the $30 you spent, you don't re-spend.
Teamy spikes.
That makes sense. I did that before for supporter packs on PoE1.
And mind you, that's coming from someone who kind of knows all the content. I'm still, because there's something different about making it versus actually playing it live with the players, seeing them discover it, uniques being linked in chat and on Reddit and all of that.
I'll tell you right now, I don't know that I'm going to be getting a new chair.
See how people are going to think, what's worth 1
obviously
chaos or what's worth 10
any
chaos,
subs you guys donated, I will keep that money for a chair.
Even the currency.
But any other thoughts I have are
Yeah,
probably
yeah,
going to
I'm
this.
pretty sure that one C spam in chat might turn into one E because, like, you know, one Exalt. Given that Exalt is now,
I think it'll be chaos.
People probably-
the
people-
ad remove will still
Do you
be.
think
People don't
that's going to
appreciate, by the
spur
way,
back
like, so
out?
when we say we've increased, you're going to be getting multiple exalts in Act 1 in PoE 2. Like, we actually have increased that a lot. It isn't
Yeah.
just like an idle, you know, like
I can
thing.
see Exalts becoming the new kind of like chaos.
Yeah, I think actually that
chaos
will be.
being the
Well,
new
yeah, that'll be
I
interesting to
actually
see.
agree.
What is going to be the trade
yeah, we'll see.
currency?
like, that's my point.
But it's a new economy, right? Like, who
knows?
even knows?
Yeah, how's the new economy going to shake out? That's going to be
Market will
interesting to
have
see.
But I like that we're
Yeah.
already arguing about
Yeah,
this. It's good fun. Do you have some kind of like beta release roadmap for updates and things like that for people to look forward to? With that
I mean,
as well?
we certainly did have one 6 months ago when we were. but now that
feature
we're,
creep,
you know, now that we're sort of getting to release, it's like, oh my god, like, you know, we have to look at it. So, I mean, look,
Well, we'll never know what
it could
even.
easily end up being more. I certainly don't want to. I mean, look, 2025. I think really want to be, you know, full release in 2025. I don't really want to be spending more than a year. That would be pretty crazy. But I mean, honestly, like, we have to get all the content finished and all that sort of stuff. You know, we always feel like we underestimate these things, and of course, we have to learn what we need to learn. We have to get the game to the point when it is really fun. You know, we have to make sure that, like, all of the things, like, you know, we've got the difficulty right for all the players.
Yeah, I mean, they've got
They've got the
6
economy right, like, all
classes
the
to
stuff, and
add.
there's a lot of
They have
things that we're gonna have to sort
only
out. So
2
I kind of
ascendancies
have a
right now
feeling
for the
that
6
first
we
few weeks,
do
at least, are
have,
gonna
so
just
they've
be
got all that to
scramble
add.
of, like,
They've got
you know,
whatever
oh,
issues
crap,
actually
someone,
happen.
like,
There's going to
worked
be
this crazy thing out, or
bugs.
found this thing, and, like, you know, that's always scary.
There's going to be all
you know,
kinds of
because it's
balance
just,
problems, I'm sure.
When we add content to PoE 1, it's like at least the kind of base of stuff that we have is kind of, you know, well tested and people know kind of what's going on with it. But here it's like just complete new world, and we're the kind of game that has a lot of ability for players to do stuff that we wouldn't anticipate. You know, we have the you know, just the way support gems work and everything
There's
like that.
just so many combinations, yeah.
We don't expect, you know, with hundreds of support gems, it can be like that. So, you know, that's going to be an interesting one.
It will happen.
Yeah, for sure.
It is
will.
inevitable, right?
yeah.
Like, there's nothing we can even do about it because you need hundreds and thousands of hours of testing to be able to do that with what can only be done with hundreds of thousands of players. But that's also the magic of it all, which is awesome.
That's why I was asking you, like, are you literally really doing 12 classes and 36 ascendancies, like, actually?
Yeah,
'Cause
that's absolutely. We have,
a lot.
we know what we want to do with
It's a
all
bit
that stuff.
unhinged.
It is a bit, but you know,
It's so
we like a
unhinged, but
challenge.
that's so PoE.
I mean, you know, a studio that produces a passive skill tree like we do clearly has a bit of a glutton.
Unhinged exiles, every one of
totally
us.
good on 6 and then, like, I don't know, added more later in an expansion or something.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we could have. I mean, look, this is the plan. This is the plan. You know, I mean, like, as people go through early access, it's going to feel like there's just
Ziggy, don't
expansion
give
content
them
coming
bad
out pretty
ideas.
frequently. Just because, you know, we have all this stuff that we kind of, you know,
Exciting.
got a lot of the way through. So yeah, there's stuff to come. I mean, look, I'm pretty sure, like, I really want to get the druid out. Like,
Lots of people really, really want the druid.
bunch about as well. There's like those kinds of things. I think we'll be able to move towards those pretty quick. But you know, there's obviously more to do.
The other thing you mentioned, talking roadmap like things, is we've always been, you know, it's hard to predict because a lot of what will happen is, and what we leave space for is reacting to what the players want. And so if you plan everything for so long, you're going to have very, very, very slow reaction times to fixing, you know, or adding certain content where
In-game item
maybe
trading.
the issue is like, the campaign needs more of this, or this class needs more of this, or something. So if
In-game
you're planning,
item
then you're going to
trading.
be delivering on what they want solved like a year down the line or even longer.
Right.
I
And
want
we
that
like
more
to
than I
remain
want
very, very
6 more
dynamic and, like, you
classes.
know, you want to be able to fix that stuff like, oh, well, this is the main problem. Like, sure, obviously you need more than a week sometimes, most of the time. But we want it generally to be that the next releases, expansions, updates, whatever, can alleviate as many of those problems as possible. So, yeah, you try not to get too strict with the planning has generally been our philosophy because, especially when it comes to actually having the live service product out, because that is very, very important. Otherwise,
What do you folks, what does the team want out of the beta? Because obviously it's like a good way to market the game, but it's also, you know, key to shaping the game in the future. Like,
So-
an actual beta. It's not just early access.
I think
one of the most important things is I think it's going to be really good for the development team to get back into a live mindset and like get it back into the idea of like everything we make is shipping.
People are
so,
seeing
this.
this.
Like get back into this. People are seeing, like actually getting back into that and like being able to sort of see directly like, okay, we make something, it goes in the game, people like it, don't like it, like that kind of stuff. Like, and that really like that has been our studio for like most of its lifetime. Obviously,
Yeah, I'm sure that's
before we
very
released P1, it
motivating.
wasn't, but after that point, I mean, we are a company that likes to think that we can do live service better than anyone else. Like that is our goal. And so, like, getting back into that
Jonathan's
again, for the
so
entire,
competitive.
everyone
I
in the
love
studio,
it.
so that everyone's working on things that are going to be releasing within, certainly in less time than than 3 months away.
I love how competitive he is about
good
it.
for us again. I look forward to.
He
just
wants to
being able to do that,
be
because these
no
long-term,
less than the
really
best.
long-term,
They want to make the best ARPG.
so long
They
without
want to be the
proper
best
feedback,
at
like,
live service. They just want to be the best at everything they do, and that is so admirable.
in
I
a
love
real
it.
game, and so it doesn't perspective on the stuff. So I think that
Yes, it is a beta period, and
Oh my god.
that, and we mentioned it briefly.
I'm so tired of it buffering. Please, just let me watch it.
That's obviously. Plus, we have
I'm
other systems
dying
in
over
One
here.
Life. These are things we haven't mass tested, and obviously other games have, and they work, and that's awesome. There are other things like the end game system is a little bit less forgiving, in that if you die, you fail the map. Right? These things are things that we obviously need to test and iterate on in the future by adjusting the difficulty and stuff like that. And especially as you get towards this point of, the end game. Like, okay, Act 1 has been tested like crazy.
Yep.
Right? And you get less and less testing as it goes on, because you get less people, they've just been around for less time. And so, yeah, it's going to be a huge amount of iteration and feedback, and from the players and us just reevaluating all the stuff. And the thing is, we're always dynamic about that stuff. Like, we'll just change things if it's wrong. We'll redesign it. We'll come up with a new way. Jonathan's a firm believer of if A doesn't work and B doesn't work, then we'll find C. We'll find option C. We'll find option D, and we'll keep changing things, and we'll make it work. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of that iteration on our design decisions, how forgiving, because the game is pretty hard. It can be pretty hard. And so when you're on that fine line of things are difficult,
thing to nail down when you are making the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so we've seen that a
We
lot.
will
where
never know
folks
the
have
end of
been
Mark's point.
very willing to change and then rechange and rechange again. Some of the core features like flasks and the waypointing system and portals, and you're keeping that kind of mindset going into the beta then.
Of course. I mean, look, we're always willing to change stuff. Like that flask thing, like the most recent change to that was like ultra recent.
Yeah.
Like, have we even had like a closed beta of that yet? Was it? No, I think we haven't. Yeah. But I mean, I think it's way better than it was. Like, it's the things have improved a lot. And honestly, like that's one of those things we've been wanting to do, something to sort out flasks for ages.
Yep.
And it really came about because when actually looking at what new players were having trouble with when they were playing, Flask Piano was actually like, even from the very beginning of the game, actually ended up being one of those things that like people just had trouble with, just the manual dexterity required to like hit all your different flask keys, and then you have to know when one of your flasks has run out so you can move to the next one. And,
Yeah, I don't have that many working fingers.
Actually, it was like just a large amount of mechanical complexity right from the very beginning. With just like having to press.
I'm really glad they did the flask
Obviously,
change.
it's all utility flasks that people are using it in game, and then we kind of tried to band-aid this in PoE 1 with the some of the flask automation stuff that was added there, but there was still this idea that that you're still more powerful if you don't automate. So therefore, there's that trade-off there. So
you're just more powerful if you get mage blood. Really,
sure. I guess. Sure.
And then it's all automated, and you're very powerful.
Yeah, sure, all right. But so the point is, effectively, that the charm stuff that we're doing effectively means that the game is making that decision of.
I wonder what Mage Blood's going to do in PoE 2, because you know it's going to be in there.
You no longer have to do that like crazy flask piano to get the best.
I love that they've been keeping so much of the unique stuff under wraps so that we can just discover it ourselves.
The crafting more meaningful, I think, on the flasks, because when you've got like 5 slots, then like the individual mods and the individual stuff like seems to tend to not matter as much. I mean, obviously, you know, people want instant recovery and things like that, but you know, like but like now it's like the actual, it's much more meaningful, like on your life flask, the choice between do I want instant, you've only got one. So yeah, I think it is a lot better personally.
You have we'll
I can
jump
see
into
that.
flasks since we're on the topic. You have locked in effectively the fact that there's a mana flask there now, so there's always going to be a mana flask slot. And how does that tie into your design for mana? And are we always going to be using a mana flask slot, or
That's a
if we solve
really
another
good
way,
question.
What does it do?
You can absolutely solve another way, and then you'll just have a flask slot that isn't doing anything for sure. But I think it kind of has to work that way, because we really don't want because like once you sort of start to get into changing that around, I feel like the system sort of starts to break with regard to, like, you know, the feeling of like, I know where mana is, I know where my health is, like that kind of stuff. That being said, you know, we've always got uniques and stuff like that. I believe there's already
there is a unique that allows you to equip 2 life flasks.
But the thing is, then that's a build choice that you're making, so it's a little bit different, and that's fine.
I think it'd be kind of cool if
I think
you
the system as it works
unequipped
now
the
just
mana
makes
flask.
a lot
It
of
like it buffed your life
it does sound like on the
flask
mana
somehow,
side
but
of
you
things,
still
there
only
are gonna
had
be
one life
angles of
flask.
solving
I think that would be cool.
edition
But
number
maybe
470.
maybe uniques kind of solve it, but I don't know. Uniques are great, but they're
And,
very
we've
specific and
finally got it
limiting sometimes. So I feel like, you know, if that ends up being something that like everyone just
I
feels
think it
like
works. I
their
think it's
mana
good, so I
flask
think
is a
that Leech-
waste because everyone builds to not have to press it because having to press it is annoying.
I'm not gonna have to like
Then-
crack out the leech diagram showing the different buckets and things
Then
like
yeah,
that.
the question really becomes,
that
why do we have a
Leech
mana
might
flask?
No, I think I was going to say Leech is one of the most designed
Resource
time of
management is such a
anything,
difficult
and
thing. I don't
so-
feel like
so many
I've
arguments
ever
about that.
I feel like that one's never come to the fore.
been
Like,
excited
no,
by
no,
because the thing, but no one is happy
resource
about giving
management
accuracy,
in
but no one has
games.
a better idea than what accuracy that it
Some
can
are
give.
worse
And
than
like, everyone's gonna
others.
come up with, like, in chat a bit, I bet they'll be like saying, oh, you know,
I mean, I like it in PoE
give
1
this or
because
this,
you can
whatever.
basically
But,
start
there's,
out
like,
caring about it, and then
seriously,
you
there's
just
been endless arguments
completely
about that topic.
make
It's
it
like, it's
not
outrageous.
important.
Yeah.
It's basically what everyone does in PoE 1.
You've got me thinking about it now.
Yeah.
And I'm sure
I mean,
people will still do it in
speed
PoE
would
2,
be
but
good, but then that's
No,
probably
but you
too
can-
much.
no, you
I
can
think
see
it will
something
feel
like
kind of like
Dex, you
lame
can't-
Dex,
that you still have a
we
mana
can-
flask,
We
but
can
we'll
get
see.
all the designers down here right now.
Yeah, I know. But we'll just have it. We'll just have it out
You've-
again. We'll
you've
just have
had
it out
this whole-
again. Yeah,
The longest Q&A of all time.
yeah.
It's already going to be that.
Sometimes you're just like, you start the day, you're like, all right, here are the problems we need to solve, and then you're like,
What about
But then
no,
accuracy on Dex comes up again.
No, it's 3 p.m. and we're still discussing
Just, I
dexterity.
can't decide the volume. It's like loud, but
go home. Just make it accurate.
not loud.
Yeah, exactly. That is literally how it comes back to accuracy every
Yeah,
time.
that's fine.
This is okay.
Yeah.
They're excited.
of course. So for the PoE 1 enjoyers, what is the plan for PoE 1 during the course of this beta? Is there going to be leagues launching? Is it on the back burner?
Yeah. There absolutely will be leagues launching. Now I don't know the exact date, but the plan is kind of late February.
Yep.
But I mean, look, we'll see what happens. I will admit that unfortunately we did have to steal a few PoE 1 resources just towards the end here, which is kind of been a bit unfortunate. I really wish we didn't have to, but yeah. As I said, we kind of underestimated some of the stuff, but everyone is going to be going back to PoE 1 again for the February league, and you know, we're going to make sure that we can do that. Like, one of the things that was a big problem for our studio when we had a long-term project and a short-term project is that you know, you've always had that thing of like, you always want to work on the short-term thing.
Yeah.
So now that we've got 2 short-term things coming up, I actually think it's going to be a bit easier to prioritize in some respects because
Funnily enough.
you know, it's just like it's all that stuff.
Yeah, I
is
could see
then,
PoE 2 being
is, like,
put on
coming
the
up
back
soon.
burner over and
So,
over and over again
but
because
we'll see how it goes. But,
PoE 1
yeah,
stuff
we
was
need to
just
get that PoE 1
always
on.
looming. But also,
Just want to always make it clear that, you know, the reason why things can't be so planned out is, again, we're just releasing this
the
game.
way that they've
Obviously,
described
we
their
pivoted to
development
in-game,
process
and then
is
that
very,
needing more
like,
resources, and then of course combined with the fact
they
that
put everything, they put
you know,
every second
things
into what they're
obviously
doing.
change.
They're
There are
very,
unpredictable
like,
things in the
they-
environment. We can't necessarily guarantee.
they're very
and then, of
focused,
course, you
right? So
have,
having 2 different projects must have been
you
really,
know,
really hard for them
Christmas coming up
because
and all
they are
that, right?
they
There's
are
so many
all in
variables to
type
consider.
of people. Like the way they describe the
but
development
we also
process
don't
is
know
very
how much
all
time
in.
is going to be invested necessarily or need to be invested into live operations for post-release. How many problems are going to go wrong? How many builds are there? How many of the uniques are broken? How many, and where do all these resources go? There are like just millions of variables here to consider, and so like it can get very, very difficult, especially at this time.
I'm so excited about the Ascendancies. I really want to rewatch the
grace
main
period, so to speak, where we're more like
presentation because there was so much there.
Where we're putting out fires everywhere,
and it was jumping, and like my brain was distracted by how mad I was.
And then we were going to be like, all right, let's recap. All of that, based also on the feedback we get from that period where everything's on fire. Not to make it sound like it's really bad, but that is the inevitability. Is that there's always problems. And
hopefully, it appears good from a player perspective.
Why is there always just Diablo PoE
found this and
drama in chat?
Like ideally, the best thing is when we're able to fix some kind of exploit before people even hear about it.
Yeah.
And when I say exploit, I'm just talking about some broken thing. Like if we we obviously normally have to worry about like the whole mid-league nerf concept. But it's like if you can deal with something within like an hour or two of it happening, that's like you're kind of okay because no one had a chance to kind of like everyone didn't swap their build over to it or whatever.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to be really on the ball for PoE 2 just because there's so many things that are new.
Well, I mean, look.
I'm curious how many people are going to play like day one early access.
How many of them can be pushed up the elevator? You know what I mean? Well, that's what I mean. When I say fire, I'm talking about bosses getting pushed up elevators.
Because there were a lot of people watching this stream.
Mercenary flashbang.
150,000 people were watching on Twitch. That's crazy.
By the way.
And that's not including all the people that were watching like through a streamer.
It's just internally. It's like, oh no,
like that's a lot of direct people watching.
After release, and there's lots of things going on. You're like, oh geez, what do I solve first? But obviously, it's the same as PoE 1. We're good at it at this point.
Got some experience.
Yeah.
Belts. You aren't going to be torturing us with like releasing beta stuff at the same time as PoE 2 league PoE 1 league launches.
Yeah, the plan is to keep them separated a bit from each other so that you get a chance to play.
Don't
with
make me
both
choose.
Yeah.
Don't make me choose.
We saw a cinematic.
Oh yeah, let's talk about cinematics.
It was pretty. That was quite epic, and I know it's been cooking for quite some time, and that was pretty exciting. But we've also seen just a lot of story stuff happening on a much higher level than previously now. So stepping up your storytelling game here a bit.
Yeah, so we're really wanting to make sure that the storytelling in PoE 2 is much better than what it was in PoE 1. There's a lot more kind of.
I'm glad they're specifying storytelling because the story is good.
Like that kind of like stuff with and things like that. Like all that stuff we've just got a lot.
It's the presentation that's really difficult.
Like between the acts, there's these kind of like more kind of motion graphic type cutscenes just kind of established.
Cutscenes.
And there might be some more surprises later on in the game as well. Not in early access, later on that we can that you can see as well. But ultimately, we just want to make sure that I think a lot of people who got through the PoE 1 story had no idea what was happening by the end, and so effectively we want to make sure that
because people don't read. People don't read.
Are able to absorb things,
but they also don't want to stand in front of an NPC for 30 minutes talking to them.
Break the feeling that like when you're playing a second time, that it feels like we don't want it to feel annoying the second time.
We were talking about this morning.
That's a good point, though. Yeah, you don't want to slow people down.
I'm a believer of the fact that if you just when you change the camera position for a cutscene. Immediately it feels way more annoying, like because there's this whole thing of like if you click on an NPC and like the camera changes position, like sure when you're playing through the campaign the first time, that kind of thing is like like that can be cool, but then if you're like you're playing through the second, third, fourth, fifth time, you want to be able to go to the NPC and go click, 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 and just get past, and without it feeling like you've had to sort of worry about anything.
It's a good point.
So like effectively, we want to make sure that it's still that we still have that because
that it's still skippable.
We're a game
all right, interesting.
So ideally, we can kind of deliver both. It was like an amazing story that you're taking little things just all through, while also maintaining the fact that if you know what you're doing, it's like you don't have to go talk to some quest giver just to get a quest. Like you can just go do the thing, without having to talk to someone about it first. That kind of stuff is really important just to make that stuff work well when you know what you're doing.
Yeah, you said something this morning that stuck with me, where you said like Path of Exile is a game where the player's meta knowledge is allowed and encouraged.
Absolutely. So
you're allowed to cheat. There's quests.
yeah, so
you know
effectively
what to do.
there's what the character knows and there's what the player knows, and in our game, what the player knows is needs to be sufficient as far as like being able to progress the storyline. If you don't want to have it so you just talk to an NPC just to find out something you already knew as a player.
Yeah, like
so
if you know you kill this boss, you get the next area's waypoint. So you just like kill it, log out,
Yeah.
log in,
Yeah,
waypoint,
yeah.
right?
I love doing that.
Meta knowledge.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So you explained to me the other day the kind of the context for the beast and how that leads into the cutscene in the beginning of PoE 2 from PoE 1, and that I think helped put it in a lot more perspective for me and made me appreciate and understand what's going on with the story.
So
here more.
effectively, what you're seeing in the opening cutscene is effectively the a new seed of a beast that is going to be is growing. Now in PoE 1, the beast was killed. And then what happened in response to that is a bunch of all the gods in the world were able to, effectively rise again. In the world, and
Come on.
we don't want to spoil too much about the storyline overall. The Count is wanting. Once again, and then we have the mysterious figure there who.
I just want to watch. I just want to watch.
This always turns out badly.
There was a comment in chat that I loved that was like, "Stop opening Eldritch boxes."
Yeah, exactly.
Why do people keep?
Wouldn't you press the button?
I mean,
there's a puzzle box.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to open it. What's inside?
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes. I mean, I'm gonna try, but who knows how many hours it's gonna take me?
Indeed.
So we had a fun moment earlier where you were watching it and you were like, "Oh, we really need to rename that passive because he's a Karui and it's a wolf. It's called a wolf.
Great Wolf's Howl. And the
Great
Great
Wolf's
Wolf
Howl.
obviously being
So he went out there.
Islamite history.
You started telling him.
I stomped out of the room. And I was like, we need to rename that notable. He's Karui. And then I was kindly reminded that actually he was
an orphan who
orphan and was adopted by a Islamite and raised.
Well, actually.
And so yes, there is a mixture of Karui and Islamite background, and I was like,
it works. You were wrong.
Fair enough. I walked back in here all sad and whatever. My bad. It's fine. The name is
looked
good.
so chastised when he came back in. But that just like points to the fact that I feel like you're doing a lot more with the characters here.
For sure.
You even mentioned that the ascendancy stuff is going to have an impact
Yeah.
story-wise.
So like with
that's wild.
We just think a lot about this kind of stuff. Chiyula, for example. So that we have this sort of storyline with the origins of the monks. There's like an order of monks who worship a thing they call the Dreamer, and the Dreamer is actually Chiyula. So and they don't know this. So they're effectively worshipping a breach demon. So the acolyte of Chiyula is effectively you embracing the fact that I'm worshipping a breach demon. I'm just going to go all the way.
I'm in too deep now.
Yeah, exactly. we're just gonna do it. So there's a lot of thinking like that goes into these things. Like what is the history of these people? Like because.
See, and they've always done that. I feel like
inspires interesting mechanics as well. So, for example, on that one, you've got that into the breach skill, which kind of means you're always in a breach all the time. You can see the things going on like that. That stuff is. I think that there's a lot of cool inspiration there. So coming up with that storyline stuff for that stuff,
There's a couple other little things that I think is cool as well, and hopefully people will notice and pay attention to. So there's one of the bosses that was shown as uses a lot of time or chronomancy, and interestingly, if you are a sorceress and if you, for example, try to use time freeze, the boss is like, that doesn't work on me. And there's a dialogue
interesting.
line, if you cast temporal chains on them, he's like, just puts it back on you, and it's like, and so there's interesting things like that, and it doesn't like change things on a grand scale, right? It doesn't make a certain class not viable or anything like that, but there's just interesting little quirks and quips everywhere. Different bosses have different intro lines depending on what class you're playing. They have different skill lines sometimes depending on what class you're playing.
We've got different dialogue all through the campaign for different classes. Like the sorceress is obviously from the Maraketh. When she goes back to the Maraketh, there's kind of a little backstory there about how she was banished originally. So she needs to find a way to she needs to be accepted back into their culture again. Like we've got things like the character we talked about earlier. So the warrior was an orphan.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to do like
he was brought up by
pay
actually one of
attention to the
NPCs
story
in
runs
Act 1 town. So obviously there's a whole
a
different
few
dialogue there
times.
because
Like
he's
we might just pay attention to the story
You've got things like that.
the first
There's
time
a
with
lot of
every
thought that's gone
class.
into, just trying to make it feel like all these character classes have some level of involvement with.
Because I'm going to be in information overload when I play this anyway. The first few
The
times.
world map, you have the icons that show different things that are in each act, like all the things you want to explore,
Such a good idea.
and yeah, awesome. But each of them also has a little bit of a little bit of text on them as well. And like, for example, there's one in one of the first areas in the game that's just like a camp of Iron Count guards, and we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did. Whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to like hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food. And the Ranger just like snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing.
I'll be right back, but I'm still listening.
And you're like, you hear whispers of an Iron Count, scouting party that was slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle.
The history
and
of
these little things, like somehow much better. And when you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well. Micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before. We didn't even think of before. But yeah,
I like that
awesome.
a lot because, like, as an action RPG gamer, I don't really care too much about plot, but I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's like I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want like the things happening around me that like build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's
the baddies being cool. I mean, that's
I'm
how we
watching you
almost
cook.
designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Yes. So what you were saying? A shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer yesterday, getting excited about it, and then I was like, I want to play that. That's awesome. That like character, and so like
cool.
All of us. And then we had another guy like suggest. We're definitely come on. We have to see like that's gonna be cool. And you can under all the armor, but you can do things like with our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name on the warrior.
Is there a red light coming from underneath the couch?
Now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add
that ascendancy sounded cool.
That, like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like it's believable as opposed and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic and
it makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the it's already I think I almost feel like ascendancy is more important than the classes for players kind of like feeling the vibe of what they want to do with their character. Like.
For sure, because the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapon. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but by high level.
Got a third paycheck this month, so a part of it will just go to supporter bag.
Stuff you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, the ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct. That another different class.
So the other interesting thing about the packs.
So
So you want to make that super cool. And on that note,
that I saw, I'm gonna check again real quick.
People definitely confused and a little worried about ascendancy and what's happening with that. And people were like,
from the $100 up, you start getting extra keys for early access,
Like this, is this another lab again?
Which is pretty
I want
cool.
you to, like lay it out. like simply as possible. Like how do you ascend?
Ugh, I want
so
that big
effectively,
pack so
in the-
bad. $480
Full game, there's
though.
going to be 3 Ascendancy trials. For early access, there's 2. And effectively, you can use any of those Ascendancy trials to be able to do your Ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if you as you get to higher level keys for those trials, that will unlock more points.
Maybe I'll
Like, if
just
you do it
chew
at
on my
certain
own
level
leg
break
for the
points,
next 4
that will allow you
months.
to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the
So
Trial
that
of
I
Chaos
can
God,
afford the 480
with,
pack.
you know, to get
You
all
got
your
4
points,
keys total, but
you
I think
can
one of
just
them is mine. Yeah, I think that's right.
just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. You know, if you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the because in the Trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
Yeah, you don't go into the
Oh,
gauntlet rooms.
okay,
You
interesting.
can just go to other things
Do
and
the
do
combat
like, do the
ones.
combat ones, and that's
That's cool. That's
too.
really
So
cool.
Effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. Like it's
I
funny
wonder if
because, like,
that
I know
does
traps are so
keep you
contentious,
from
but,
certain rewards,
also there are
though?
other people
That's
who just enjoy
unclear.
That stuff. So you know, you want to have something for all those people.
It doesn't sound like it.
There's
It's
these like
Path of Exile, divisive content, but lots of choice, and you can choose what to do and what not to do, and then we're embracing that here now, and that is.
I mean, you're
just a win.
clearly leaning into that now. You have, well, I mean, such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with PoE 2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier, but divisive.
For sure.
And
It
now you're,
sure
like,
looks
setting
like it has more
trees
content
and
than
having
Last
these things
Epoch
be a little
and
able to
Diablo
be
4
focused on a lot
combined.
more. And you're doing that with the trials,
Which is
with the
insane.
ascendancies.
But, you know,
and you can like
GGG
you can
is
kind of
insane.
do all of them and drip feed yourself
Of course.
smaller
And I mean,
progression if you want.
and there's also stuff that you're going to be getting from those, like specific rewards and everything that might incentivize you to do that. But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's fine too. So you know, like that's always part of the.
Yes, like the rewards.
going
there, for
hard
example,
for PoE 2 now. Gotta
like
make that
jewels
purchase
drop
worth
throughout
it.
the
Yeah.
world. But if you want to get more jewels,
That's awesome,
you go and
though.
run Sanctum. Now, if you
I
want to get the
hope
Radius
y'all love
jewels,
it. I really do.
Well, it's Sanctum.
I feel pretty confident I'm going to love
Trial of
it.
the Sycamore.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1 player, this is effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously, you know, American.
Oh, they straight up said it.
You know,
Yeah, it's like Sanctum.
American trial now, and you know, we've changed it. A lot of things about it have changed, and all like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic. You know, in terms of like, that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being
PoE
the
1
theme,
is
and of course
amazing.
now it's
Yeah.
redesigned and it's
But I think it's going to be
evolved into,
really hard to
Trial
go
of
back
Chaos.
from what we've seen of the
A lot
gameplay of
people in
PoE
chat would
2.
have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who
On top
haven't
of
played,
not
would
just the
probably be like,
gameplay, but like
I don't understand.
it's just so much. There's just so much new happening with PoE 2, and there's so many lessons learned from PoE 1 and PoE 2
get used to the new
that
names, which is
it's
very
gonna
hard.
be hard. I think.
But
you know,
anyway,
I
point
think the
being,
thing
like,
that's
of
going to
course,
be hard for
Valve's
me
dropped
is
in the world
like
as well, and if you want a larger
I'm
dose of
sure
Valve's,
PoE 1 league announcements are going to still be so hype that I'm going to want to play PoE
They're
1.
all item generated keys as well. It's not like you
But
have
we'll
to
see.
do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away. At any point, you
I might
can
log in on the
also
next
buy
PoE
more
1
keys
league
if
and
you
just be
want to
like,
farm more of that thing.
ooh, I can't play this
and
anymore. If
you just
PoE
wanna do it
2
later,
is good
just
enough
stockpile
and
a
like
bunch of them,
feels
run
good
them all
enough,
at
I
your-
think
at your leisure, you know what I mean? It's like you have the
yeah,
freedom.
it could make it really hard to play PoE 1.
Tradable as a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but
well, as is everything, right? We do the
Yeah.
only thing you can't trade is gold.
Yeah.
So we're like the exact opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely tradable and the items get locked. We're like the gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free and open.
Yeah, and that's because you've made gold be this like way to be like you're playing the game, so you have access to this. And
Absolutely.
So you
Yeah,
don't want to trade that away.
effectively.
Yeah.
Messes with your resolutions.
so
Weird.
How on the ascendancies and the trials? How hard?
I
do
hate
you
games that,
foresee getting
that
your
do that to
ascendancy
my
be
computer
while
too. But
leveling?
I've never
Do
had
you
that
expect
issue with
people to
PoE
fail
1.
out and attempt these things multiple times, and what does that look like if you do?
Well, I failed the first time I did this.
Yeah,
did the trial.
it is important to know that that first itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Oh, interesting. Okay.
You changed that recently because
Yes, I did.
that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require you to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yep.
But yeah, so pretty much you get to reattempt it, and you know, for something like
With the
Ultimatum,
startup, okay.
Yeah, just to immediately start thinking of exploits. It's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But yeah, the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah, so
it is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt.
I did. Not
you
to
did.
brag.
You
Not
did.
to brag. I did.
Well,
I did pass. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially in that boss fight.
I was watching him do the boss
You
fight.
came
from
by
afar.
right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some like kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But
Yeah,
that
you
was
were
part of
like-
my strategic choice.
I was watching you from. I'm like, how was it
Part
so
of my
fast?
strategic choice.
This isn't the PoE2 slide.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
This game's supposed to be slow.
It's good. It was
That's
good fun.
funny.
I quite liked it. I like mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite like the Trial of Second, but knowing that there's other choices, so I can do Ultimatum instead or something like that is fun.
100%.
So you got these like 2 roguelike dungeons that are going into the beta that launch, but they're done very differently. One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on and scaled by your health, which I noted as quite
And your defenses
interesting.
now, it can be
And your
fully
defenses.
mitigated and
yeah,
everything.
So fully scaled by your character. You go in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
And then with
you've solved
Ultimatum,
that.
and just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
no
thing
traps
that
in Ultimatum
yeah.
and no honor system in Ultimatum. If
Correct.
you just want more of a pure
Yeah,
combat
correct. You can do
experience,
Ultimatum,
then
so.
that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
It will eventually.
is a secret for now.
So
but-
once Act 4 goes in, then we'll.
I really want a
then we'll have,
roadmap from them. I know
third
they
trial,
don't
so,
really
you know,
do
people sort of broadly know that the crew are in
that.
Act 4, so it's a question of how would the crew ascend.
but I really want a roadmap.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called trials,
Even if they just say
associated with
like,
the crew at
"Hey,
some
this
point
is
in
what
the
we're
past,
planning to add next,"
how
and
likely
not
that is to
when.
happen.
I'm just thinking now.
That would just be nice to know.
Thaumaturge class before, and I'm already thinking like, oh. It'd be
But
so
I
cool to
understand why they
ascend
wouldn't
and
want to talk about that
Ultimatum, we
like
want the Trial
today,
Master to
because
say
right now
different
they're
lines
just talking
to you
about all the
because you're,
things
like,
they
choosing the way
do
of
have, and they
Valor.
don't want to. They don't want to confuse the message because and start talking about
can't
things
stop
that aren't
thinking
going to be
about
there
it.
on day
I
one.
did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the Trial Master.
Yeah, he's cool.
Good. A little salty sometimes that you're taking this power, it seems. So we have the unique rewards from each of them. We got like the like you said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then there are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And is there something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already. I know what they. I'm not going to say it. Don't worry.
Okay, keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly if I accidentally say it, it is certainly by mistake. But yes, don't.
And that Varlorbs from the Ultimatum in particular they seem like they're a lot more important, a lot more powerful.
I mean, I certainly think that like some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So So one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there. And so that means that when you do a Varlorb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus one socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively
There are so many layers here, which I mean,
normally get
to be expected from these
like,
guys, but
regular
like.
items. Whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere,
It's just
those ones are just
again
kind of
one of
normal
those
everyday
cases
mods
where
that
like
you'd expect to find
you'll
in
have
the
this
game.
perfectly.
Just resist
I'm
some
sure we
damage
will
and
have
that kind of stuff.
perfectly
So
viable,
effectively, the soul
powerful
cores
builds
is, is
without
kind of the
using
more
runes,
end-gamey, socketables that you might
without
wanna
using
use.
corruption and all this other
obviously being able to
stuff.
get,
But like the fact that there's that
plus one
extra
socket is
layers just
something
means like
everyone will want.
there's always
But on the other hand, there is
another hill to climb. You know, there's just so many layers to like
if you think
improving
about,
your character, and then like
we talked about
the
enchantment,
higher
yeah. So
up
some slots you might value the enchantment
the
over
hill,
a rune or
the
a
higher
socket
the
slot,
hill
right?
you're on
That's
is
probably, especially
the
towards
more
endgame, I'd say that's probably going to tilt
difficult
that way because,
or like the
you
lower
know,
the chance for you to get
maybe
the
a soul
thing,
core
so the
contests
more
with it,
times
but,
you're gonna
the
have to
whole point
like
is that
roll
there's,
for the
choice
thing.
there involved.
It's great.
And then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens, but for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively do a Chaos Orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. And I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing, I've got like, it's just, you know, life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start Valing everything, because why not? You know, I've got my Val Orbs, and I Val it, and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res, and now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet, and I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you know, you got your 3 damage mods, and you got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, you know, like, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, you know, whereas before it's like if it bricked it, it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So.
And then you told me about a new unique result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
100%.
Yeah,
it's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. You know, I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way.
You know,
okay, it didn't turn into a dexterity.
Come on. Come on.
Yeah, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values.
Ugh.
Up to,
all right.
I can't remember exactly.
Patience is
It changes all the
evaporating.
values to between.
I think I'm going to switch off this. We're going to go back and
maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 life Helm's Heart, and this is me
watch
assuming
the
it's 20%
VOD
variance, but example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket. Just
sorry, hold on.
Helm's Heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. But
we're gonna get off of live because I'm losing my mind watching this. And we can't, even though it's not over, we can actually watch the VOD. Thank goodness. And hopefully it's not completely a mess here. I'm still gonna do it through Twitch. Just
Sir,
let's watch the cinematic again, shall we? Shall we?
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain.
Actually, no, they had tech issues. Let's just do this.
You can choose an existing camps and treasures.
Actually, I don't know how to do this because... Let me check something. So they've got... early access gameplay trailer. Is this part of the game? Okay, that was the end of the gameplay trailer, I think. Okay, so if we're gonna do that,
sir,
let's watch the trailer.
What are we facing here?
A relic of the old world. Ready your men, Captain. We will only get one chance. And remember, when you hear the whispers, call for help. Do not attack.
When you hear the whispers, what do you think he was on about?
It's Dorman, right?
Yeah.
Then Dorman, shut your damn mouth. Ugh, why do I always get stuck with these rookies?
Hey, the kid's got a mean cleave. Give him a chance.
Quiet.
It's kind of funny because cleave is a skill. At least in PoE 1.
Sullen!
Oh, this is so much better than when we were watching it live already. Oh my god.
A mean cleave, eh, Captain? Rookie can't even lift his own sword. Captain Oren? Captain?
Uh-oh.
It's here. Rain! Send the signal!
What the fuck?
Rain! On my back, blade up!
Come on! I'm ready. I'm ready. It's a man.
No, it's not. Run.
This is pretty good for their first time doing something like this. Oh, this is pretty good.
Captain!
Why are you here? What is this? Stop! Humanity isn't ready.
On your feet, lad.
Sir, the captain,
You'll be fine. Here.
What is this?
Get the body.
Stop. Mortal. It can still be contained. You don't know what you have unleashed.
Your kind no longer control this world. We cannot destroy your body, it's true. But you will watch as we destroy everything you have built. Bind him! Feed. Grow, my child. I'll make sure you can eat your fill.
Huh. Okay, that was a very different experience watching it without the buffering. Oh. Oh, I love it. I love it so much. Okay, hold on. Let me see here. And then let's watch the trailer here.
Existence is a thing of beauty, precious, but impermanent. Life and death are mortal enemies, yet bound to one another. The continuation of life must be protected at all costs.
That's so creepy.
Some have said my methods are brutal. To this, I say, there can be no salvation without sacrifice.
Ugh. I love that tree. Ugh. Is that a claw? Wait.
We are faced with the end.
There's so much I missed when we watched this before because I was distracted by the buffering. What was that? It's crazy screen coverage. I love it. Love it. What is that? Oh, no. It's a weapon. It's a mace or something. Okay. Sorry.
We are faced with the end, and I will do what I must.
Oh my god. That's so cool. I wonder if those things they didn't show us is going to be like Delve. Or like Delve reimagined. Because they said it was underground. They have just bosses for days.
Those who obsess with death, let them soon be acquainted with it.
I love how Mark was just like, yeah, we have 50 right now, and then we have to get 100 for the thing, but like, we're going to have hundreds. He's ready to have hundreds of bosses. He is ready for it. Okay, and I think... Okay, yes, they had technical...
He dashes in and...
Where were we?
Choosing a...
Trying to get to, like, basically after those two trailers.
Hi, I'm Jonathan Rogers, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Now, Path of Exile 2 is going into early access in around 2 weeks on December the 6th. But even though it's early access, this isn't just some small taste. The game is huge. In this live stream, we're going to be introducing everything you can expect. So without further ado, let's roll the gameplay trailer.
Existence.
Okay, so this we watched.
Beauty.
I think.
Now, as you just saw, even in early access, Path of Exile 2 is a big game.
Big.
It's actually been 5 years since we announced PoE 2, and over that time we've revealed a lot, but it's been in bits and pieces. It's pretty hard to keep track of it all, so today we're going to do a full rundown of all the content that will be available at the start of early access. Classes, character progression systems, and for the first time, a full overview of the end game. This is going to be a big one, so get comfortable. For 20 years, Rayclast has been free from any sources of corruption, but the Count of Ogham, tempted by promises of power, intends to harness it once more. The dead are rising, monsters are mutating, and madness is spreading. Under the dark influence of corruption, the Count doles out sentences of death to any who would question him. And this is where you find yourself at the start of PoE 2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an ancient Val city. There are challenging monsters, hidden
Why
rooms,
is it still hiccuping?
lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants.
They
and
must
of
have been having
course,
technical
unique bosses.
issues during this part.
No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation.
Or am I just buffering? Oh, I just want to watch it. I just want to watch it so bad. Just gonna give it a second. It looks so good, though. It looks so good. All right, let's see if it's cleared up a little.
On the way, you'll face fearsome monsters, meet strange characters.
It must have been the stream. Like, this is... Because we were clear up until this point.
Forge unlikely bonds and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class.
Yeah, there's people saying F. Huh.
Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and
Yeah,
his
hopefully
mechanics
they
involve
post
building
this
up
on
and keeping
YouTube.
momentum. Like all classes in PvE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to
Since
mix
this
and
is a
match different
pre-recorded
combos.
part, it should be fine.
To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing...
Yeah, okay, this is where they had tech issues. Again. Just gonna give it a second. I don't think they took very long from here to fix it. Never mind, maybe they took longer than I remembered. Time was passing so quickly when we were watching this.
Sir,
There we go.
what are we facing here?
Precious. Those who
power and tends to harness. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches
21.
the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing where you find yourself at the start of PoE2. Explore the dark forests of Ogham. Traverse the barren plains of the Vasteri Desert. And delve into the jungle ruins of Exile, an ancient Val city. There are challenging monsters, hidden ruins, lost camps and treasures, roaming merchants, and of course, unique bosses. No two areas are the same. It falls to you to track down the seed of corruption, the source of all this devastation.
That little description of
On
the
way, you'll
campaign
face
sounds
fearsome
so
monsters,
different from
meet
PoE1.
strange characters, forge unlikely bonds, and uncover lost civilizations. But first, you'll need to pick a class. Now, early access will initially have 6 classes available. Let's have a look at them. The Monk is a fast and furious melee fighter. He dashes in and out of combat, and his mechanics involve building up and keeping momentum. Like all classes in PoE2, you'll want to use a wide variety of skills to mix and match different combos. To get new skills, you will first need to find skill gems. Using a skill gem will open the gem cutting menu, which shows all the active skills available in PoE2. You can choose an existing skill to level up, or choose to engrave a new one. Since this is a level 7 skill gem, even if you pick a new skill, it will immediately be level 7, so there's no harm in trying out something new. The Monk primarily uses the quarterstaff. There are 3 schools of martial arts: lightning, ice, and wind. But don't think you have to stick to just one. The best combos are going to involve mixing elements of all 3. Let's try killing Palm. Like many monk skills, this can be used to quickly take advantage of a specific
Actually,
situation.
more like interested
If
in
there's an
monk
enemy on low life,
from
then use
this
killing Palm to dash to them
than
and
I
kill
have
them
been up to this point.
This will provide a power charge. Then we can use a different skill to consume that power charge for a much more devastating attack. The monk also has powerful combo skills. Tempest Bell, for example.
Do you notice
is a
the
skill that
gold
places a giant
bar that was
resonating
around
bell.
the mana in that last
Hitting the bell
part?
causes it to ring,
I don't know what
dealing
that
damage
was.
to all enemies around it. You can also do things like freeze or shock the bell, which will add elemental damage to the strikes. The monk also has a variety of
Yeah, there
abilities
it is
to
again.
empower his staff. If an enemy is close to being stunned, you can use Staggering Palm to punch them down. After that, any attack you do will shoot out wind projectiles. There are 21 active skills for quarterstaves, so this just scratches the surface of the options that you have. By endgame, you'll be dashing from pack to pack, spewing projectiles and obliterating screens of enemies with huge combo attacks. Now, if you like a style of melee that's a little slower but hits much harder, then the warrior is for you. He pounds the ground with big chunky attacks and can shrug off the hits of small enemies with large amounts of armor.
Really big
Even though the mace
AoEs.
slams are slow, you never lose control. Longer attacks can be retargeted as you go, and if you find yourself committed to a long attack, you can dodge roll out of it at any time.
Very cool.
Among the skill option for maces, you will find a variety of slams, fire attacks, war cries, and shield skills. Here,
Supercharged
I'm gonna
slam. That's
slam
what
the
I want to
ground,
build
rending
into.
it apart with lines of fire. Any slam skill will then cause these fissures to erupt with lava. I can even run through them with a skill like Stampede to do huge amounts of damage.
But we're gonna have to do something else for like
The warrior
normal
can
pack
also use
clearing, I
war
think.
cries, which can empower your
But
next
we have
skill. Seismic
6
Cry, for
holes,
example, will
6
double any slams
links.
from your next attack. The Stampede counts as a slam, so I can double that for even more craziness. If you want to go a little faster and be a little more defensive, equip a shield. In PoE 2, you can raise your shield at any time to block all damage from the front. Even
It's crazy
spells.
that you actually block
While
all
holding
damage.
up your shield, your stun meter will build as you take damage. So be
But I
careful.
guess it's the stun
If
meter,
reaches
yeah, that
100%, your stance
prevents
will
it
break
from
and
being
you will be
broken.
vulnerable. Some enemies also have unblockable attacks, which are indicated by this red flash. If you see one of these coming, make sure to dodge out of the way. Using a shield also gives you access to shield skills, like Shield Charge, which allows you to charge towards enemies and stun them. While charging, you're also blocking the whole time, so you have full damage immunity from the front. The warrior also has access to totems. Some totems have built-in abilities, like Shockwave Totem, which can be placed to stun nearby enemies and trigger aftershocks like those from the earthquake. But you can also get Ancestral Warrior Totems, which allow you to use any slam skill in your repertoire. This is a meta skill, which means that it's a skill you can put other skills into. I can take a slam like Sunder and socket it into my Ancestral Warrior Totem. Now when I summon him, he'll sit there and slam the monsters from a distance. There are 20 active skills for Masons.
I'm not
so there's a lot
excited
more
that
to try
totems
out.
are back.
But by endgame, you're going to be dropping hammers from the sky, leaping fearlessly into combat, and separating the very earth you stand on. Time for some ranged attacks. The ranger is primarily about the bow, but we wanted to make sure that she feels agile as well. In PoE 2, you can shoot while moving. Combined with all the skills the ranger has that allow you to jump around, you will have a lot of mobility in combat. Bow skills have a variety of lightning, poison, ice, and physical attacks. Lightning attacks bounce around between targets. You can also stick lightning arrows in the ground which explode when hit by the bouncers, or electrocute enemies to take them out of combat. Ice attacks allow you to slow and freeze enemies to keep them away from you. Using poison, not only can you slowly damage your enemies from afar, but also grow some interesting plants. With 21 bow skills and all the mobility and combo tools the ranger has,
Yeah,
you
no,
can take
y'all that were
advantage of
here
every
earlier when we were
situation.
watching the old
By
Ranger
endgame, you'll be
stuff,
clearing
like,
hundreds of arrows, be
it
they
looks
falling from the
so
sky,
much
bouncing around between
smoother
enemies,
now.
or spraying out of tornadoes. You might have noticed in the bottom left of the screen that the flask slots look a little different. In PoE 2, you have one dedicated life flask slot and one mana flask slot. Flasks gain charges as you kill enemies, and typically allow you to heal 6 or 7 times if they're full. But that's not the only thing you can use charges for. Charms are a new item type that will automatically defend you from various debuffs or damage types. Having trouble with getting frozen? Equip a Thawing Charm. When it's fully charged, it will make you immune to freeze for 3 seconds if you get frozen. To recharge them, just kill more monsters. You can gain more slots for charms by upgrading your belt. The Mercenary wields a crossbow that can be loaded with different ammo types, offering versatility, power, and mobility. All classes in Path of Exile 2 can be controlled with WASD, which makes this class play exactly like a shooter. For the crossbow, you will find skills that work like shotguns, sniper rifles, assault rifles, and even grenade launchers. But not only that, there are a wide variety of more interesting elemental ammos too. It's very fast to switch between ammo types, so long as you already have them loaded, which makes the mercenary able to combo abilities together for devastating effect. Use Glacial Bolt to create walls of ice to separate enemies, then switch to fragmentation rounds to explode the ice, dealing massive AoE damage. If I come across an armored enemy, I could use armor-piercing rounds to break their armor, and then high-velocity rounds to take them down. Or perhaps I could fire a gas grenade to poison enemies before detonating the cloud with an explosive shot for massive damage.
I think I'm just now understanding the whole bolt situation, because if you look at the skills, I think you're seeing the number of bolts you have as you fire, and then over time, it's kind of like charges on the skill. Over time, you recover bolts.
There are 22 active skills for crossbows. By endgame, you'll be calling destruction down from the sky as you litter the battlefield with grenades and pepper your enemies with your automatic shotgun.
It looks like there's a lot of other ways you can get bolts too. Like,
let your minions do the work,
somehow it seems like they're manually reloading.
She can call forth hordes of undead monsters to fight for her while casting powerful chaos spells that debilitate her enemies. Occult skills are some of the most varied in the game, with skeletons, noxious spells, specialty minions, curses, and sacrificial magic. Before we talk about minions, we'll have to talk about a new resource in Path of Exile 2 called Spirit. This is a Spirit Gem, which allows you to pick from a range of persistent skills. All classes have a variety of these skills which can add some very interesting effects, like Arctic Armor, which does cold damage to enemies that hit you, or Raging Spirits, which summon fiery skulls each time you cast a fire spell.
That looks so cool. What the heck?
Witch, though, we'll want to be using our Spirit to create permanent minions. These minions will be revived automatically when they die, so you don't have to worry about resummoning them all the time. Here, I'm using the skill screen to allocate which minions I would like in my horde. You can see the spirit cost of each one. Skeletal warriors are cheap but weak, useful for tanking damage and distracting enemies. But I want more heavy hitters in my army, so I'm going to unsummon some warriors and instead add skeletal arsonists. Permanent minions come with special active abilities called command skills. You can order these guys to detonate your own minions for even more damage and area of effect. If you want a bigger army, you'll need a scepter. This new weapon type is imbued with even more spirit, allowing you to summon even more friends. And if you want an even bigger army than that, you can take advantage of corpses to summon true hordes of minions. But what can a witch do while her army is at work? Well, she has a range of chaos spells to spread disease amongst your enemies, or bone skills to impale them. Or, you know, you could curse them to make them weaker so your horde can take them down. There are 25 active occult skills. By the endgame, you will be the leader of a fearsome army of the dead, consuming everything in its path. The sorceress bends the elements to her will, using them to unleash devastation on her foes. This classic spellcaster weaves a flurry of elemental magic from afar. The elemental skills have everything you might expect and more. Fireballs, icy explosions, lightning storms, you get the idea. Each spell is unique and has many different ways to build and combo with others, even between different elements. For example, Flame Wall conjures a burning line that not only damages enemies, but also empowers all projectiles that pass through it.
The way that
if
looks.
If you place a wall and fire lightning sparks through it, they'll gain extra fire damage. It's a good idea to take advantage of the ability to automatically swap weapons when you use certain skills. Having a special staff with bonuses to fire skills and another with bonuses to lightning skills can really power up a combo like this. The sorceress can also take advantage of powerful trigger gems. For example, you could grab the Cast and Ignite gem and use it with Firestorm. As you ignite enemies, a counter will go up in the top left corner. When it's full, a Firestorm will automatically be cast at the enemy that was ignited. There are 25 active elemental skills. By endgame, you'll be firing off projectiles left and right as you rain down elemental storms on your foes. Now, those are the characters that will be available at the start of Early Access, but we will be adding 6 more character classes with just as many skills and options as these. There's a lot more to come. There's one more important thing to mention about skills. Even though we talk about them as belong to each class, in reality there are no restrictions. You can use all these skills on any class so long as you have the attributes. For example, a Poison Ranger might want to try out using Occult Curses to increase her poison damage, or a Monk might want to trigger Elemental Ice Walls to use with his Glacial Cascade combo. The possibilities for cross-class combos are practically unlimited. We're looking forward to what kind of things you guys might find. Now, Path of Exile is a game known for build customization, and we haven't even scratched the surface of what is possible yet. So let's talk about support gems.
Support gems.
Path of Exile 2 has a system of support gems that can be combined with your active skills to dramatically change the way they work. If you find a support gem, then right-clicking it will open up this screen. Here you will find a variety of recommended support gems for each of your skills that you can pick between. For example, this is a multiple projectiles support gem and can be used to add multiple projectiles to any skill. Normally when you fire a grenade, it'll look like this. But if we add multiple projectiles, then you get 3 of them. Once you have the gem, you can also freely move it between any of the skills on your character. If you want to have a multi-shot sniper rifle instead, then simply move the gem over to your high velocity round skill. Generally speaking, if it sounds like a support gem should work with a skill, then it will work. So it's a good idea to experiment. Note that you can only have one of each support gem on your character, so you'll want to think carefully about which supports can be used best with each skill for maximum damage. Now, if you want to stick to the recommendations, you should have a perfectly good time. But if you want to experiment a bit more, then uncheck that recommended button and you can see the full list of supports that will work with your skill. There are hundreds of support gems to choose from, and even we don't know the results of all the possible ways these can interact. Each skill can have up to 5 supports socketed into it, and if you're clever, you can come up with some pretty interesting ideas. Now all of this is just scratching the surface. You can make frost vortexes, break people's armor, make minions explode, make skills repeat, make enemies set each other on fire, cull enemies, or pin them to the ground. Supports let you drastically change the behavior of your skills and create your own unique build, or at least follow someone's OP build guide. So, speaking of builds, let's talk about one of the most iconic Path of Exile systems.
Tree looks so good.
The passive skill tree. Yes, it's huge. There are over 1,500 nodes on there. Now, a lot of people open the tree and can get a little intimidated at first, but try not to be scared. There are lots of options, but at its core, it's pretty simple. Each level you get 1 point to put into the tree. Each class starts at a different location, but they all share the same tree. Around your section of the tree, you'll find relevant bonuses for your character. You should be safe in the knowledge that there aren't many wrong choices here. Almost all the starting nodes will be useful for your character in some way. But if you do happen to make a choice you regret, you'll be able to respec any nodes you've taken by spending a little bit of gold. Now, the tree is generally divided up into clusters which have similar themes. In each cluster you will find small nodes that give simple bonuses like increased damage, but the real power comes from notables. Notables normally have much more interesting bonuses, and they tend to care a lot more about how your build works and what skills you're using. For example, in the mercenary area of the tree, this one gives a 25% chance for crossbow skills to not consume a bolt. And here's one that gives grenades a chance to blow up a second time. This one gives a chance for projectiles to rebound off terrain, as well as giving you some pierce chance to make that more likely. Note that even though this is in the mercenary section, this would work with projectiles from all classes, so there are often reasons to go to different areas of the tree. In order to get between these clusters, you will generally have to allocate nodes in the attribute highways. Attribute nodes allow you to pick which attribute you would like to use, so it's very easy to get points for any attribute that your gear might need. You can change which attribute these nodes give you for half price at the respec vendor. In addition to notables, you will also find even larger passives called keystones. Keystones have both an upside and a downside, and often require changing your entire build to design around them. A great example is Giant's Blood, which allows you to wield two-hand weapons in a single hand, but doubles the attribute requirements of them. You can use a two-hand mace with a shield, or even dual wield them.
Okay, so like...
Or how about Mind Over Matter, which makes all
what
damage go to your
happens
mana
if by
pool
my
first
hammer build
before
I
your
do
life pool, but you lose 50% of
two-handed
your mana pool.
hammer?
Skills like these can be tough to build around, but if you're
I
up for the
want it.
challenge, they can be very rewarding. As we showed you earlier on the Sorceress, you can swap between weapon sets
I
on
want
the
to do
fly as you use
supercharged
certain
slam
skills.
with
One of the new
two-handed
features in Path of Exile 2's passive
so
tree
bad
is that
now.
you can choose to have your passive tree change as you switch between weapon sets to take advantage of specific bonuses on the tree. For the Sorceress, you might want to change between fire and lightning specialization. Or you could switch between one hand and a two-hand setup in order to be able to block boss attacks while following up with heavy hits from your bigger mace. Or perhaps you could have a full curse set up on your witch to debuff enemies before switching to
And
a
like
Chaos
there's
degen
a
build for maximum damage.
Cyclone-esque skill with one of
If
the
you want to stick with just
melee
one
weapons. I
weapon
can't remember
set,
what it was.
You can just use these specialization points as bonus points to invest however you like. But creative players will find plenty of opportunities with this system.
I'm just
you
so
can get
excited.
weapon specialization points throughout the campaign from optional bosses and quests. For example, if I manage to defeat the Crowbell, I'll get a weapon specialization book. There are lots of other permanent boosts available from the campaign too.
I love the map.
On the map, you can see icons that indicate the many optional encounters you can find. Some of them have permanent character boosts, and others have powerful
And
items.
I love that they tell
If
you
you're
where
having
you can
trouble
go
getting
for
past a
and what
boss,
the bonuses
it might be a
are.
good idea to explore and see what you can find. For example, if you defeat Blackjaw the Remnant, you'll gain a permanent increase to fire resistance. One of the most important finds are spirit bonuses. You can find the first one here in the canopy in Act 1. Defeat the boss in this area to acquire a permanent addition of spirit. The permanent buffs you gain from spirit are very powerful, and every class will find a use for them, so make sure you hunt down these upgrades. There's one in each act. Now we haven't even talked about the most important element of character progression, items. That's why we're all here, right? Items in Path of Exile can be broken down into 4 rarity groups: normal, magic, rare, and unique. One of the things you're going to want to do as you play through the campaign is upgrade the items you find, and you can do that with currency items. An Orb of Transmutation will allow you to upgrade a normal item to a
I
magic
love
item
this
with 1
town
mod.
that's moving though.
You can then apply an Orb of Augmentation to add a second mod, then use a Regal Orb to add a third mod, and upgrade it to a rare. Finally, you can use some Exalted Orbs to add more mods to your rare to a total of 6 mods. One of the things we think is really important is to make these options available to use as you play. All the items that add mods are much more common than they were in Path of Exile 1, so that you can use them throughout your campaign playthrough. We want you to find things on the
him
ground
saying
that
that
can be crafted
first
into
time.
upgrades much more frequently.
Good.
As well as making the drop rates on these items much more common, you can also get them by disenchanting unwanted gear at the magic item vendor.
Oh, and
If
it tells
disenchant
you
magic
in the
items, you can build
pop-up
up to
now.
an Orb of Transmutation, and by
Oh, that's
disenchanting
so
rares,
good.
you can build up to Regal Orbs. Another important area of crafting items in PoE 2 is sockets. Some items you find will have sockets that can have Ezomite runes placed in them that add more mods to the item. If I insert this glacial rune into my helmet, it will give extra cold resistance. This is a great way to solve problems that you have with your build, like resistances or damage. If you find socketed items that you don't have a use for, you can take them to the salvage bench in town to work towards an Artificer's Orb. This will allow you to add sockets to your existing items.
Cool.
Body armors and 2-hand weapons can have up to 2 sockets, while the rest of your armor and 1-hand weapons can only have 1 socket. You can also salvage items with quality to create items like armor scraps or whetstones. These will allow you to increase the quality of your items for an up to 20% boost. If you don't want to disenchant or salvage your items, you can always sell them for gold. Gold can be used to buy items from vendors, and we've tried to do a lot to make sure that the items they have for sale are actually useful. Every time you level up, they get more stock, so make sure to check back often. Other vendors offer a gamble. Pay a flat amount of gold and you'll get a random item of a specific type. This could be a
Okay,
great
so
way to improve your gear.
I didn't
if
catch
you're
this the
lucky.
first time, so we're still
Gold
gonna
is
have
also used
vendors
to respec your passive
with
skills.
like
Take
something
advantage
you
of
can
the
see
system
what
to
you're
experiment
getting
with your tree and rework
exactly,
it as
and we're
required.
gonna have gambling with gold.
The other thing you might want to use gold for is the currency exchange. This allows you to exchange currency items with other players on an open market, in exchange for a small gold fee. Now, all items in Path of Exile are freely tradable. We never bind anything to your character, except gold. Now, most gear in Path of Exile 2 is randomly generated, but there's another type that isn't: uniques. They are especially rare, each with a handcrafted set of unusual mods which can dramatically change a character's build. They're not just better rare items, they can do much stranger things that can fundamentally change your character. Corpse Wade will make any corpses you run through explode into clouds of poison. The Sands of Silk is a body armor that changes your dodge roll into a blink, morphing you into sand as you teleport past your foes.
Ugh.
And of course, some uniques are just
Blink
pure
looks
hits of
so
dopamine,
good.
like Quill Rain, which just turns your bow attacks into full auto by doubling your attack speed. Each unique is something that you can build your character around. We try to make sure that most unique items have a potential use at endgame, even if you find them early on. And as you can see, every single unique item comes with custom art to match. The last character progression system that you can do during the campaign is Ascension. Starting in Act 2, you will come across Ascension trials, tests that you must complete to unlock your Ascension class. We'll explain these trials soon, but first let's take a look at what Ascending can do for your character. Each class has access to 3 Ascendancy classes, but at the start of Early Access, only 2 per class will be available.
Okay.
Ascendancy classes are unique to each character class, so choose wisely. They can drastically affect how you
I
build
love
your
the
character.
art so much.
As a sorceress, you could become a Stormweaver, a master of the elements. Tempest Caller causes elemental storms to be summoned each time you do a critical hit with a spell.
That's so cool.
With Strike twice, you can stack 2 copies of Shock for more damage.
Ooh.
And going deeper into the tree, you can make all your damage types apply Shock. Make a Shock build from any skill. Alternatively, you could become a Chronomancer and command time itself. She
So
literally has the
cool.
ability to stop time with Time Freeze. Not only that, but she has many other time
I missed
manipulation
so much of this
abilities.
part.
Using
So I was
Temporal Rift,
raging.
she can teleport back to a previous location,
What?
resetting her life and mana back to what it was.
What?
Or with Time Snap, she can reset all her cooldowns and cast all her spells again.
That's crazy.
On the Warrior, you can choose between the Warbringer
I love
or the
this art.
Titan. The Warbringer channels the might of his ancestors to gain tremendous power. Using Answered Call, you can summon ancestral spirits linked to each of your totems. With Jade Heritage, you can encase your body in a protective layer that absorbs all damage until it breaks. Warcaller's Bellow allows you to explode the corpses of your enemies. And with Great Wolf's Howl, you can ignore the cooldowns of your war cries. Let all that anger out. The Titan class is all about hitting big. With
I'm probably gonna do
Earthbreaker,
this for
every
my
slam is a chance
slam
to
build.
create an aftershock. With Crushing Impacts, every hit becomes a crushing blow, which will allow you to stun your enemies with ease.
Yes. That's
With
what I
Surprising
want.
Strength, you can take advantage of stunned enemies to deal 40% more damage.
Yep. I got to do that.
As a ranger, you might choose to be a Deadeye, an expert markswoman who can take down foes with style. With Endless Munitions, every attack gains an extra projectile.
Nice.
With Gathering Winds, she gains a small increase to movement speed with every attack. But be careful, she loses them when getting hit. With Eagle Eyes, she will never miss, allowing you to stop wasting all those passive points on accuracy.
Cool.
Alternatively, you could become a Pathfinder, the master of flasks and poison.
They didn't look very closely at that
She
one.
can
That
choose
last
from
one.
one of several throwable concoctions, allowing her to spend her flask charges to throw explosive bottles that deal various types of damage. A bleeding concoction will make your enemies bleed, while a fulminating one can shock your enemies, allowing you to do extra damage. Contagious Contamination allows her to spread poisons between her foes, while Overwhelming Toxicity doubles the number of stacks they can be infected by. Running Assault allows her to move much more quickly while firing, while Relentless Pursuit makes her totally immune to being
Oh,
slowed
wow.
by enemies.
Wow.
The Witch can ascend into the Infernalist or the Blood Mage. As an Infernalist, she can summon a loyal Hellhound companion. The Hellhound
that's
sets enemies
cool.
on fire, as well as taking a percentage of the damage if the Infernalist gets hit.
Oh, wow.
With Pyromantic Pact, you can turn your mana into Infernal Flame. As you cast more spells, the flame builds up, and if it overflows,
Maximum mana is replaced by Infernal Flame. Gain Infernal Flame instead of spending mana for skill cost. Take maximum life and energy shield as fire damage when Infernal Flame reaches maximum. Wouldn't that just kill you? I'm so confused by that one. Lose all Infernal Flame on reaching maximal Infernal Flame. Okay. 10% of Infernal Flame lost per second if none was gained in the past 2 seconds. Or maybe it's just supposed to kill you, so you have to manage it to not die? I'm not sure I
you'll
understand.
take damage.
That's cool, though.
Using Bringer of Flame, you'll want to make sure you keep the flames topped up. While your Infernal Flame is above 30%, all damage from you and your minions will ignite enemies. She can also transform into a literal demon. While in demon form, she takes an increasing amount of damage, but her cast speed and damage increase rapidly
So
as well.
cool.
So if you're planning on transforming into a demon, make sure
So
you stack
cool.
a lot of life recovery. She can also become a Blood Mage, a master of life and energy. All Blood Mages must pay the price of making skills cost life as well as mana, but in exchange, every monster they kill will drop life remnants, which allow them to quickly gain back that life. With Crimson Power, she can gain large amounts of extra life, and with Vitality Siphon, she can use her spells to leech life back as well. Once you've got a significant amount of life, you can use Gore Spike to make your critical hits deal incredible amounts of damage. A monk who is in tune with the elements might become an invoker. With elemental expression, the invoker will create waves of elemental power each time he does a critical strike. With faith as a choice, you gain the ability to meditate, allowing you to double your energy shield. Choose between I am the blizzard or I am the thunder to specialize in cold or lightning. And I shall rage will allow you to turn into an unbound avatar. Each time you apply a status ailment to an enemy, you gain unbound fury.
Okay.
When you have enough, transform into an avatar to deal way more damage and inflict even more elemental ailments. Some monks choose to reach into the darkness instead. The Acolyte of Chayula can exchange their mastery of spirit for darkness, a resource that can be utilized to both absorb and deal damage. The Shroud of Darkness will protect you from all damage incoming, but if you take Grasp of the Void, you will deal extra chaos damage from all the darkness you have. Their Dark Pact offers greatly increased resistances to chaos damage and can allow their mana leech to not only happen instantly, but apply to their energy shield as well. Another node you can take is Waking Dream, which allows you to see into the domain of the Breach Demons. There you will see the Flames of Chayula that can be taken to gain life, mana, and damage. The Mercenary has a job to do, but which job suits you? You might choose to become a Witch Hunter. Obsessive Rituals will give you a sorcery ward, allowing you to defend yourself against elemental hits in exchange for less defense against attacks. With Zealous Inquisition, your enemies have a 10% chance to explode on death. The chance is doubled against demons and undead. With Judge, Jury, and Executioner, your initial hit against enemies can deal up to 30% of their life and damage, if you're lucky.
Dang.
This is great for hunting powerful bosses. And with Witchbane, you can break your enemy's concentration, preventing them from casting spells as often as they would usually do.
Oh.
You could also choose to become a Gemling Legionnaire, enhancing your abilities by embedding gems directly in your flesh.
Yeah, this is crazy.
Integrated Efficiency will give you extra skill slots.
How?
Dermatological
3
Infusion
extra
gives you
skills.
extra maximum resistances as you sock up more and more support gems. Adaptive
It's
capability
crazy.
allows you to use any color of gem without worrying about attributes, while Crystalline Potential adds extra quality bonuses to
This
every
one's
gem socketed
crazy
into
to
your
me.
character. So those are the Ascendancy classes.
How
for
do
the
you
start of
even
early
use
access.
those 3
One
extra
thing we
skills?
haven't
Like,
talked
what,
about
do we
yet
have
is how you
buttons for
ascend in
that?
the first place. Ascension in Path of Exile 2 requires completion of one of the Great Trials, which you'll find as you progress through the campaign. Each one is associated with one of the major cultures of Rayclast. Located in the Vasteri Plains are the Maraketh, a culture of rich tales and brutal traditions, who must do whatever it takes to survive in the desert. The highest position in Maraketh culture is a Sekima, and it is not a title given freely. All aspirants must complete the Trial of
She
the
hit
Sekimas,
class.
a grueling gauntlet that will test their strength, will, cunning, and patience. To enter, a warrior of the Maraketh must prove their worth by trapping the soul of a djinn in a coin, and you are no different.
Yeah,
Once
this is
you
the
have
VOD
earned
I
your
went
coin,
back so that we
it
can
may be
actually
placed on a
watch it
relic altar
properly.
to begin the trial.
Welcome back. There's so much I missed because of the buffering and stuff, or whatever the heck
In the
was
Trial
happening.
of the Sekimas, each room has its own challenges to overcome. In this room, each rare monster you kill will send its blood to the chalice in the center of the room. Once the chalice is filled, you will be able to proceed. While
So much
fighting
of my
monsters in the
just
trial, you will need to be
thoughts
very
were
careful.
consumed by my
Each hit
frustration,
will not
honestly.
only hurt you, but will damage your honor. The monsters are well telegraphed, so that you can avoid their attacks, but if you run out of honor, you will fail the trial.
And then in the interview part, Jonathan was saying that you have more honor if you have more life and energy shield. So that part is interesting because I think that's different from what was in Sanctum. So I do like that because that means like if you're a tankier character, it actually matters in this. I didn't do much Sanctum in PoE1 though.
Trial and need to find another coin in order to try again.
It was one of the leagues
It is a
I
good
didn't
idea
get a
to make
chance to
sure
really try.
that you are well prepared before challenging the Trial of the Sekimas. After each room, you will be rewarded. In this case, you have been given a key that can be used to unlock chests later in the trial. Once you have claimed your reward, you will be shown a map of the rest of the floor and may choose how you wish to proceed.
Very
Which
Sanctum,
challenges
huh?
would you like to face, and which rewards do you want to claim? Some rooms are more dangerous, afflicting you with debuffs that will persist for the entire trial. For example, Entering this room will afflict you with spiked shell.
I will say
that will
though,
cause all monsters in the rest of the trial
I
to
feel
have
like a
50%
sanctum-like
increased
mechanic
life.
just works better
You will
in
want to take
PvE2.
care if you choose such a path.
There's so much of sanctum, from my understanding, is about not getting hit. But PvE1 gets kind of crazy, so it's really hard to not get hit, whereas this looks like this is designed to be more like a typical action RPG experience where you could dodge almost
For
everything
example, the Sekima's
if you were
cloak will
skilled
revive
enough.
you once if you die, giving you a second shot at a run. One of the rewards you may find is sacred water, an extremely valuable and treasured resource to the Jinn and the Maraketh. Trading it with the Jinn will allow you to receive many benefits. You can recover honor, gain additional boons, or remove afflictions. At the end of the floor, you'll find a powerful boss which will truly test your limitations. In order to ascend, you will need to defeat him.
I'm probably going to need a death counter when we play this at launch too. I'm just thinking like, this game's going to be hard.
The keys you have found may be used to open the various treasures in the vault at the end of the floor. We only have a single bronze key, so we'll just have to open one of these small chests. If you want to open the better ones, you'll need silver or gold keys. Let's use the Altar of Ascendancy. Your first ascension will allow you to pick your class and grant you 2 points to use in the tree. Now there are more floors and many more rewards that can be found within the Trial of the Sekimas, but we'll save that for the section on the endgame. For now, let's talk about the second Ascendancy Trial, the Trial of Chaos. In Path of Exile 2, you can choose whichever trial you like to earn your ascension. Each culture on Rayclast had their own methods to ascend.
It's really cool that we get to choose.
If the Trial of the Sekimas is not your kind of playstyle, or you're finding it too difficult, you could try another. You can gain all your ascension points from just one, or mix and match them. It's up to you.
That's really cool.
For early access, we will have 2 trials as options, with a 3rd trial coming later for the full release. While exploring the Vaal jungle, you'll discover the Temple of Chaos. Before the Vaal embraced the science of corruption, their civilization worshipped chaos. This ancient trial was once used by the Vaal to test their high priests. A high priest of the Vaal must show willingness to risk everything to gain power. Entry to the trial requires a token from a strange entity known only as the Trial Master. For those in which he sees potential, he shall inscribe an ultimatum. Many have attempted these trials in search of greatness. Most have perished. Will you be able to defy the odds? Before you begin each chamber, the Trial Master will offer you a reward and a choice. Choose one of 3 tribulations to affect you through the rest of the trial. These modifiers might beef up the monsters, curse the player,
10
or add
rounds
environmental
though is a
hazards
lot.
like turrets or trap runes. In this case, we'll be picking shocking turrets.
Excuse me.
As you enter the room, the Trial Master will fill it with hazards to test your commitment. In this case, you must destroy all the monsters that fill the room, while dealing with the lightning projectiles from the shocking turrets. After each room, you will need to make a choice. Take the rewards you have earned so far, or go double or nothing. Increase your rewards, but take on more risk. Each tribulation you add is minor on its own, but they quickly stack on top of each other and can become overwhelming.
But don't you have to do alt sin to get the ascendancy point, I would assume?
There are many types of chambers in the trial. Each will test your resolve in different ways. This one simply requires you survive for a certain amount of time. Another requires
simple.
you to escort the
I'm
stone
sure.
idol through the level as elevators full of monsters
Oh,
descend
not
to
an
attack you.
escort.
Should you be able to get through the first 3 chambers, you will face your first boss. The order of the bosses is random, and combined with the tribulations you have selected, the fight will never feel the same. After defeating the boss, you may claim your rewards. Of course, there are the items, but you also gain the right to ascend.
Oh, okay. So you don't have to
If
do
you
alt
already did the
sin.
Trial of the Sekimas, then you can claim 2 more points to add to your Ascendancy class. Now, it's possible to go much deeper. There are more bosses, rewards, and risks to take, but we'll talk more about that when we get to endgame.
Interesting. Okay.
So how about we
Yeah.
talk about that now? So far, we've only been showing you footage from the campaign, but some people would argue that the endgame is where the game truly begins. Something that happens almost every time a new action RPG launches is people saying, there isn't enough in-game content. Well, we want to make sure that in PoE 2 people don't feel that way, and we actually only changed our development priority for this recently. The first 3 acts of PoE 2 already take around 25 hours to complete if you're a new player. This is already a pretty significant campaign. On the other hand, people spend hundreds of hours in endgame each league. We realized that finishing the rest of the campaign for early access was actually a bad idea. Instead of having acts 4 to 6 in early access, we could concentrate on endgame and make that great. For new players, a 25-hour campaign is already a huge game with lots of content. But for existing action RPG players, what you mostly care about is all the endgame challenges to overcome. So several months ago, we switched the entire development team's focus over to making endgame content. At the start of early access, there will be 50 bosses and around 400 monster types. But the great thing is that the rest of the game is like 80% there. We'll be adding content to roughly double the size of the game during early access and into release. Now, in order to make the endgame happen at the same character level as what it would be after we added the rest of the acts, we've added a second difficulty level called Cruel, where you repeat the campaign with all the monsters and bosses leveled up. And of course, new rewards. You can kind of think of it as like a new game plus. It's also a lot faster to get through the content the second time as your clear speed increases. That will take you to around level 65, where the endgame begins. Once we add the remaining 3 acts, we'll be removing Cruel difficulty, so you'll progress straight from the end of Act 6 to endgame.
I really like this solution.
But what is the endgame? To explain that, I'll hand over to Mark. He can tell you all about it.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile 2. Well, one thing that Path of Exile is known for is having a lot of distinct endgame content to choose between. Each endgame mechanic needs to have its own progression system, areas, bosses, rewards, and player power that can only be gained from that content. We are going to be adding a lot more over time, but for Path of Exile 2 we decided to start with 7 distinct systems you can progress through.
This is the Atlas, and it serves as the core of the endgame for Path of Exile 2.
It looks so good.
It's infinite and expands in all directions.
He did say
now,
that. I thought he said that.
The plot too much here, but corruption from the beast has blighted the land, and your objective is to help fight it. In the center of the Atlas, you will find the ziggurat.
I think I'm just realizing that that in itself might be kind of influenced by the fact that Jonathan said he likes Delve, because it's infinite and expands in all directions. Also, like, is it harder the more you expand out? Probably, right?
A temple in which the Val research the fundamentals of space and time. Here, we can open portals to nearby locations and begin cleansing corruption and finding resources. In order to power the portal device, we will need waystones. Each waystone has a tier which will determine the level of the monsters that you will face. To go to an area, simply click one that is adjacent to an area that you have already completed. Insert the waystone and click Traverse. Portals will open, allowing you and your party to travel to the area you have selected. All the areas in the endgame feel distinct from the locations in the campaign, and we have dialed the
love that
randomization
clip
up
of the
to
monks
11.
zooming.
The monster packs you will face in each map are totally random, and the combination of them can lead to some very interesting combat situations. There are over 400 monster types in early access,
so many.
and they have a lot of varied and interesting abilities. Depending on which combinations you face, you might find some serious challenges. In order to cleanse the corruption from the area, you will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then the map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it. There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such verse. Portals will attacks you will face in each map to the area. You will need to defeat other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient from the area. You will need to defeat all the powerful rare and unique enemies in it. Once you have done that, the area will be marked as completed and you will be able to travel past it to progress deeper into the world. If you die, then
to complete even the sparse vegetation. Control middle click to complete. What does that mean? Like you can retry it? Because what he's saying in the voiceover doesn't imply you can restart it.
The map can no longer be run, and you will have to find another way around to get to the areas behind it.
Because, like, what happens if you fail all your paths? I have a lot of questions about how this is actually going to work. But, like, it looks awesome. But I'm a little confused by this part of it. Even the sparse vegetation does not linger here long. I think that's just the description of the map. Also, like, because it expands infinitely in all directions, right? I'm assuming that sort of like the Atlas in PoE 1, eventually the further out you get, it's like higher tier maps. I have so many questions about this.
There are also all kinds of other random encounters you might run into as you play maps. One such encounter are precursor artifacts. These are ancient, corrupting monuments that irradiate the monsters around them. The monsters that feed off the corruption are drawn to their power. If you defeat the monsters and cleanse the artifact, you will get a powerful temporary buff. Some of the buffs make you faster, others rain lightning or fire around you, and some even give you increased experience or help you find better items. You can also find strong boxes. These enigmatic chests guard piles of treasure, but are always a trap. Monsters lie in wait to attack you the moment you open it, and the boxes often have mechanisms to unleash powerful spells or dangerous debuffs. There are
And you can
different
still
types
use
of strong boxes
crafting
containing
items on them.
different items, and you can even use your currency items to craft them on the fly, so you can
Yep.
optimize the contents. But be careful of opening one you can't handle. Sometimes you'll discover monsters frozen in essences, solidified crystalline corruption. These dangerous monsters can be broken free. If you defeat them, the essence they drop can be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod. This is incredibly powerful since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items, and we can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items.
Oh yeah, in tier 1 right
Adding
there.
prefix mods will improve the rewards.
I did get a
while
bingo,
suffix
yeah.
mods increase danger. The more dangerous
Hold on. Here's my bingo. I almost got like 2 more bingos, but they were never gonna do. There's no Chris in this, and they didn't surprise us with another class, so I didn't get that one. No mention of in-game item trading, unfortunately. I'm still hopeful that we will get it eventually because of that PC Gamer article that came out, because they're definitely thinking about it. Like, basically what the PC Gaming article said was that they were working on tinkering with the idea of having like an NPC in your hideout that like would let you do item trading. So I'm still hopeful that that's coming, and like that they are aware of how important it is that they make that happen. I think it is insanely important. It's like not just something I want, but I feel like they will lose players if they don't implement that. I genuinely feel that way. I think it's not just about price fixing. Like, the price fixing stuff is a thing that's annoying for me, and like the experience of actually using the trade website is really annoying only because of that for me, because I do think it's designed well. The trading website is designed really well. Like, it's an impressive tool. The problem is you can just post something and there's no cost to post something. Like, you don't have to pay gold to put it up for sale. Now, I feel like there's an in-between solution they could have here where, for the price fixing part of it, where in order for you to put something up for sale on the trade website, you have to pay gold. I feel like they could do that, and that would really help. But the other thing is, the reason I think they would actually lose players isn't even because of that, because I don't think you even really realize that's a problem unless you're already someone willing to go to an external tool. And that's the real problem, is like, people don't want to have to use an external anything to play their game. Like, people do that, like they follow guides and all that other stuff, but like, it shouldn't be mandatory to leave the game to play the game, especially because we're talking about a game that's like on consoles and all this other stuff. Like, are you really asking someone who's playing this game on their PS5 to open the trade website on their computer, which, if they don't have a laptop, are they going into the other, like, maybe their PC is like in the other room. They're going to the other room to go to the trade website, and then they're running back inside, or they're running back to their room with the PS5. Like, it's ridiculous. Like, it is not realistic to think that you can keep going like this. That's how I feel. Like, I think it is the single most important thing they need to do at this point, because now that they've tackled so many of the other barriers to entry with the changes they're making with PoE 2. But like, I really, 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 really hope they realize like that they can just, because I think part of the problem, maybe, like, I don't know what their thinking is. Maybe they realize how important it is, but I don't think they do, because then they would have already done this. I think the problem is these people play the game so much. They're clearly PC gamers. Like, GGG are clearly PC gamers. I think they're used to it so much. And like, I hear this from other longtime PoE players too, where like Zizarin is a good example. Like, he'll be like, I really don't want in-game item trading. And like, I think he's not seeing the entire picture. Because again, and like, and to his credit, I think he'll straight up say this when he talks about it. He's like, he's a PC gamer. He selfishly doesn't care about console players. But I think console players are a great example of why it's dumb. But I think this still applies to PC gamers. Like, I don't think you want, like, there's a very, very large group of players that do not want to alt tab. They don't want to be forced to alt tab to play their game. Like, that's just silly. But when you talk about console players, that's when it gets really ridiculous. Because, like, yeah. I think if you just think about some scenarios, it becomes very clear that they need to address it. So I'm hopeful that they will address it quickly. I just don't know where it is on their priority list, but clearly it's not high enough. Because if it was as high on their priority list as it is in my head, they would have, I would have implemented that before I implemented like 2 of these options they had for in-game. I would have gladly sacrificed one of these in-game, or 2 of these in-game things, just to have in-game item trading. That's how important it is in my mind. But like, what do I know, right? Like, I'm fairly new to the game, so maybe there's something I'm missing here. But I just think it's a barrier that doesn't need to be there. It just does not need to be there. They just need to fix it. But we'll see. Maybe they mention it later in the interview. Hopefully. We'll catch up and we'll see. But this, saying tier 1, I think this kind of answers my question about tiers of maps, because I think the Waystone itself might have tiers. Yeah, because it says allowing you to enter map, because I think these Waystones are essentially maps. Like, these are the maps, is Waystones. So I think these tiers will go up. I assume the further you get from the starting point, the higher tier of Waystone that will drop, would be my assumption. But the thing that really is going to be interesting is, like, they said it's infinite in all directions. Like, what is the maximum tier if we can infinitely go out, and like, does it matter that it goes infinite in all directions? Like, is there, like with Delve, right? Like Delve was supposed to be infinite in all directions, but it technically has a cap. It's like, it's ridiculous, but like it does technically have a lowest level. And it has this like modifier applied to monsters the deeper and deeper you get. Like there's all their stats are like going up basically as you go further and further down. So I wonder if as you get further and further out in this atlas, if that same thing is happening, because I don't think they mention anything like that when they're talking about it, but let's just keep watching.
A map is, the more waystones will drop. Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressively be used to upgrade normal items to magic items with a guaranteed mod from a category. For example, we could use this one on some boots to ensure a movement speed mod. Rarely, essences will also drop that allow you to upgrade magics to rares, adding the guaranteed mod. This is incredibly powerful, since it allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your crafting projects. Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items.
I missed that both the first and the second time he said it. So, okay, essences in PoE 1, we had them, but they only gave you one guaranteed mod when you used them. And I think, if I'm remembering correctly, they always upgraded an item to the yellow. But then it just had one guaranteed mod, and then people would spam them, which I don't think is possible in PoE 2. You would just spam them, you'd like scour and then do it again until you got the rest of the things you wanted. This, based on what he just did, there's a essence that will let you add a modifier, and it upgrades to blue, and then there's an essence that will add a modifier that upgrades to yellow. And if we go back,
this is incredibly powerful.
So
since
it only added that modifier and no other modifiers.
Allows you to get a second deterministic mod in your,
and this only upgraded to yellow and added that one modifier. So like, I think it's even more powerful because if there's other tools from this point, you can have pretty, it seems like it's pretty deterministic crafting here. And this is, yeah, and this adds one at a time. So, yeah, interesting.
Combining these with the currencies that are commonly found in Rayclast for modifying items,
that's interesting.
We can get a very nice pair of boots indeed. Waystones, like all items, can also be crafted using your currency items.
Okay.
Adding prefix mods will improve the rewards, while suffix mods increase danger. The more dangerous a map is, the more waystones will drop.
Okay.
Adding mods to your waystones is key to progressing to higher tiers and sustaining them, but it will require you to take on larger challenges.
Okay.
There are a variety of factors you have to consider when crafting your waystones. Some maps will have higher density, some lower, some have more magic and rare chests, or monsters, some are more linear, and others more open. Make sure you explore and think about what makes certain maps good if you want to maximize your returns. As you cleanse corruption from higher and higher tiers of the Atlas, you will gain points that you can spend in the Atlas tree.
Makes sense.
This tree allows you to juice the danger and rewards of all areas in the endgame.
Okay. All right. So something like Strongbox apparently doesn't have its own tree. So,
you could increase the number of mods.
I love that. Did you see that? That was the whole screen. exploding.
Monsters, the number of rares, the number of precursor artifacts or strongboxes, even the quantity of item drops. As you explore the in-game world map, you'll notice various different biomes. From snow-capped mountains.
Yeah, I didn't even think about this when we were watching it the first time. This is literally just Delve. They made Delve the main in-game mechanic. Delve is the Atlas now. I mean, Jonathan did say he loves Delve. That's really cool, though. That's really, really cool.
Mountains to dense jungle valleys. Most maps are restricted to certain biomes. As you continue to explore deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclust and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear.
I'm so distracted. So, like, this means there's a breach there. This is for Delirium. I don't know what this symbol is.
To do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to.
Yeah, is this Ritual? This is probably Ritual. No. Ritual's the red one. What is that one?
Use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise and Undisturbed
Sorry, I have to go
Island.
back.
Strange deeper into the Atlas, there are all sorts of things to discover. These cities are constructed by different peoples of Rayclust and have specific items that can be found there. These strange structures marked on the map don't appear to do anything for now. Perhaps you'll work out how to use them later. You might find unique maps like Untainted Paradise, an undisturbed island full of beasts that give an extreme amount of experience. You may even find a lonely man just enjoying his retirement who will give you a unique item for free. In addition, you can find
It's what's his name from PoE1. That's so cool. That's so cool.
Special areas that would make a good spot to set up camp.
Sorry.
Clear these areas of their hostile inhabitants,
Okay.
and you'll be able to claim them as your own hideout. You can decorate your hideout as you see fit and invite various NPCs to join you there to create your own personal base of operations.
Yay.
A great tool for exploration are towers. These mysterious precursor constructs are dotted around the Atlas. Completing the tower will reveal a large area around it, allowing you to scout out your next challenge. There are lots of things to find, so keep looking.
Thanks for the
Some
streak.
sections of your atlas are influenced by corruption. This adds extra modifiers to the maps in the region, increasing difficulty and rewards. Here, slaying monsters in close proximity to each other will cause the vestiges of corruption within them to merge together, forming powerful and grotesque abominations.
So
you may
cool.
have noticed while looking at the atlas that some of the areas have these icons above them. The icon indicates that the area contains some kind of special encounter. This icon indicates that the area has a powerful boss. Because only 1 in 4 maps contain a map boss, we are able to make them very powerful and very rewarding.
I missed that first time too.
These bosses come from the campaign, but have had their difficulty increased with changes to AI and some of their abilities. It's worth noting that because you can see where
Not
the bosses
every
are,
map
you
has
can
a
choose
boss.
to take them on or avoid them. If you do choose to hunt bosses though, then you will be rewarded with special points for the boss hunting section of the Atlas skill tree. The
So
points here
cool.
will allow you to specialize in boss killing, giving you much greater rewards for defeating them. For each different type of content in the endgame, we are adding specialized trees in order to make it
Okay. What is this one? Hunt all the bosses. Yeah. I love that it's separate trees. Okay, what is this symbol? I don't know what this symbol is. Maybe we'll figure it out the rest of the way. This is Delirium. I think the red is Ritual. This one over here with a little bit of purple, that's probably Breach.
so you don't feel the need to respec your points when you change between different types of content. We will be showing you 7 of these by the end of this presentation, so there is still
7
a
of
lot more
them.
to come.
Okay.
Bosses are not the only icon you will see on the Atlas. Let's take a look at one of the in-game systems.
Okay, so I
Breach.
think hold on. I think they're including bosses as I'm gonna write these down. Because when we were watching live, I was like, that wasn't 7. Okay, so bosses, they're about to talk about Breach. We know about Ritual. I'm blanking, but we'll keep going.
If you played PoE 1, you might be familiar with Breach. For PoE 2, we have created sequels to several PoE 1 leagues. While the mechanic is familiar, the monsters, bosses, rewards, and progression are all new. A breach is a tear in the fabric of reality. Opening it will allow you to see the demons and otherworldly monstrosities.
Oh, Delirium was another one.
This other plane of existence. By engaging with a breach, you'll create a bridge between their world and Rayclast. In order to keep the breach open, you will need to kill the demons that pour forth. The faster you can kill the monsters, the more monsters you will fight, and the more loot you will find. You can also find clasped hands that will open and drop more items if you run over them. These can be a good boost to the rewards of the breach, so keep an eye out. One of the rewards that you may find while fighting monsters from Breach are tablets. Tablets are special items that can be used with precursor towers to add more encounters to the Atlas. Breaches will drop breach tablets. Clicking on a completed tower will allow
I
you
think
to
this
consume
idea
the
is
tablet
brilliant.
to add more breaches to areas within range of the tower. This makes all the content in the Atlas self-sustaining. Want to do more breaches? Find the tablets, add them to your towers, get more breaches, getting more tablets. Soon your Atlas will be covered in otherworldly domains.
That's
in
really
addition,
smart.
Like all items in PoE, you can craft them. Use your currency to add mods to your tablets, allowing you to upgrade all the breaches in range. Tablets can have up to 2 mods. These mods do things like adding extra rare monsters, extra clasped hands, or even monster density of breaches, allowing you to keep them open longer. Often you will find
kind of
multiple
like
towers near to
scarabs.
each other with overlapping areas of effect. This can allow you to really juice the mechanic by stacking the mods from multiple tablets. In your fight
Like,
to hold the
it's kind of like scarabs, and it's also like scarabs, and it's taking off the boring mandatory things that you would have put in the Atlas tree in PoE 1. Because, like, let's say you want to do harvest, right? You either put like 8 of your Atlas points into guaranteeing harvest, or you use a scarab to guarantee harvest in PoE 1. But now you just sort of do harvest and you get more harvest. Like that's really nice. I mean, you could argue that's kind of like scarabs, because I think I don't think you're more likely to get harvest scarabs by doing harvest. You could invest into some of the mechanics to specifically get those scarabs, but like, yeah, it wasn't direct. And also, this is the biggest thing here, I think, is that it's just way more flexible. Like, because it's separate trees, you could actually go do every mechanic, and you wouldn't have to like respec your tree in order to do it, from the sounds of it, which is brilliant, because that's exactly what I'm going to want to do the first time I'm in game. I'm going to want to try everything. And now I could, and I wouldn't feel like I'm wasting currency or like really, really struggling to swap between them. Like, I can just swap between them based on whatever the heck I feel like. And also I think there's so many people that like don't actually want to spend all their time doing one mechanic. It's like, you could just log in one day and be like, yeah, yesterday I did breach, but today I want to do a ritual. Like, and there's no real cost to that. It's just, you just get to have the variety you want. From the sounds of it, like it sounds really good.
Breach demons at bay, you may want to use the powers of their world against them. Each in-game mechanic always has player power that can only be gained from that mechanic, and Breach is no different. In Breach, you will find catalysts, items that can increase the quality of rings and amulets by improving specific mods.
I only really used these my last
time
league in PoE, and they're so good.
Up to 50%. In this case, you could create a ring with around 170 life. Breach rings can become some of the strongest rings in the game, giving you some good motivation to face the demon hordes. In addition,
the fact that breach rings are now like valuable for actually being worn much more than they were in PoE is really nice, because in PoE 1 right now the most powerful rings are hands down from Heist, which honestly a lot of the most powerful things are from Heist. But I like now that breach rings are more valuable. Like, that's really cool. Sorry, I was like getting a phone call.
Each endgame mechanic needs to have a pinnacle endgame encounter. While killing breach monsters, you may find breach splinters. Collect enough of these and you'll be able to create a breach stone. Using a Vaal technology called the Realm Gate, you can use your breach stone to access their domain and bring the fight to them.
What else can you use realm gates
In
for?
this twisted domain, you will find nothing but a single massive breach. Triggering it will reveal hordes of breach inhabitants.
That must have been Flicker Strike, right? That looked awesome.
You will be able to fight their leader, Zesht. We that are one.
Zesht. So cool. So cool.
This is just one of the pinnacle encounters of PoE 2. We won't be showing the rest of them, so you will have to discover them for yourself. But rest assured, this is some of the hardest content we have ever made. All these encounters have specific uniques that can only be found from them, but that's not all. We still have the progression system.
Ooh, you got it.
Defeating Zesht will give you points to allocate into the breach section of the Atlas tree.
I'm ready to
Allocating
pause.
these points will make breaches and the breach
Hover over
domain
one, I dare you. +1 to the twisted domain difficulty.
even harder, but will give you more rewards. The small
Okay, same.
nodes will increase the difficulty of the twisted domain, while the
25% chance to be guarded by a pack of monsters. Okay, more
large
clasped
nodes
hands.
have more specific bonuses. For example, this node adds more clasped hands to your breaches, and adds a pack of magic monsters that can guard them. Get some more points and you can allocate Waking Nightmare, which will double the number of splinters you get from clasped hands, and inflict you with a mysterious debuff. In order to earn more points, you will need to defeat Zesht at a higher difficulty, and some rewards from Zesht can only be found by increasing the difficulty of the Twisted Domain above certain
What are those,
thresholds.
like, little lights you're
Defeating
picking
Zesht
up?
at difficulty 4 will be a challenge indeed, but there are many more threats in Rayclast. Ritual altars are sacrificial sites built by the mysterious King in the Mists. If you encounter this symbol on the Atlas, then you know that the area contains ritual altars. Ritual altars demand tribute. Every monster you slaughter in the circle will feed the altar. After the sacrifice, touch it to begin the ritual. The monsters you just killed will be resurrected by the King
you
of the
have to
Mist's
bring
dark
monsters
magic,
into it
and you
to
must
start
fight
it?
to survive. The tribute you have offered to the altar can be spent to buy powerful items, but they can be expensive. To gain more tribute, you will want to find more altars. Each successive ritual you do within an area will spawn the monsters revived by the previous ones, in addition to the ones you sacrifice next to it. By the end of an area, you will be fighting a truly imposing number of foes, but will have a significant amount of tribute to spend. One of the rewards you can buy with tribute are omens. These are special items that allow for meta crafting. Crafting items that affect other crafting items. Have an item with good prefixes but bad suffixes? This omen will help you to remove the mod you don't want while keeping the ones you do. There are a bunch more of these with different effects, but we will leave them for you to discover. Now don't forget that Ritual will also drop tablets, which can be used to specialize into getting more rituals. If you want to get to the pinnacle boss of Ritual, then you will probably want to use them. They can also be crafted to grant mods, making your rituals more rewarding. The pinnacle encounter of Ritual is the King in the Mists. Feared by the Asmeri people, he is said to have brought eternal darkness to the Wildwood. We won't show the encounter, but just like Breach, there are a range of unique items you can get for defeating him, and you will gain points in the ritual section of the Atlas tree.
Ritual tree. The crux of nothingness difficulty.
By insanity.
Okay, delirium.
A mysterious entity has taken a special interest in you. Step through the looking glass and you will find your nightmares coming to life. When you touch a mirror, the mists of delirium will spread out across the area, infecting your mind. You must stay within the mist to maintain the nightmare, which is as profitable as it is terrifying. Everything you kill will increase the rewards that drop. However, the deeper into the mist
so
you
it's not
travel,
really
the stronger the
timed?
monsters are. Be careful not to overstay your welcome.
I'm very confused.
Rare and unique enemies will become vessels for terrifying demons, who will manifest out of them to unleash powerful attacks on you. The mist also offers a strange crafting material, distilled emotions. By combining these emotions, you are able to instill your amulet with a notable from the passive skill tree. This is like
Very
gaining
awesome.
an extra passive point for free, attached to your gear. They are also particularly great because you don't have to traverse the tree to get them, allowing you to get off-class bonuses that would normally be much harder to get. Distilled emotions can also be used to instill your endgame maps, applying Delirious to them and adding additional difficulty and rewards, allowing you to further juice your endgame maps. The tablets you can find from Delirium can be used to further improve it, increase pack size, make the fog dissipate slower, or improve your progress towards the pinnacle encounter of Delirium.
Yeah, the
Speaking of
fog
which,
still
every
dissipates,
now and
so-
then you will find simulacrum splinters. The mysterious entity will create strange encounters based on warped versions of your own memories. Monsters and simulacrums come in waves that get progressively more difficult. You will receive loot at the end of each wave, and you will have to make the decision to leave now or continue on, facing up against even tougher foes from the mist. The bosses you will face as you get deeper into a simulacrum are truly terrifying. If you can complete a simulacrum, you will gain points for the Delirium section of the Atlas skill tree.
Oh, okay. So you have
Next
to.
up,
Oh,
we have
expedition.
Expedition.
I forgot about that one.
Occasionally, while clearing corruption, you will encounter these Kalguran settlers. The Kalgurans have discovered ancient burial
How
sites
could I forget
with lost
Expedition?
Verisium artifacts, and they want you to help dig them up with explosives. The Kalgurans have marked the locations where the relics can be found. Place explosives as best you can to dig up as many as possible. There is just one problem. Corruption has brought the corpses of their ancestors to life, so you might have to do a little cleanup before you can reclaim the artifacts. You can also find remnants, the destruction of which will further anger the restless dead. Each one you blow up will make the subsequent monsters more powerful, but also more rewarding. Danig, Rog, Tujin, and Gwenin will exchange the artifacts for useful items and runic magic. You can also find tablets to increase the number of expeditions and the rewards. This one increases the radius of explosives, while this one increases the number of remnants you will find. Eventually, you might discover a logbook. These are special maps full of buried treasure and relics, essentially one giant dig site. Here, you can create an extremely long chain of explosives and go through a very high number of remnants. But be careful, many remnants have mods that can really brick your build, so you will probably want to avoid these ones.
These look so
If you
like so
add
much
too many
fun.
remnants,
I never
you can
tried them
easily
in
make the
Huey one.
encounter harder than you can handle. There are all sorts of interesting things buried under the ground in logbooks. You might find dripping caves and hidden pirate caches. But the most powerful encounter is Olroth, the ancient undead commander of the Knights of the Sun. Defeating him will grant you unique rewards, as well as points to spend in the
He's cool.
expedition section of the Atlas tree.
Oh, that's what that one was.
So those are the in-game systems on the Atlas, but we are not done yet. The trials we talked about earlier have much more content when you get to endgame 2. Just like the other endgame systems, they also have progression mechanics, unique rewards, and player power that can only be gained from them. As you get higher level coins for the Trial of the Sycamores, you will unlock more floors to explore. Each floor has its own challenging rooms and a floor boss that you will need to kill.
So far, I've got
There are
8
4 floors in
in-game
total,
activities
leading to another pinnacle boss at the end of
on
the
my
last
list.
floor, which can only be accessed at endgame. The Trial of the Sycamores is where you'll find jewels, which you can socket into your tree. These are like passives that you can craft with your currency items. They can be really powerful as they allow you to stack modifiers that may not be easily accessible on the tree normally. This jewel gives lightning damage and shock chance, for example. There are quite a few jewel sockets on the tree, so
Okay,
it's
no.
possible to gain a lot of power here.
When I watched this the first time, I didn't realize that it was a dual socket. Partially because the feed was jumping around, but yeah. So there actually are sockets. I thought they were going to work like tattoos and replace attributes. Okay.
There are also other types of jewels that don't provide any bonuses themselves, but affect other passives surrounding them. This jewel increases the effect of small nodes and radius by 25%. With careful placement in the tree, you could get a significant amount of power from it. There are also unique jewels available with very interesting effects, but you will have to find those for yourself. In order to push
Jeez.
further into the trial and uncover the secrets of the Maraketh, you will want to take advantage of its progression system, relics. Relics are items that can be placed in the relic altar as you start the trial. They give special bonuses that affect the trial, making it easier and increasing its rewards. Of course, you can craft these with your currency items, making them even stronger. If you can complete the entire trial overcoming all 4 floors, the final boss will reward you with
This
one
game
of
is
many
massive.
unique relics. These relics will be consumed when used on your next run,
This is
can
just
reward you
early
with unique
access.
and powerful items. For example, this is the Last Flame. If you use it, you will have only 1 honor for the entire trial, so you will need to do a completely hitless run.
Ooh.
The Trial of Chaos also extends into the endgame. As you gain inscribed ultimatums of higher and higher levels, the number of chambers that you can go through increases. In true Val style, this allows you to take even more risks for even more rewards. At endgame, you can progress through up to 10 chambers with 3 bosses on a single run. Stacking 10 tribulations on top of each other will make this a significant challenge, but it's worth it. The Trial Master will tempt you with items of the Val Empire, such as Val Orbs. Val Orbs are powerful crafting items that corrupt your gear with random, mysterious outcomes. Corruption prevents an item from being modified further, so it has to be the last step of your craft. But it's also the most impactful one. For example, if you use one on your body armor, it might add a new powerful enchantment, or it might re-roll up to half of its modifiers. Val Orbs also have the ability to add a socket, allowing you to bypass the normal restriction of how many sockets an item can have. A body armor could get up to 3 sockets this way,
Crazy.
allowing for a significant number of mods. Val Orbs can even modify uniques. Adding enchantments or sockets to uniques can make them incredibly powerful, but there is a good chance that you will break them as well. The Trial Master will also occasionally offer you soul cores. Originally formed by Chaos, the Val sought to replicate soul cores
The
through
Ultimate
human
rewards seem
sacrifice
really
rituals
good.
and blood magic to
They
power
seem
their
really good.
civilization. Soul cores are powerful socketable items, with mods that cannot be
Though
obtained
all the unique
from
rewards for
regular
all
runes.
these mechanics have sounded really good so far.
Like all in-game content, there is of course a pinnacle boss. The final chamber will drop keys to this mysterious door. Some say this is where the Trial Master himself resides. Perhaps you are willing to take the risk to find out. Had enough yet? Because there is still just one more thing. The most difficult content in Path of Exile 2. While mapping, you might come across this fortress that has emerged from underground, surrounded by an enormous maze riddled with danger. Is the maze preventing something from getting in, or something getting out? This fortress is of ancient origin, and its construction has similarities to the towers and tablets that you have been using on your journey through the endgame. It is clear from the entrance that there are 3 keys required to enter. Local factions are vying for access to the fortress in order to seize the power they believe will be inside. Each of the faction's leaders have managed to get their hands on one of the keys, so you will need to defeat them. Each faction is led by an Uber Act boss. You can see one of them inhabiting the city, but in order to fight him, you will first need to defeat their 2 lieutenants in the adjacent zones. Be careful. If you fail against either of the lieutenants, or to kill the leader, they will move on, and you will need to find them again. Kill all the Uber bosses and you will gain access to the fortress. We aren't going to spoil it as we can't wait to see you guys attempt it for the first time. But is there a tree you get points in after killing it? Of course there is. This is Path of Exile. There is always another tree.
There's always
So these are
another
your challenges
tree.
for PoE 2. As you can see, this project is crazy huge. Way bigger than even we expected when we started out.
Let me just show you my list. It's just a couple in-game activities. It's fine. No big deal. Oh my god.
But how do you gain access? Well, during early access, you'll need a key to get in.
Yay,
To
we
thank
can
our
actually
existing
look at these
PoE
supporter
supporters
packs
who have spent
properly
more
this
than
time.
$480, we'll be giving you guys a key for the PC version for free. Anyone else who wants one can get one by purchasing one of the new early access supporter packs that have just been released to the store. If you just want early access to PoE 2, then you can get a key in the $30 early access pack. The pack also comes with $30 of points to spend in the MTX store. But we also have a variety of other supporter packs filled with exclusive microtransactions, points to spend in the store, and even physical items. The cosmetics can be used right now in PoE 1 and in Path of Exile 2 when early access starts. Most of this footage has been recorded in Path of Exile 1, since that's where you can use them immediately. The Lord of
I
Ogham
didn't
supporter
hear
pack
that part
contains a
first time.
cosmetic armor set befitting of the Count of Ogham himself. There is also a matching back attachment, which has an alternate variant depicting the influence of corruption.
Cool.
Also in this pack, you can find a portal formed of the rusted armor of the fallen soldiers in the Red Vale of Ogham, and the offspring of a vicious crowbell boss found in the hunting grounds. This one doesn't look so vicious though.
That's cute.
On top of that, you'll receive the Iron Count's Y-hander to apply to your one-handed or two-handed swords.
Nice.
For those who are wanting to decorate your hideouts with fond memories and tales of Path of Exile's history, you will also get a series of hideout statues. This pack contains the statue of Hillock.
This is the other thing.
For
I
Path
want
of
all the
Exile 1's
statues.
Closed beta, each pack contained a true New Zealand icon, the Kiwi. Following this tradition, all packs in this series will also contain a new themed Kiwi pet. The pet will loyally follow you into battle, but run away at the first sign of trouble. Become the ruler of the desert with the King of the Faradin supporter pack. Show your mastery of traversing the sands of the Vasteri Plains. The body armor will allow you to glide along the ground with ancient sand magic. Now each armor set comes with body armor, boots, gloves, and helmet, but the boots are covered in sand. If you'd prefer to show them off, you can turn the gliding off if you want. The accompanying back attachment equips you with two powerful pillars that can control and manipulate lightning. They will periodically release their energy in a powerful blast while in town, and hover in a circle around you, arcing lightning between them, forming a barrier of energy. Replace the appearance of any bow with the Faradin's Glory skin, or replace the appearance of a spear with the Tyranny's End spear skin. This spear skin can be applied to staves and war staves in Path of Exile 1. If you want to truly show your worth as a King of the Faradin, then you definitely need your trusty, moving entire
That's
city
really
fortress
cool.
known as the Dreadnought to travel across the Vasteri Plains. In Path of Exile, you can decorate your hideout however you like, and it's no exception here. It comes with a variety of thematic elements to use, or use decorations from elsewhere in the game. Additionally, you will get the Deshret's Blessing level up effect.
Cool.
The King of the Faradin Kiwi pet, and last but not least, a statue depicting the Vaal Oversoul from Path of Exile 1. For those who don't know how supporter packs work, each pack comes with all of the cosmetics from the previous tier, so you'll get all the items from the Lord of Ogham supporter pack as well. The Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporter pack features an armor set and
It's a
back
cool armor
attachment
set.
themed around the Vaal and their pursuit of science and progress. You can find the Soul Core weapon effect in this pack, which causes thaumaturgic energy harnessed from sacrifice to spill from your weapon. This pack also contains Doryani's Idol. It replaces the default appearance of any foci to an ancient relic once used by Doryani, and this can be applied to shields in Path of Exile 1. That's not the only Vaal weapon you'll find. It also contains the Wand of the Thaumaturge skin, and the Royal Sacrifice Dagger skin. You wouldn't think to put sacrificial gems on a Kiwi, but the Vaal did. Thaumaturge of the Vaal supporters will receive the Thaumaturge of the Vaal Kiwi pet, and the Statue of Dominus. This is also the first pack in the series with a physical item.
It's got like a little
When purchasing
plate
this pack,
with
you'll receive
text
a Path
on
of
it
Exile 2
too.
logo t-shirt. But if you don't want one, you can opt out and return for additional
that
points to
Kiwi
spend in the
run.
store.
It's so
Becoming
cute.
a Warlord of the Karui supporter
I
will
love
grant
this
you an
armor set.
and back
It's really
attachment
cool.
adorned in jade carvings and iridescent feathers resembling power. Enough to even impress the ancestral gods, specifically Tukohama, the Karui god of war. Overkill, you say? I think the Karui people would disagree. Why not drop a gigantic totem on rare enemies you slay to crush them to a pulp? Replace your crafting bench in your hideout with the
I was
ancestral
literally about to
canoe
say that's a
crafting
little
bench,
bit much,
where
and then he
ancestral
goes,
chief
overkill,
Marta
you
will
say?
summon a giant canoe manned by Karui warriors to aid in your crafting desires.
We must all start somewhere.
You'll also get a pair of weapon skins. Equip Akoya's Felling Axe skin to your one-hand or two-handed axes, or Tukohama's Crusher to your one-handed or two-handed maces. A true Karui warlord is always accompanied by their trusty Kiwi. Equipped with armor and harnessing ancestral magic, they make the perfect sidekick. Once one of the most feared beings in Rayclast, Malachi
That's a
was slain by
really
a
cool
powerful
statue.
Exile. May the statue commemorate the virtue of Exile's past, present, and of the future. Of course, it's not all about dressing up in game. You'll want to look good in real life too. By becoming a Warlord of the Kurui supporter, you'll also get a Path of Exile 2 hoodie. Our final tier of supporter pack in this series is the Liberator of Rayclass supporter pack. The Liberator of Rayclass armor set and back attachment come made with the finest materials in Rayclass, and shattered glass mosaics suspended in divine power. Set up your base of operations in the Beacon of Salvation hideout. Why restrict yourself to just one island when you can liberate more? The Beacon of Salvation hideout comes equipped with your own collection of small islands and personal operators of
That's
boats that you can use to
crazy.
row between them. Just walk to the piers, click a boat to enter, and navigate as you choose. Decorate each island as you see fit to best represent your well-earned
It's
hideout.
crazy.
Everyone in your hideout can use their own boat. Why not have some races? You can also get the Window to Twilight portal effect, a beautiful mosaic piece of art that shatters and reveals a gateway to your desired destination as you approach it. As you walk away, the glass magically reforms back to its original form.
So cool.
Rule in style with the Throne of the Ruler map device. Sure, this map device can create portals to in-game maps, but it also comes with a throne you can sit on to
I
oversee
love
your
it
growing
so
kingdom.
much.
Look down on the plebeians running your maps.
Down on the plebeians.
Being the Liberator, though, is not just about sitting on your throne all day. If you do decide to join the fight yourself, you can leave a High Priest in charge as your second in command. Liberator of Rayclass supporters will also get a set of varied weapon skins. The Light of Divinity Scepter skin, the Deliverance Crossbow skin, the Justice Flail skin, and the Redemption Shield skin. Once again, you'll have an accompanying Kiwi, and of course a statue depicting one of the most iconic events in Rayclass's history. The battle between a powerful Exile and Kitava, the Insatiable. With the help of two deities, Sin
So
and Innocence,
cool.
the Exile was able to defeat him once and for all. This supporter pack also contains the Path of Exile 2 art book. This 215-page full-color art book includes a huge amount of amazing concept art and lore produced during the long and exciting journey of Path of Exile 2's
I
development.
want it.
And finally,
it
Path
so
of Exile has a
bad.
tradition of letting the community participate in designing game features. For Path of Exile 2, we'll be adding the Twilight Order Foil Reliquary. By becoming a Liberator of Rayclass supporter, once Path of Exile 2 is released, you will be able to select any unique item you have found and be able to drop it from the Reliquary. Once players have submitted their items, keys to the Reliquary will start dropping, and other players will be able to find foil versions of uniques that you have submitted, along with a message for the lucky player. The more players submit the same unique, the more chances there will be for the Reliquary to drop them, so choose wisely. Now, almost all of these items are available to use in PoE 1 right now. There are a few exceptions where the item class clearly doesn't exist, such as crossbows or flails. And there are also a few microtransactions on weapon types that are unavailable in PoE 2 at the start of early access. Once classes that use those weapon types are added, those microtransactions will be available to use. If you can't decide which supporter pack to choose yet, you can always start with the early access supporter pack that just includes a key and some points to spend in the store. Then you can upgrade to any of the following tiers at a later date. These supporter packs will be available for purchase throughout early access. We'd really like to thank you for your ongoing support. Without you guys, Path of Exile 2 could not have happened.
I'm gonna cry.
Now, I'm sure you guys have a lot
I'm
of
so
questions.
happy.
Stick around, because coming up next, we have a live Q&A with ZD.
Okay. I'm gonna refresh this. We're gonna catch up. It's probably over by now, I would assume. Let me see. Oh, jeez. I went to the... Yeah, okay, I think it's over. We're gonna go to the full VOD now. And I'm gonna catch up to kind of where we were. Game. This one.
It's like a good way to market the game, but it's also, key to shaping the game in the future. Like
So-
the actual beta. It's not just early access. Good, but then that's
No, but
probably
you
too
could- no,
much.
no, you
That's
could-
too-
Camp of Iron Count guards, and we showed it in a trailer when the Ranger class trailer we did. Whenever it was, you saw the Ranger kill some of them because they were trying to hurt a child, and the child was just trying to get some food, and the Ranger just snipes them with arrows and kills them ruthlessly. And so you read this thing and you're like,
In the beginning cinematic, did the sorceress die? We didn't see her die, but we heard her scream like she was dying. She told the fighter guy to run, and then like he heard her like death sound. It sounded like she was dying scream, basically.
You know, you hear whispers of an iron count.
Yeah, we went back and watched it, and let me tell you, when we watched the first time, I clearly missed a lot of it because of the issues with the stream. So it was really nice to watch it properly. It was good cinematic.
Slain by a rogue archer or something like that. So you get these little things where we're like connecting a lot of little dots, and even that you absorb a little bit of interesting little information. You've got other things, for example, when you enter an area, it not only says the name at the top now, it has almost a subtitle text that's giving you a little bit of
history.
And these little things like somehow make the world building feel so much better. And when you approach certain landmark rooms and you walk into them, you'll get a banner at the top as well, which says what it is and gives, again, a little bit of a thing. And all these little micro narrative delivery mechanisms like make you feel way more immersed in the world and way more aware of what's going on and way more connected to your character, way more connected to the bosses, to the NPCs. There's a lot we're doing now that we certainly never did before.
What I'll do, Lola, I'll do it right now just so I don't forget. I'm gonna post the two trailers, so the opening cinematic and the gameplay trailer. I'm gonna post them in Path of Exile channel on my Discord, and that way, because I know it was super botched if you were here watching with me when it was live. So I'll just post both of those in there so that you can go and find those after stream.
What we didn't even think of before. But yeah, it's
I like that
awesome.
a lot because, like,
of course,
as an action RPG game,
I appreciate you guys being here through that frustration.
I do want a really cool world to be blowing monsters up in. Basically, that's like I want the characters to be cool, I want the baddies to be cool, and I want like.
And thank you so much for that coffee
around
again.
Me that like build out a bit of that story without me having to stop killing stuff.
Yeah.
And it sounds like there's more of that going on as well, which is great.
There's tons.
The baddies being cool. I mean, that's
I'm
how we
watching you
almost
cook.
designed an ascendancy class in here just before when we were watching that trailer earlier.
Oh yeah, I want to hear this uninterrupted too.
You were saying a shadow. You came up with a shadow ascendancy.
Yeah. Internally we had some developers watching the trailer.
Silent Shadow sounds very stealthy.
And I was like, I want to play that. I want to play that character. I want to be that character.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That like. Kind of Val Thaumaturge type character, and so like
cool.
All of a sudden it's like we should make that a class, and then we had another guy like suggest it should be a shadow, and so now I'm like, oh yeah, we're definitely come on, we have to do a Val Thaumaturge like shadow ascendancy, like that's gonna be cool. And you can do awesome things now. Even
I feel like they're cooking so hard with some of this stuff that like I don't know. There's just so much creativity bursting out of these guys that like. It's really hard to imagine that they're going to do 3 ascendancies per class and then just stop. Like, I know we don't even have 3 yet, but I just feel like they're so inspired and they're just so enthusiastic about what they're making that I just think they're going to go even beyond the insanity that they've already promised and that we already have. Like, it's just because it just never the ideas just never stop flowing, it seems like.
I know it's hard to see because you hide it under all the armor, but you can do things like, with our character classes, just due to the upgrades and models, where all of a sudden now the character can have tattoos added to them and stuff like that is completely feasible in the future. And like, I want to do a lot more of that stuff. Like for the
hey,
there's little things like for the Warbringer, I think was the class name on the warrior. When you take that ancestral totem node, all your totems now have like an extra blue glow to them, kind of like they're enhanced by this ancestral magic. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue.
You had me worried that I didn't change the game to Path of Exile 2. I was like checking. I was like, wait, did I change it? Did I change the thing? People don't get their drops if I didn't change the thing. Welcome in, Gretch. My title didn't change? Hold on, let me check. Ah, shoot. It didn't work. Thank you. That sucks. I can fix it though. Yeah, I changed it in OBS, but I guess it didn't apply for some reason. There we go. My bad. Good thing I changed it 5 hours in.
When you're using certain skills and all that, so heaps of little things that again
Me getting
connect
drops,
all
that's
the
good.
culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like
Episode
you know, it's
7's where
believable
we
as
kill the
opposed to, and
hordes
this is
of
a character as
monsters on the
opposed to
farm.
This is just a mechanic, and you know,
Makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you
Yeah.
ascend and
wait.
it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power
mechanic, and you know, heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that. And what we also want to do is add tattoos as well that like glow blue when you're using certain skills and all that. So heaps of little things that again connect all the culture and all that stuff together and make you feel like, you know, it's believable as opposed to, and this is a character as opposed to this is just a mechanic, and you know,
makes picking an ascendancy more epic. I know that there was a part in the trailer that was like not fully finished where you
Yeah,
ascend and it doesn't really do anything, but I know you want it to be like a cool moment where some power goes
Yeah,
into you.
absolutely.
Yeah.
We just hadn't finished the VFX yet.
Even the another one, the Blood Mage, when you like, you know, play the Blood Mage, and now you get an additive surge on your character whenever you cast spells. You're getting like almost bloodbending kind of vibe going on, and like
drawing.
That's really, really cool.
Yeah. Fireball.
It's cool.
Yeah.
It's
So,
real cool.
Yeah, you can have like the tattoos get tattooed on them as they ascend and things like that. I mean, that just makes taking ascendancy way more cool. Which is already, I think, I almost feel like ascendancy is more important than the classes for players, kind of like feeling
'Cause they are.
the vibe of what they want to do with their character. Like,
For sure, because I mean the classes are pretty open. You can play whatever skills, whatever weapon. Sure, you're on a passive tree at a start point, but you know, by high level, you kind of go wherever you want to go. Using jewels, especially getting off class stuff, you can kind of be whatever you want with the base class.
Yeah.
So eventually, yeah, the ascendancy is what becomes more of that important identifying feature, because that's what you have actually chosen that makes you distinct. That another different class wouldn't be able to actually have. So yeah.
So you want to make that super cool. And on that note,
The ascendancies they've shown so far
I
are
was
just
definitely confused. I know people are
so
definitely
many
confused
steps
and a little worried
above
about
what
ascendancy and
ascendancies
what's
are in
happening with
PoE1.
that, and people were like watching the the Sekima trial and being like, oh, what if I don't like this? Oh, is this another lab again? But I want you to like lay it out as like simply as possible. Like how do you ascend?
Yeah, so effectively, in the full game, there's going to be 3 ascendancy trials. For early access, there's 2. And effectively, you can use any of those ascendancy trials to be able to do your ascension.
You choose.
You choose which one. And effectively, if you as you get to higher level, like
It's
higher
really
level
smart
keys
they
for
did
those
this.
trials, that will unlock
'Cause lab
more
is really
points. And if you do it
divisive
at
in
certain level
PoE1.
break points, that will allow you to get more points for those classes. So if you want to just play the entire, just only the trial of the Chaos God with you know, to get all your points, then you can just decide to do that. Just play it at higher and higher levels, and you get more points as you go through. You know, if you want to do a mix, that's fine too. Personally, I think people will want to try out all the different content. I mean, you might think that you, but even within the trials, there's choices, right? Like, I know that there's always contention around traps, but because in the because in the trial of the Sekimas, you can choose which rooms you want to go to. If you don't want to deal with traps, you just don't pick those rooms, right? Like,
you don't go to the gauntlet rooms.
Don't go to the gauntlet rooms. You can just go to other things.
Do the combat ones.
Do the combat ones, and that's fine too. So effectively, it's like you always get to choose like what you're doing there. Like, it's funny because like I know traps are so contentious, but also there are other people who just enjoy that stuff. So you know, you want to have something for all these people.
To be fair, I think
like
lab
Path of
in
Exile,
PoE1
divisive
is
content,
really
but
cool.
Lots of choice.
I'm
and you can choose
not
what to do
good
and
at
what not
it.
to do, and then we're embracing that here now. And
But
that is-
thematically, it's really cool.
Leaning into that now. You have well, I mean, such a competitive advantage in that you have so much content, and even with PoE2, that's still going to be the case. So you can lean into that, like making content that is spicier but divisive.
Lola.
For sure.
And now you're like separating trees and having these things be a little able to be focused on a lot more. And you're doing that with the trials, with the ascendancies. So and you can kind of do all of them.
And they're just
be
leaning
yourself
into what
smaller.
one of
And
PoE's
progression
biggest
if you
strengths
want.
is, which is choice. Choice in your build, choice in how you play, choice in what you play, choice in what you do.
But of course, on the other hand, if you don't want to do that content, we have full open trade, right? You can just trade for the rewards, and that's fine too. So you know, like that's always part of the.
Yes, like the rewards there. For example, like jewels drop throughout the world. But if you want to get more jewels, you go and run Sanctum. Now, if you want to get the radius jewels, you do, well, it's Sanctum. I can't. Trial of the Sycamore.
So just for anyone who isn't a Path of Exile 1
He's gonna
player,
get blamed
this
for
is
that.
effectively a sequel to Sanctum League that we did in Path of Exile 1. So it's mechanically very similar, but it's obviously, a Marraketh, like a Marraketh trial now, and, we've changed it. A lot of things about it have changed, and like the content is new, but it is effectively the same overall mechanic, in terms of that sort of roguelike mechanic that we have.
And it's the same with the other one. You have Ultimatum and PoE 1 being the theme, and of course now it's redesigned and it's evolved into Trial of Chaos. So yeah, a lot of people in chat would have been spamming Ultimatum, and for those who haven't played would probably be like, what? I don't understand.
Yeah, effectively the Trial of the Chaos of Chaos is a sequel to Ultimatum. Which is
and we just have to get used to the new names, which is very hard. But anyway, the point being, like, of course, and Val Orbs drop.
I feel like there's going to be a lot of confusion in the community around that.
And you don't want to trade. Go
like veterans are going to just call these things Ultimatum and Sanctum.
You have to do it right then and there. You can trade the keys away.
New players are just going to be like, it's never called that. What are you talking about?
Buy more keys if you want to farm more of that thing. And if you just want to do it later, just stockpile a bunch of them, run them all at your leisure. You know what I mean? It's like you have the freedom. They are itemized, tradable, as a lot in Path of Exile tradition, but
as is everything, right? We do the only thing you can't trade is gold.
Yeah.
So we're like
it's
the
so
exact
good.
opposite of most games, where it's like the gold is freely
it's
tradable,
so good.
and the items get locked.
Trade
so like,
everything.
Gold is the only thing you can't trade, and every other item is free and open.
Yeah, and that's because you've made gold be this like way to be.
And it's
like,
especially
you're playing the game,
amazing
so you
because
have
of
access to this.
what they're talking about. Where like, if you don't like a piece of content, you don't have to touch it because
so
trade.
How on the ascendancies and the trials?
Like if it
how
has a
hard do
reward you
foresee
want, it
getting
doesn't
your
mean you have
ascendancy
to go
be
do it.
while leveling?
You could go do
Do you
something
expect
else
people
so
to
that you
fail
can
out and
trade
take
for
these
the
things
thing you
multiple
want.
times? And what does that look like if you
You
do?
play the
Well, I
content you
failed the
like
first time.
to,
I didn't-
and
Yeah, I did the trial.
trade for the things
to know
you
that
want.
First itemized key is a quest key, and we have special rules around it that if you do fail, you can just repeat it, right?
Yeah, you changed that recently because
Yes, I did.
that was something that I didn't actually realize you'd changed. I guess it was a little bit too harsh to require to get another one.
Yeah, you weren't the only one failing it.
Yeah.
I still love
So
that.
pretty much you get to reattempt it, and for something like Ultimatum, just to immediately start thinking of exploits. It's like, I can just do 3 of the waves, then intentionally fail, and then repeat them. Well, we've thought of that. Don't worry, you can't. But the first ones are repeatable. You're not going to be like, oh, what the heck? Now I have to just play to the whims of random generation to ascend like that.
Right.
Yeah. So
it is pretty hard though. Like it'll take. I definitely don't think you'll do it on your first attempt. But,
I did. Not
you
to
did.
brag.
You
Not
did.
to brag.
Wow,
I did.
wow.
I did pass on. I was clenched though.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, especially in that boss fight.
I was watching him do the boss
You
fight.
came
from
by
afar.
right as I was doing the boss fight.
But you had some kind of powerful boons there, to be perfectly honest. So.
I got 60% move speed. But that was part of my strategic choice.
I was watching you.
My strategic choice.
This isn't the PoE2 design.
I was like, what was dodge rolls going across half the arena?
This game's supposed to be slow.
No.
Yeah, it was good. It was
That's
good
so
fun.
funny.
I quite liked it.
Ziggy
I,
already breaking it.
Mostly like Sanctum. I don't want to do it all the time, but I did quite like the Trial of Sycamore. But knowing that there's other choices,
I'm so excited to see how
100%.
So you've got
all the different ways people do things that GGG doesn't expect.
Launch, but they've done very differently. One's got the honor system, which is like a separate health, but it's based on and scaled by your health, which I noted as quite
and your defenses
interesting.
now. It can be
And your
fully
defenses.
mitigated and
Yeah,
everything.
so fully
That's
scaled
so
by
nice.
Going in a tanky character, you'll be tanky in the dungeon, which is really cool. So
Yeah,
And
it's
with
really
Ultimatum-
nice.
And just because people will ask, in Ultimatum there aren't any traps.
Yes.
So that's the
no
thing
traps
that-
in Ultimatum
yeah.
and no honor system in Ultimatum. If
Correct.
you just want more of a pure
Yeah, yeah,
combat
yeah, correct. You can do
experience,
Ultimatum,
then that's your choice. And then there's going to be a third one as well, which
They will eventually.
is a secret for now.
So,
Very
once,
curious what
once
the third
Act
one
4
will be.
goes in, then we'll have a third trial. So people sort of broadly know that the Cruia in Act 4. So it's the question of how would the Cruia ascend? Is the question there.
Yes, and if there's any other things that have been called trials associated with the crew at some point in the past. And how likely that is to be related.
I'm just thinking now. I'm just thinking of that Val Thaumaturge class with 4, and I'm already thinking like,
What
it'd
could
so
it
cool if you
be?
Ascend an Ultimatum. We want the Trial Master to say different lines to you because you're like choosing the way of the Val. I can't stop thinking about all this stuff.
I did hear a few of his lines in some of the gameplay Jonathan was showing me. It was quite good. I love that he's back, the Trial Master.
Yeah, he's cool.
Good.
He's a really cool character. Even for me, when I wasn't around when the actual league happened,
we
like
have,
I
we
just
have the unique rewards from
every
each
time
of
that
them.
dude
We've got,
says
like, the,
anything, I love
like
it.
you said, the jewels are global, but there are unique jewels, and then there are unique socketables from the other one.
Yep.
And is there something planned to be unique from the final third trial that will be added later?
Of course.
Yes, there is already.
Secret.
I know what they. I'm not going to say it. Don't worry.
Okay, keep some secrets. Fine then.
Yeah. Again, I value the discovery, right? I'm certainly
I really appreciate how much they're keeping under wraps, so that we can just find it ourselves.
From the ultimatum,
especially in regards to the items.
They seem like they're.
We can be excited when an item drops because we'll be like, I have never seen this before.
I certainly think that like some of the stuff is a lot better with how they work. So so one of the things that we wanted to change was that implicits on items are truly implicit. Like you can't get rid of them; they stay there. And so that means that when you do a Val Orb, the mod that you get there now is an addition to whatever implicit already had, which is obviously good. And then the next one being that you can get plus one socket above the normal limit, which is also kind of powerful. So especially with the soul cores, so that in the Trial of Chaos, you get soul cores that you can't get from anywhere else, and those effectively are mods that are typically a bit beyond what you would normally get like on regular items, whereas runes, which kind of drop everywhere, those ones are just kind of normal everyday mods that you would expect to find on any
Resists
kind of item.
and things
Yeah,
like
just
that.
resists and damage and that kind of stuff. So effectively the soul cores is is kind of the more end gamey socketables that you might want to be using. And obviously being able to get plus one socket, I mean it's something that everyone will want, but on the other hand there is that risk of just bricking your item. So that's the deadly gamble you have as your final crafting step.
The deadly gamble.
It's they are Val Orbs are more forgiving though. Like,
they are, yeah.
But like if you think about we talked about enchantment, so some slots you might value the enchantment over a rune or a socket slot, right? That probably, especially towards end game, I'd say that's probably going to tilt that way because maybe a soul core contests with it, but the whole point is that there's choice there involved. And then there's enchantment. We just talked about the socket. There's obviously always the case of doing nothing, which happens. But for just say regular rare items, it will re-roll like 1 to 3 modifiers at random. Effectively, do a chaos orb on 1 to 3 modifiers, not all 6. And as much as that can often be a downside, because if you're using it on a very good item, obviously it's going to take away the good ones.
Interesting.
But if you're using it on a mid item, you can actually turn it very good. Now, I've had this happen. Like when I've been playing, I've got like, this is, life, defense, double res, and something else that I don't want. And I'm like, I'll just start valing everything because why not? I've got my Val Orbs and I Val it and it re-rolls that bottom mod into a tri-res. And now I got a tri-res double defense life helmet. And I was like, yo, awesome. So even that, which can often be perceived as a bad outcome, now isn't going to completely brick your item. And so, for example, if you have a weapon, you got your 3 damage mods, and you got some bad suffixes, it could even be an option, or hopefully it doesn't just remove all 3 damage mods, whereas before it's like if it bricked it often was almost always a brick, right? Like that item is now dead. So,
and then you told me about a new unique result, which I don't know if you want to spoil or not.
100%.
Yeah,
it's cool. It's so cool.
I'm surprised you even got that one past Rishi, honestly.
I mean, he got it made.
Okay, great.
We discussed it. I agree. I agree. I messaged it to him thinking he'll be like, no way, this is unacceptable. But no,
he was all for it.
It didn't turn into a dexterity chat.
Yeah.
And so, what it effectively does is it just takes the mod values and it goes up to, I can't remember exactly the values, but let's just say it changes all the values to between 0.8 and 1.2 of what they were multiplied, but it doesn't care about the minimum and maximums. So, for example, if you had 1,000 life Helm's Heart, you can use this to get, again, this is me assuming it's 20% variance, but because I can't remember what we balanced it to, but you'll be able to get a 1,200 life Helm's Heart, for example. Now that's obviously giving up the enchantment and a socket. Just thinking about sockets on Helm's Heart. I can't remember what we did, but whatever. I think you can actually do that, which is interesting. But ultimately, it's like, now I'm choosing, do I want the enchantment? Do I want an extra, 100 something, 200 life, whatever that ends up being, or do I want the socket? So it's quite an interesting choice and adds an extra axis of corruption to unique items. That is, I think,
corrupted divining of uniques. Interesting.
Oh boy!
Yeah, it's divining them, but with higher
maximums. Oh boy!
Surely there's going to be some broken things like max res or something like that.
I mean, we'll guess we'll find out.
I guess we'll find out, says Jonathan.
It's fine.
It's fine.
So that was all just talking about the trials, how you actually get your ascendancies. But what about the actual ascendancies themselves?
My
How are
face
they,
hurts from
how are they
smiling.
cooking?
It actually hurts.
Well, they're fun. They're cool.
Yeah.
We certainly tried to get what we've tried to do is for the classes we've tried to have one that's a bit more out there.
Yeah.
You know, something that isn't just like if you think even about in PoE 1, you've got the duelist. You can go like champion or slayer or holy words don't remember, but you know the drill.
Gladiator.
And the gladiator. And the problem
There
is
it
like.
is.
Okay, they're all just about like hitting stuff with weapons, and they haven't. There's nothing really out there. Sure, they all
They
sound
throw
cool.
so
Like, don't
much
get me
shade
wrong,
at
and they can be
PoE
cool,
1.
and they do have differences. But
The game
there's
they
nothing that's,
worked
like,
on
kinda
for
crazy.
over a decade.
So all of a sudden now, when you're like sorceress, you're using all your elemental skills, and now you can just like go into this thing that can stop time. You know, it's a little bit more.
It looks so good. The
crazy, and
ascendancies
you've got
look so
the
good.
mercenary, and you can turn into a gemling legionnaire and like, effectively fuse gems into your flesh to like mutate yourself. It's like not just talking about crossbows and projectiles over and over and over and over again. It's like doing kind of whack stuff. So I really like that. That's awesome, and we're going to make sure every single class has one thing that is like definitely out there. And then one thing that's, more predictable, more to the expectation of the trope, for example, the Deadeye to the Ranger. And, but yeah, lots and lots of cool interactions, just cool playing with different mechanics. And we've tried to make them, like, for example, none of them call out a weapon, right? None of them. So we're trying to make sure that they're broad enough to be that you might be a Ranger going a Deadeye, but playing a caster, right?
Yeah.
Playing spells, like keeping all of that open, that flexibility.
That's really exciting because I'm just really excited to see what crazy combinations we can do.
Out, the most broken, weird stuff. And you get things with that when you're still like, okay, I'm a Ranger.
I am curious though.
In one weapon set, spec'd into a bunch of prod speed, attack speed, and
I am curious though then about like the demon transformation, right? That demon transform they had to make that means they have to make a demon transformation for all the classes because you could be a warrior, but sorry. No, you can't. I'm sorry. I'm being dumb. But like you could like be a hammer wielding witch, I guess, is really what it could be. Yeah. My brain immediately went, "Oh, I could just be like this other." No. Class specific. I'm sorry. It's been a long day.
And in my second weapon set, I'm using a spellcaster staff with a bunch of projectile stuff, and I'm invested into more spell damage side, and you've got a whack tree, and all of a sudden now you're this like Deadeye, Archer, Spellcaster, Mage hybrid doing all kinds of wacky stuff, or like even, or let's say the same build and experimenting with a bunch of triggers. And so you're using your bow as a Quill Rain as a high attack speed delivery mechanism for, laying down a bunch of either CCs or slows or building up crowd controls, and then you're using the caster stuff, and like you get some pretty out there things going on. And the important thing is it's not like just like benefiting only arrows or only bow attacks or anything like that. It's broad and now opens up the world to what you can do. And same like the Gemling Legionnaire on the Mercenary is entirely just.
I also just had a wacky thought about the passive skill tree. I'm very curious what it's even going to look like before we have all 6 classes, and if there's just going to be like sort of useless things on it. Like, for example, with like traps, like I don't think we have traps yet because we don't have shadow. So like they don't have that yet. So like either those nodes are just like not there, or they are there, but they don't do anything, or maybe they're like blocked out. I'm not sure what they're going to do because the passive tree is shared. So because we don't have all the classes, it's going to be interesting. We did see in the gameplay trailer, there were things like in the, I think they were showing the skill window. There were like coming soon things because again, it's not done. It's early access, but yeah, I'm curious to see how that'll shake out.
About gem slot skills support
for day 1.
Zero. There's no, you don't have to be anything. You can be literally whatever build
Yeah.
you want. And yeah, so that's embracing that, and making sure that people still, even though we have all these classes, we're embracing that path of Exile. You can do anything fantasy that we want people to be able to do. And
Yeah.
if you don't want to go with the trope, perfectly fine.
Yeah,
and
so
you'll still be powerful.
It sounds like you're really trying to avoid that thing that we've had a couple times in PoE 1 where like a certain niche is relegated to one ascendancy. Like that's the only way to go for it.
sure.
But it sounds like that's not going to be the case here.
Well,
quite
at
as
least
much.
if we're doing our job right, that should be the
Yeah.
case. Yeah.
And with so many of the ascendancies as well. Got
A lot of
choices.
times, though, I feel like that happens
originally the plan was
because
to, like, have all of the PoE 1
people just
ascendancies available.
look up
it's
builds,
all sort
right?
of weird split campaign stuff and all that. I don't really know at this point. It's a bit confusing. You mentioned Deadeye though, so it sounds like some of them are coming forwards. But is it all just being?
There's not as many
more
people
done
that
at this point?
experiment versus people that do things that someone else experimented to
We
find.
were planning on just keeping the ascendancies as they were and putting them over, but at this point, that wouldn't even.
But that's
be good
true for
enough
any game.
because, like, it doesn't fit the kind of like Path of Exile 2 way of designing this thing. So yeah, I mean, like we might have a class called the Deadeye, and it might have the same themes, but it'll be like different actual mechanics and different things.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, even the Deadeye, you got Tailwind, works differently. You've still got an additional projectile. You know, like there are things that certainly carry over, but it's really easy, and it's honestly been fun just looking at them going like, you know, now we have all these system changes, all these skills, and everything works like this. Just what would the perfect class be? Not like, how can we retrofit and band-aid a PoE 1 class to work?
Yeah,
It's
that's
just way
probably
better
true,
to look at it
Gratch.
and go, here's
I think
all
there's
the
more
things we
people
want.
that get overwhelmed
So,
looking at it and are just
like
gonna
when you only have now the
follow
life
a
and
guide.
mana flask
And
stuff,
also
it
with
can- obviously
PoE,
things don't work
it is
quite the
common
same, but then
for
now you have the charm system and all
the
of a sudden
longtime
now just
players that are
everyone-
like content creators just to
Exactly.
advise new players to follow a build guide.
It's just, here are, 12, eventually 36 classes. It's not really like, here's the PoE 1 counterpart and they're identical kind of thing anymore, for sure. Too many things changed for that to even be possible anyway.
Yeah. All right. That sounds very epic.
I'm gonna avoid looking at any of that stuff though when I play.
So moving
just to
into,
figure it out on my own.
skills, I realized I had many pages of questions here, and then I was like,
Yeah,
wait,
exactly,
we haven't talked
Gratch,
about, like,
yeah.
skills here.
I really hate
So
that
much
that's the case with PoE.
for us to discover over the course of this beta.
And
how is the list of skills
am
been
very
shaping up overall?
hopeful that
I mean,
we
it's certainly getting there.
won't
I mean,
have
look,
that.
There are even certain skills that won't even make it, even just within the classes we have. Like there are still
that-
going to be more skills
that won't
coming,
be what the
later
norm
on as well
is
for these
with
classes,
PoE
because,
2. I
there
hope,
are more skills
at
that
least
we
I
got,
hope,
just
that's
about
how the
there,
the
and,
community
yeah,
won't
just
communicate that way to new players.
So
I hope.
yeah, and like getting a class finished in terms of the skills you need.
Though,
like,
the other problem, I guess, at this point is that the community is already built because of PoE 1, and a lot of them, I feel like, and I'm not saying this is why they do this now, but like, if you think about it, a lot of content creators make their money because they make build guides. Like, people go watch their videos because they're build guides. So they have a financial incentive to keep saying, hey, if you're new, you should just follow a build guide. And again, I'm not saying any of them are saying it for that reason, because there's a lot of really passionate people in the PoE community and they're all really great. And I do think for the most part, they genuinely just want people to love the game and have a good time. Yeah, POT is going to get, yeah, absolutely. I'm just saying, I think it's not that it's less complex. It's just that I think it's, from what they've shown, I think it's going to be way more possible for a new person to figure it out by playing the game. Whereas PoE 1, like we were talking about, where like in PoE 1, you can't even see what all the skills are. So I think, now you can, when you pick up a gym, you can see every skill in the game, So there's way more transparency on that front. We have the skills not being socketed into gear, and like, so there's we have gold respecking of your passive points so that there's less fear of complete bricking or failure. Like, I think they've tackled a lot of different points that affect it. I think the biggest hurdle left is honestly just that the community mindset is already the way it is because of PoE 1. So I think it's going to be hard to change that mindset, even for people like you or like whoever, people who haven't actually really gotten into PoE 1, but maybe they tried it. I think they're still going to have that like perception of the game and, you know, are going to want to follow a guide or whatever. But also, guides are just kind of the norm now with any game. Diablo, you're just told to play around with what you want till you hit max level. Only reason for 11 guys speed through. And yet, plenty of people still follow build guides for Diablo, right? Like, even as significantly simpler as that game is. So, yeah. Yeah. If that was available in game, yeah. Yeah, and for me, like, I want to fail. I want to just experiment and fail and learn and, you know, come up with my own ideas, no matter how bad they are. And, yeah, I'm not worried about the guide creators either. If I were to play PoE, I'd be following a book guide. Yeah, and there's nothing wrong with that. I don't mean to say there's anything wrong with that, but for me, and I've talked about this before with PoE 1, I early on decided, because everyone was saying, like, follow a build guide. I did my first playthrough without one, and then I followed a build guide, and my plan originally was like, I'll just follow a build guide once for each of the major, like, build archetypes so that I can learn the game, but then I'm going to go back and make my own builds. But what ended up happening was I was so much stronger because the amount you can grow your character power in PoE from, like, passable, viable to, like, blasting is so there's such a big gap between viable in PoE and, like, what the strongest is. And that basically I followed build guide, and then I felt what that felt like, and then I would try to go back to making my own character, and I'm like, this feels like poo poo. And then I couldn't escape the build guides. So I just kept following build guides because I just hated the feeling of being so far from what I felt before. So I think with PoE 2, I'm just not going to do it. Unless I'm literally having a bad time, which I wasn't having a bad time in PoE 1 when I wasn't following a build guide. I just wanted to learn more, and everybody was telling me, well, if you want to learn more, follow a build guide, right? So I feel like I robbed myself of a good time because I enjoy in RPGs having that feeling of, like, personal connection to my character by creating my own build, right? So I really want that. Like, when I think of, like, Etrian, of, like, how much fun it is to figure out my own party comp and all that good stuff. And I really like theory crafting and, like, planning, and it's one of the biggest strengths of PoE. It is a theory crafter's dream game, right? So I just really don't want to do it. Really, the goal should be that the build guide build feels like something that is achievable by digging into things yourself. Yeah, for sure. Now, I think there's certainly, I fully expect to make a lot of bad builds that'll be good enough for me to beat the game. You know what I mean? Like, and that's what I'm going to do. And I think I'm just going to push through it. And I'm just going to try to not look around too much at, like, what other people are doing and just enjoy my own personal journey through the game. And not only will that mean I'll just be having more fun, but it just extends the lifetime of the game for me. So that's how I'm excited to do it. But again, you want to follow build guide. I am also a streamer with a ton of time on my hands to be pouring hundreds of hours into Path of Exile 2 to fail and whatever. And I know a lot of times people look in the guides because they're like, I don't have 40 hours a week to play PoE, right? So you're going to look up a build guide so that you can still see all the things that are there and not struggle as much by, you know, hitting walls and things. Come in with the guide character and blast past you. Yeah. On the topic of, like, multiplayer, I probably just like PoE 1. I probably won't do much multiplayer. I might do something semi-multiplayer adjacent that I'll talk about at a later time that I've been coordinating with folks about. But I think for the most part, I really enjoy PoE 1 as a solo experience. So I assume the same will be true for PoE 2. But we'll see. And I mean, I think also for me, I think it'll be important for the purpose of like actually making my build, because if I'm like running around with someone, then I won't really know how strong I am. But yeah, I'm so excited. I'm so excited for all the options they're adding. It's sounds so good.
It sort of seems very easy when you come up with, like, okay, we need like, you know,
It'll be. I'm so curious to see,
you know, number of skills, something like that.
how the
And
community
it seems like that's not so many, and you kind of
reacts to
design them, but
this
when you
game
actually come up with all of the things, you know,
once it's
the way
here.
they interact together. You know, the number of prototypes you have to do that kind of don't really work, and you know, like you end up not being fun. And then, of course, the support gem stuff, like you need to make sure that every skill has enough viable supports so that you can actually even recommend people to be able to do. Then you need things like the, you know, the passive tree support for all of them.
Yeah, exactly,
You need to
Gretch.
have all of the stuff with like buff.
And that's how I feel about Monster Hunter too. Once Wilds comes out,
you need
like
to be thinking about uniques for the type.
Though with Monster Hunter it's a little different because I love doing multiplayer.
It's just like
but,
there's so many different elements to actually make.
Probably the story I'll do solo.
Once again, it's
for
another
that
area
reason.
I think that was underestimated to some degree before, and you know, like it does take a you know, like to actually get that finished, it takes a lot. Yeah,
Exactly,
that's been
Gretch,
a total struggle, and we didn't think we would have to have only 6 character classes initially at the start of early access. We were thinking we would have 8 to begin with.
Be on it all
But,
day.
yeah, when it actually
Exactly.
came down to actually getting to actually finish something, you know, like it just ended up being too much. You know, now obviously we've got a bunch. I mean, we've got a bunch of work on more of the classes that we've done. You know, there's things there, but it's that finishing work of like making sure that all the systems in the game come together to support, you know, how that works.
Well,
that requires a lot.
Doing all of that as we're still discovering how we want those systems to work. You know, like the changes to support gems and all that. As we're also making support gems, as we're making character classes, just can cause things to slow down quite a bit, and then we have to recalibrate and all. Yeah, like it was an extreme amount of work that we certainly predicted poorly. But
Hey, I gotta get
that
my
was also
tails
because
somehow.
We are making all these cool systems, all these
Gotta bring
changes
Juan
all these
along to get my
systems, which
tails.
are having like immense benefits as well. So,
For sure.
yeah, I would say it's pretty safe to expect that, you know, as much as you can't play them on day 0, a lot of some of those other classes that we have shown in the past, and some of the skills and stuff, there's a lot there, like just not to make it seem like it's shallow or anything, but we will be adding those classes in for sure.
Yeah, the thing that keeps like surprising me is
in my
well,
second
when you look at
hand,
old gems
I
tab,
have
when you're getting
one.
Uncut, there's quite a lot of skills in
First
there.
thing
that
I thought when you said
initially
that.
kind of box yourself away where you think, okay, so I'm playing the mercenary, so I'm just looking at the crossbow skills. And then I was like, well, what if I go
Let
look at
me
the
pull
elemental
out
skills
my
and then I throw
wand.
flame wall, and I'm like, oh, I can shoot my projectiles through that. Okay, cool. I like that, but that's like surface level because you also have the weapon swap thing, and that you can actually viably do with the automated weapon swapping. It's not like Toxic where you have to push the button a bunch of times, and you've got the trees that like customize whenever you do it automatically on the fly.
My
So
magic
all of a sudden I'm like,
wand.
oh well, why can't I use a sword? On the other hand,
You absolutely
that's
can
actually
do
a
other
very
stuff.
cool mercenary vibe, sword and crossbow.
So yeah, I mean that stuff is like is crazy. I mean, like in the
Okay, but for the first character I play, the warrior, I'm hoping they showed earlier, for anybody who wasn't here, they showed in the like gameplay portion that there's a notable on the passive skill tree. I forget what it was even called, but it lets you hold two-handed weapons in one hand. So I could dual wield two-handed hammers for my charging hammer build. I want to do it so bad. I'm so excited.
actually there was one in the community guys recorded where they were using a bell, the bell skill with the quarterstaff with the rapid shot mercenary skill, and when I saw it, I was like, oh man, you know, that's like a whole other thing. Yeah, like that I didn't even know about that particular combo until I saw it in the some of the footage they recorded.
I started thinking about that too with like multiplayer, and I was like, sorry, I was throwing my gas grenades.
Did you see that
which you
they
can blow up
they
with your
had
explosive
added
grenades,
runes
and then
into
I was throwing
PoE2
at a
Crash?
boss that
Did
was
you
doing
see that
burning
part?
ground, and they were blowing up instantly. I'm like, oh wait, so it reacts to the environment. Well, it's obviously going to react to my friends doing burning ground then.
Oh yes,
So
and
my flame wall friend.
And this is the reason. Like this conversation here is the reason why there's going to be crazy builds that we don't anticipate, because like
The
like
co-op.
like
They
the some
did
of the stuff
Diablo
that can happen
money
between
too.
classes, I just have no doubt we will not have discovered.
Yeah,
You know,
like how
there's
much
going to
co-op
be-
have you really been able to test?
I mean, we do test party play all the time. Like,
Yeah.
and Mark's like,
But to
got his
find
whole-
all those-
I'm the support character player.
Yeah, Mark
Now I'm,
is
like,
the
freezing,
big on
armor
that
breaking,
in
putting down
PoE1.
clouds, slow. You know,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like, holy, there's just a lot
Lots of
going on all
options
of
for
a
that.
sudden. I'm
Yeah,
not
yeah.
just standing there like I got buffs coming out of me. You know, it's like,
A
you
walking
know,
buff, like
you're
in PoE1.
I'm actually doing all this active support and like different conditions to synergize with the group and how it's like, oh, okay, you're doing
That's
that
awesome.
skill. Okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to just do this and enhance my armor breaking and go ballistic armor breaking, and you just spam your thing that consumes it. You know, so you get a lot of that stuff going on for sure. Where but you know, it's kind of honestly the terrifying part as well, where it's like, you know, what do we have? We had the whole like vulnerability curse
Oh,
with gas cloud ticks or something, and it was like literally applying armor break like every frame, and so you have the monsters going ting ting ting
And then
ting
you
ting
have
ting.
armor
ting.
explosion on there as well.
Yeah, and then you have
probably.
some other thing,
Yeah,
and
yeah.
you have some other guy consuming it, and again, oh my god, Quill Rain! Just don't even how many bloody synergistic things with Quill Rain.
You can do a lot with that, eh?
All the lightning arrows on the ground, and because they can, you know, lightning things hit them and explode, and all of a sudden now everyone's running around with Quill Rain spamming lightning rods everywhere.
Yeah, because it's such combo focused gameplay, I think
Frostwall. Somehow Frostwall had
parties
about
are going to do
15 use
crazy
cases.
things.
I mean, that's historically accurate.
Crazy things.
Kinetic blast, frost walls, and all that. It returns. Sounds like it's coming back.
It'll be fun.
Yeah.
It's cool. Even finding all the stuff so far has been really fun. But yeah, I generally play multiplayer. Most of the alpha I've done is being in multiplayer. Play with other people. It's good to get a lot of that testing in there as well, because
support
not
for that, then.
a lot of others do it.
That's really good.
And then try and see what we can break, just for good fun. Honestly, the thing it's like hard is to then like, because you get this thing which is quite interesting where you have a staff is both a player and a developer. And I'm of the like, don't you better not keep that you know, something that's I wouldn't say exploit, but you know, something that's OP, a secret, right? You better bloody tell me, because
the exact reaction you had earlier.
You were saying people weren't telling you about their good
like you get a
builds.
situation where someone doesn't want to tell you about their build, that's because they're like, oh, Mark will nerf it then. You know,
Like,
that's
you're
a-
supposed to be making games. not
Exactly.
hiding.
I legitimately had a Monday meeting, and you know, whatever. I was like, I swear, if I see any of you at the top of the ladder on day one, we're going to have a talk.
Exactly.
I know you've hidden something from me.
Exactly.
No, I did tell you about my flashbangs and how good.
But
they
maybe
are.
it's fine. I just wanted them to check. Just
Well, that's
don't
the
know
thing.
about
No,
flashbacks.
that is the thing that is hard. No one knows if their thing is actually look, there's a line that gets crossed, yes.
Yeah.
But sometimes you don't know. Is it just I've found something cool and it's powerful, or have I found something cool and it's broken? You know, and those things. I mean, we have to make those decisions, of course. And a lot of the time, what is reported is just fine. And it's like, yeah, you got a good weapon, and you got this combo. You're strong.
If it's supported by items, then it's like fine to be very powerful. But if you're just like, I just pick these skills, and no matter what weapons I'm wearing, I'm just like completely ridiculous, then that's a different situation, because now it's just a thing that anyone can do at a moment's notice.
Yeah, it's
rather than
interesting, 'cause they
requiring, like,
actually-
I have to find the big, this combo of items.
They
and things
want
like that.
people to
So that's
find
a much
things that
different
feel
story.
broken, which I love about the game.
We've had a lot of good testing, a lot of good feedback, a lot of good people reporting that stuff, especially in the last like month. It's like coming in a lot because as the system.
But it needs to be like you found a really cool combination.
People are understanding what
Again,
the,
involving items, like
difficulty
Jonathan
is
said.
meant to be, and what the power of characters is meant to be. As all of that came and started to stabilize, we got a lot more of this coming in, and we are kind of getting more understanding. But again, you'll never find them all. But you know, it's fun, good fun journey.
Support gems have changed a lot. How have you found the changes to them being now having no levels and the restriction of having only one support gem on your character of a type, but having a lot more of them?
I really like how this works. Like, I think that it adds so much more build diversity and interest to have to be.
I'm really good.
making
I'm really
decisions
glad we
like,
don't
you
have to
know,
level support
where is
gems
this gonna
actually.
go? And the thing that's been important though with that system is
Just makes it
requires
even
a
more
lot
flexible
support gems to exist.
to try different
Because
things.
because you only have one on your character, you need tons of them, and you need a lot of different ways to increase damage and a lot of ways to support different mechanics. It's like if you're going to have something like freeze, if you're going to have a freezing skill, you need to be able to support that and augment that in like many different ways. And there needs to be more options than what you can even there needs to be, in order to have choice. You can't just have here's your 5 freeze things and that's all you do, right? There has to be more than that in order to be able to have it so you actually have some choices as well. So that kind of stuff has meant that you just need a lot of things going on there. But I think that the choices that you end up with as a player of where do I put my model projectiles, where do I put my PS, where do I put, I think that leads to a lot more interesting decisions with how you build. And I think that to me is where a lot of why it just works so much better. And we were certainly hesitant about the whole, you can only have one support per character thing, because it sounds bad if you just hear about it as a player without actually playing it. Like your first reaction is you just hear that and you're like, oh, it's just a restriction. And it is arbitrary in some sense, right? There's no like, we can't justify it thematically, really. It just is what it is. And so that, I really don't like that kind of thing usually, because I want the theme to match the mechanic as much as possible. But in this case, it just made the gameplay so much better that like it just had to happen. So
yeah, I feel like they really go the extra mile to explain things,
I
which
have to put the support on every slot.
Exactly, that is.
They go the extra mile to tie things into the lore and the world and like explain things, like having a reason. Even like the gameplay mechanics are rooted in the world and in the lore, is what I'm trying to say. And that's part of the reason it makes me so sad that for the most part the PoE community like kind of shits on the story and kind of talks down about it, because I just don't think they get enough credit. Like they really do actually do a lot of cool stuff with the story and with the world building and the lore, and it's just like, aw, they put so much work into it. Even every single league is like deep diving further into the lore of some specific part of the general world lore, or like certain characters and stuff like that. And like I don't know, I think it's because most of the people that are like streamers that people watch and follow or whatever are basically blasters, and they're not reading any of the story. They're like, even in a brand new league, they're just completely skipping it. So yeah, she got me coffee first thing. Yeah,
less choice, and that's the reason why the gameplay is
less
bad.
choice, less interest, and also you may as well just bake that now into the skills and or
100%. And so this is the thing. It is actually much worse to have that, because it results in this outcome. But like that's a kind of more subtle argument that like you have to kind of make to people if you want to kind of convince them that this is actually the right way. Because when you tell people, oh, there's this restriction, it doesn't sound like what they're getting out of that is more choice. It sounds like they're getting less. But the reality is it is actually more choice, because you no longer have like mandatory, like here's the 5 mandatory things you have to put on the skill. It's like there's actually much more going on.
I think it's much better helped realize my experience on the Mercenary that your vision of having like all of these skills available to you and them actually being worth using.
For sure.
Because if you had all the same support gems, I feel like you just pick the one that does the most damage and you make it do the most damage, and that's the only skill you use.
Yeah, and I mean the great thing is now it's completely
all your skills aren't
a skill in your character that you
solely about damage,
right? Like every 5 minutes you might have a situation where you need to use that, and that's actually fine and completely reasonable.
Yeah, so I'm playing a Grenader and I would be like, okay, I should only use this grenade normally, is what I would be like in Path of Exile, because this is the best grenade, or maybe this one that does like interacts with it in some way, the obvious combo. But now I'm actually like, well, actually, there's a reason I could use those lightning ones to apply shock, because I have all these shock support gems that I'm not using anywhere else, because I'm using the damage and the LMP on my big damage dealers. I can put the shock things on there, and I can actually have a shock set up. I can incorporate that into my build.
100%.
I can incorporate poison into my build to strip their armor and whatnot. And that
maybe you only use that occasionally when you face something that's
all right, Lola. Enjoy your supper.
It's like that kind of stuff I really want to be viable, and that situational stuff I think just makes the game way more interesting.
Thank you again for the
really
coffee.
Into the flavor of the Mercenary is like this like prepared kind of fighter.
Mercenary looks really fun
as well. Like you're like, oh, I have this grenade for if I get into this situation, and this grenade for this one. It's so good.
Yeah, nice.
I love it. I've a couple of questions here. People definitely have been asking about like Vile skills and transfigured gems and stuff and like that. I feel like this sort of thing doesn't make sense at launch. Exactly.
Yeah, because ultimately, if we were going to add something like that, it would make sense to add it just as another skill. So at this point, there's no real reason to do that. Like that kind of stuff comes in when we want to have a specific reward system somewhere that wants to be able to do that, and so we don't really need to do it right now. But look, we might decide to bring that theme back in in a reward system later.
Yeah, I think
like
for Vile skills especially, it's a cool flavor.
Yeah, for sure. Like but I think the transfigured thing is also interesting. Like if you're looking to be able to like the reason why transfigured was nice is because it's like we got to sort of iterate on a bunch of different themes around the same skill, which obviously at this point we don't need to do that because we're already just having to make still adding the skills. You know what I mean? So all the iterations of it are like less of a necessary thing. But yeah, I mean, I'm sure we'll be doing more stuff like that in the future. Like we absolutely will be.
Do you know how many skills roughly you have?
Also, transfigured gems came out of sort of a problem with PoE1, whereas like I feel like the limiting of support gems to 1 means that they could basically do what they did with transfigured gems, which are alternate versions of what they would call meta gyms in PoE 2, I guess, by just adding a support gym that does that modification, because, and then it would apply to more things, because that's basically what they were doing, because they couldn't add a freaking, like, I mean, I guess it would be a little tougher to do it that way, to be fair, because a lot of the transfigure gyms have like different animations and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think there's as much of a need for it, even when they have finished adding all the like skills they plan on adding. I feel like because of the limit where you can only have one support gym of any given type of support gym across all your skills, they can just make more support gyms.
Sasha going to end up with some,
I actually don't know the number off the top of my head, but what I will say is that we initially, I think,
hey, Connor,
when we announced
welcome in.
like what the full game would have, we said 240, and I'm pretty sure we're actually nearing that. I feel
definitely it's going to be way higher than
yeah,
that.
yeah, because I think we're nearing that now when we've only added half the classes.
Oh, jeez.
That means that there's going to be
Jeez,
like
man.
100 of them or whatever are like some little utility skill or whatever, but there's, even if you discount for those, it's
I know, no, that's a lot.
many
I mean,
major
because even
skills.
Yeah, you got what, like,
because there's 20 to 25 for each of those
class.
for each class. So just with 6 of those, I'm terrible at math.
Well, each weapon, yeah.
But I feel like that's 120. Well, let's say it's just a bit over 110 or something. Like, end up around there, 120, something like that. I think probably 120. Around there, like that. But then you've also got all the buff gems as well, and like each character class has 9 of those. So that then sort of adds up. So you've already reached probably 200 just by the time you've got to there. And then it doesn't even count things that really are skills, but like are not, you don't get them via a skill gem. So like we're talking about all the ascendancy little skills, and there's like uniques that have little skills on them. And like,
all staffs, wands, and
there's
scepters
a
have a
staff
skill
exactly,
baked
right?
in.
We're not even counting that, right? Like, because the staffs, wands, and scepters have skills built in.
Yeah.
And then those are like, that's another. How many of those? There's like 20 of those probably.
Yeah, I mean,
like if you add them all up.
I mean, there's one for every
I know, but
base type.
No one has counted recently.
No one has counted recently.
Countless skills.
Ascendancy classes with
Uncounted
skills.
skills. Is it more accurate?
And those skills, by the way, ascendancy class skills are fully supportable.
Yeah,
That's
wild,
crazy.
the thing with default attack
That's
weapons, stuff like that.
crazy to think about.
And you can support any skill
Ascendancy
that comes from
ones
something.
That one caught me by surprise. I was like, oh wow, you can actually link those up.
Yep. It's,
That's
so you're going to end up
crazy.
with quite a lot going on there.
I was even surprised.
You could
when I
have a
was like,
6
I can
link,
add,
what was it, like
additional accuracy to
Hellhound
hurl
from
dice,
that
like,
Witch
promote the buff
Ascendancy?
to my character,
Oh my
add
god. Or
add buffs
does
through
the
support
transformation
You know why that is,
probably
though?
counts as a
Because,
skill? That could be a
those-
6 link. That's
Things
crazy.
like heralds are so hard to find like a good set of supports to recommend.
Yeah, see.
So we're like, damn it, we have to come up with like tons of these now. They're like really
I like
difficult.
that idea though. You can like create a custom aura.
Yeah,
kind of.
absolutely, absolutely.
cool.
So yeah, it's that actually makes
custom
it's actually nice
aura.
because, part of the it means that you get the feeling of having more aura effects on your character without having to have the spam of actual auras that many characters had in PoE 1. Like you get to kind of have all that stuff as well. So that's been really nice.
Like 80% of my bar in PoE 1 is auras.
Well, it does remind me though,
Which is
so
was
with
kind
all
of
the-
nice
this is
just
very
because I
off-topic,
had
but
less
with all
buttons
the,
pressed, but still.
very good teasers you've been doing for like
It's a
new
little
3D
silly.
art for uniques and stuff like that. Have you had any thoughts about reworking the skin transfer MTX in some way, making it more permanent? More able
Honestly,
to, like,
it's not in our thing about
Haven't even
stuff
thought
we're
about
thinking
it?
about. You know, like it'll work the same way it works for now, at least. But obviously, skin transfer in PoE 2, there's a lot more cool base art.
Yeah,
that's
going to make
uniques
people
and stuff
actually
that you
want to
want to
use it
use.
now.
So
I
yeah,
feel
you'll probably be using that a lot more.
So yeah, it'd be cool to see something for that in the future potentially. So onto the end game, which was I feel like a big bulk of the announcement
for sure.
Yeah. So just as like an overview, so we have the end game versions just for beta launch, by the way.
Yeah,
because it's going to be a lot more later.
Yeah.
We have the end game pinnacle versions of the 2 trials.
Yep.
So as like fully farmable content. They don't have trees though. Those ones.
They don't have trees, but they do have a progression system of some kind. So you've got the
like
relics, in the Sanctum sequel, and then for the Trial of Chaos, you have the inscribed ultimatums have getting mods from the end. So when you kill the final the final boss of that. Which is alleged to be the trial master.
Mm.
Then
Alleged.
yeah. Then he'll drop items that can then have mods on them to make the trial itself harder. And there's also some pretty interesting ones on there that we actually were going to put in the video, but it was starting to get a bit long. Which was that you've got the thing which where you've got the bets that you can make of put up 13 exalts, and then you might get double that back if you're able to complete the thing. So those are some of the mods that can spawn on there, and as well as mods that make the actual trial harder as well. So there's things like that as well. So yeah, those two have those kind of like different outside the Atlas tree because they're not really part of the Atlas. Like you'll get keys for them while you're playing in game, but technically speaking, they're kind of like they scale to end game, but they're not like sort of part of the whole Atlas. Like play them there.
Yeah, so they're their own distinct endgame
exactly,
too.
exactly.
So there'll be 3 roguelike dungeon things that will be
sure.
Like
I wouldn't say 3 roguelike dungeons. I will say there will be 3 trials that have various mechanics that can be different.
Yeah.
But then of course you've got the 4 kind of what I guess would say sort of. I don't know. We actually need a name for what are we calling the things that are icons on the
because they were called leagues, but they're not really leagues.
It doesn't really make sense to call it a league exactly. That is what we call them internally. We just call them as like there are 4 leagues that you have that appear there.
Doesn't really work anymore, does it?
I don't have a good idea right now.
Yeah, we'll need to come up with a name
we probably have actually named it. I just don't remember what it is.
Right. And then you've got the kind of boss hunting kind of element as well. And then the kind of, I guess what you would say is the pinnacle of the kind of boss hunting thing is then, you've got the cities with the lieutenants and then the Uber Act bosses. And then above that, you have the pinnacle boss who we don't want to spoil. Although I did show you a little bit about it just in private before. That one's gonna be hard. Like I know you're cooking up some pretty difficult mechanics there.
It's fun. That's the fun stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
because now you don't need to worry about if people can't progress through. It's not a progression blocker. You can just kill them.
It's a progression blocker to difficulty to the higher difficulties though, because once you kill that, of course, then you get the increase of the difficulties, and then it's like, okay, now try it again, but way harder. And then there's 4 levels of difficulty for each of those for each endgame system.
Oh yeah, it's been awesome, Connor.
Like, apart from the trials, the endgame trials, everything has like its own
this is just the post game show interview that we're watching right now.
We really wanted to prevent the situation where you feel like you allocate
there was like
points for
cinematics and
like
trailers and so much information,
kind of wasting the points that you've got.
Yeah, the lock-in.
And we kind of band-aided that in PoE1 by adding multiple Atlas trees as a way. But I think the solution is much better, where effectively you can progress all of them.
This is so much better.
Just all in one for a while, or you can just do each of them as you come to them, and just add them kind of piecemeal. But either way, however you want to do it.
So much better than just having multiple trees. This is so much better. I guess it is like you have multiple trees, but
for all of those, because the progress and all that stuff is, of course, for the whole league, not just
literally having multiple trees is better in my mind.
I would say very much so to make sure that we were doing the type of content that we wanted to do.
Yeah, so now it's not so much about finding the content, because that's what the tablets are for.
Yeah.
Now it's more about improving your ability to sustain effectively. Like you're going to want to have those points to sort of get sustainability for the next level up, and we want to make sure that there is sustain if you're doing engaging with those mechanics well.
I think this is way more new player friendly too, because in PoE1 and like anybody who was watching me play like last league would have noticed this too, where like I was kind of struggling I wanted to try more of the different league mechanics, but it was really tough because in order to really properly try them and like know if I even liked them or to really see what they were about, I had to invest into them. And to invest into them, I had to uninvest in what I was doing before. So if I did the reinvestment, I tried it and I was like, I don't want to do this right now. Like maybe I don't really like it, or maybe, this isn't really that profitable for me right now, or like my character's not great for this. I'd have to then reinvest again. And at that point, I either go to the next thing I want to try, or I go back to what I'm familiar with because it's safe, right? Whereas the way they've done it now, you could just be simultaneously investing into everything, and you're not really penalized for that. Like, sure, the time it takes for you to go try it out, but like that's really it. And if you actually just wanted to be able to hop between all the different mechanics, different in-game like paths, you could, because there are separate progression trees. So you could you could just get fully invested into all of them, and like you say, you're like, oh, I feel like going and getting X item from this mechanic. I'm gonna go get it myself because why not? Or like I'm gonna go try to get it myself, and then you're like, oh, you know what, this is really hard. I'm just gonna trade for this. But yeah, I think for new players it's gonna be way better.
Difficulties. You will need to be able to, be making smart choices in terms of allocating and like using the tablets correctly and that kind of stuff. Like it is part of that sort of story of all of that. Yeah, that's kind of the main thing with that.
Yeah, this idea of like sustaining the content you want to do by doing it is a little different to how it's been in PvE1 a lot of the time, where it's like you had to fuel it by going back to maps. To,
right.
Get your delve juice.
I mean, you're still doing maps ultimately, in terms of like, but effectively, like, so long as you're doing the content that you that you want to do, you should, and as well, and making it harder. So your build has to be good enough to be able to sustain it. Then you will be able to sustain that stuff. And like if you want every single map to have a breach in it, that's absolutely doable. By using the tablets correctly.
Cool. Yeah, so the Atlas passive trees and the trees for each of the distinct types of content is about scaling the reward and difficulty primarily. Now.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And what does I saw like on the breach nodes? It said like increased difficulty. What does that mean?
It's somewhat arbitrary and asymmetric, but it will feel like, for example, some of the difficulties will actually change the boss's skills and how they work.
Wow.
Generally, they'll increase like the level of the area, right? So you get the general monster and life scaling, but arguably to a player that's arbitrary as well, because they don't know how that scales. And in other contexts, it might be more of certain monster types, less of others, and stuff like that. It is generally so the small nodes will increase difficulty of the meta content, whereas the notables will increase the reward of the in-map content. But when I say difficulty, that is reward as well. So an example of how this works is like, let's say the boss has 6 uniques it could drop, or 5 or 6 uniques. It can drop 3 at difficulty 0. Then at, say, difficulty 1, it can drop, maybe has increased level or higher item level, some rarity. Now also that, when I say rarity, also note rarity does increase the...
Now, when they were showing these trees, I, as a PoE1 player, assumed this was the case. But I do think, if I remember what they showed us just a little bit earlier, I don't think they communicate this very well. So I will say that that's one complaint I have, because the note itself just said it increases difficulty. It said nothing about it increasing rewards. And I think this is the problem they had in Necropolis as well, where like people felt bad about all the negative modifiers if they weren't super advanced PoE players, and sometimes even if they were, because it wasn't telling them that it was also giving them a reward. And then they like made a change later to basically just communicate the reward part of it so that people didn't feel like all they were doing was making the game harder and the players getting nothing out of it, right? Like, it feels better when you see the reward, obviously. So I'm a little worried about this, because I feel like, when they were showing the breach tree, there were all those different nodes that just said increase difficulty, increase difficulty. That is not very exciting to look at if you don't know that, oh, that means I get 20% more good stuff. You know what I mean? So it'll be interesting to see what they do about that.
Raid of items, not just making them yellow or orange. It does make them better yellows or better not better oranges.
Right?
But it does affect other things about items than just the rarity.
Yes. And so, when I talk about just getting rarity here, I don't want people to, and PoE1 players in particular, to think, they're just going to go from yellow to more yellow. So anyway, and, maybe the next tier will add a unique to the pool, like a more, what we hope will be more valuable unique. And then the next one can do a bit more rarity, something else maybe, introduce a different unique perhaps. And then the last difficulty introduces something ideally, without giving away exact specifics of them, more in the line of a modular unique item, say like Megalomaniac or like Forbidden Flesh and Flame from PoE1. So a unique item that is like ideally very powerful, very chase, but has a lot of different combinations. Watcher's Eye is another good example, right?
Those are
So
my
a
favorites.
new series of jewels is a good example. There are other uniques that are modular and stuff, and that comes in at the last tier. And so you want to really be getting to that hardest difficulty, so you can be getting.
I
these,
really
like,
think they should
farming for these
communicate this in
extremely
game.
good, powerful, unique items.
Like they don't have to say
But of
specifics,
course,
but
you
they
have
could
the
say
thing, if you're
something
never ready
along
for
these
it,
lines of
if
like,
you try it and you're like, oh, this is too hard. You can always just
give
respect
it,
the nodes.
give it
You can
an
unspec them
in-game
away
name,
and then not,
like he called it a
effectively
modular
decide, like, I've
unique,
got
but
these
like
points, but I'm not
maybe not
I
that
want to
name.
go back and do this later. And so
okay.
that ability
And
to effectively
tell the
configure
player
difficulty
what
like that, I think, yeah.
what
So
they're
if
getting
you're
with
maybe
that
target
increased
farming
difficulty.
One of the uniques, the difficulty 0 drops, you might want to just be like, I'll do that. I'll do the difficulty stuff later, and I'll just farm it at this difficulty. So,
And I think that's a much better way than than some of the systems.
Because
that
that's
use
a
to
good
scale down the
system.
price. And the nice thing is,
But
of
you
course,
need to
with difficulty is
communicate
that we
it
can
in the
effectively
game.
use whatever scaling levers we want to make that more difficult without necessarily having to, like because we could have been like, oh, you increase difficulty, it's like 200% life or something like that. But by effectively being a bit more vague about it, we can actually like specifically tailor the difficulties of the different tiers, like with more specific changes.
Yeah, this like multiple projectile thing he shoots has more projectiles.
Sure, and that kind of thing. So just whatever we feel works best for making this particular fight more difficult.
It seems like there's a lot more for players to kind of discover experimentally there as they progress.
For sure.
In what ways they're getting harder, and that is going to be different for different players too, where like a different build is affected by a difficulty change more so than others.
Potentially.
And that's an interesting question as well, I think, where how much are you guys pitching these sorts of distinct endgame pieces of content at being like completable by the same build, or by encouraging players to make a different build that's better at certain
So this
content?
is a very difficult one, and it's something that we've discussed a bit recently. Is like, the harder you make the hardest content, the less builds will be considered viable by the players, because effectively, like, a build's only viable if it can defeat, like, the pinnacle boss at difficulty 4. Like, that will be kind of the general perception. So we have to be really, like, I actually don't know necessarily what the right answer here is.
Yeah.
Like,
That is how the community
have the ability. I mean, maybe you feel like you do, but I don't think you do.
I wouldn't say I'm 100% confident on it, but
Right.
I'll have a go at it.
Look, there's going to be iteration here, because what we'll see is, like, if we find that, like, there's only like some particularly abusive, like only the most abusive stuff is possibly able to defeat the hardest content, that we might have to dial it back a bit.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a bit of experimentation, and it's very hard at this point to be able to pitch that, because we don't have the crazy history. PoE does not have the history of PoE 1 to be able to to know kind of what is the right life value to have on a difficulty 4 pinnacle boss. Like, how do we even know that at this point, really, without
That being said, though, like, the bosses are a lot more skill based and tactical, right? Like, at the end of the day, the gear is to some degree necessary, because no one can really make no mistake for some amount of time. So you do have that thing, and you do need to mitigate certain things. But like,
Interesting,
a lot of
he's
these
bringing
are,
this
like,
up.
very dodge roll tactical, or using certain skills or mitigation tactics or whatever. There's heaps of different things to bypass.
Okay, so he is saying, this is a question I brought up before this stream. He is basically saying that like a Souls game, you could go in there theoretically with a lower let's just say lower level character, even though that's not really accurate, but simplifying it, right? Like, if you think of like level 1, even level 1 in Souls is kind of a weird thing, because they find other ways. But like, you're going in at a lower strength power, but because you're so skilled, it does not matter, because you just don't, like, you get good and you don't get hit. Now, the fact that he's saying that is really encouraging to me, because my concern was, because there's a lot of things in PoE 1 where it's like, what, at least to me as a player who's not good, so maybe this is incorrect, but it felt like to me there was a lot of unavoidable damage, because you don't have a dodge. I mean, you have movement skills, but you don't have a dodge in PoE. So it's a very, very different game in that aspect. But since they're going for this really active playstyle, I feel like my hope is that, like he's saying, you're fully in that action realm of, if I'm skilled enough, it doesn't really matter if my build is crap, in theory. Because, I mean, if it's too bad, maybe you have to be fighting the monster for 3 hours, right? So then that's realistically, no matter how skilled you are, you're probably not doing that. But, you get what I'm saying, hopefully. So.
The things that make them hard, for sure. But I would say say it is very much a lot of skill is involved, especially when it comes to some of these with dodge rolling. Like I'm trying to emphasize that quite a bit, or blocking. You know, if you want to do a different way about it. Not to say you must block, but yes, dodge roll is a pretty key mechanic here, and I'd say we're certainly upping the emphasis on using it and using it well as you get into these higher tiers. But gear is always a way, and combinations of uniques and passive tree and builds is always a way to go, I'm not good at dodge rolling, I'm going to gear around that skill check and become strong enough to defeat the boss.
You know, or another skill, like some sort of
Become
skill
strong enough to face tank.
Using skills in the mix is fine, But
is what he's trying to say.
Generally, you can take, I'd say any decent character, you get you gear up all the way, and as long as you're good enough, that is a way to defeat them. I would say there's no real hard requirement on doing something crazy niche or out there or complicated.
You're certainly not going the route of like, oh, this boss is far.
I'm really glad he feels that way.
No.
Thanks.
No.
We've been through that already.
Yeah.
Excellent. So this very cute atlas, this infinitely expanding civilization map-esque atlas, which I know you're particularly fond of, Jonathan.
It does look like a civ map, doesn't it?
What's kind of the idea here? Like, is the layout the same for everyone? Is it the same across the league?
So it's the same
Procedurally
for all
generated?
your characters in the league, but the layout is different for everyone. It is random.
Okay.
So you're gonna have to find stuff.
Very
like it works like
Delve-like.
Delve in this respect, which is obviously a league that I was particularly a fan of.
Yeah.
I'm just a really what I really wanted is I wanted a feeling of exploration in the Atlas, and
that was more
something
grounded.
that we sort of tried to do with the Atlas and PoE1, with that feeling of kind of having the connected areas and exploring, but it didn't feel like exploration in quite the same way that this does.
Yeah.
That's a feeling I loved, and it's one of the reasons I love Delve.
That's what I liked about Delve too.
So that's,
actually,
kind of where this was coming from, and at the same time, it's sort of solving various other problems that we've always had, where one of the things that's really cool to do is to be able to have things like, okay, like in this area, you've got like this item drops and like that kind of thing. Like I guess in PoE1 you had div cards, but yet there was always a problem where if you have differences between in-game areas in a system that works like PoE1 does, then effectively that's the only map people like whatever the best map is, that's the one everyone will run like continuously forever.
Yep.
So effectively, we wanted to try and make sure that you actually like had an experience that had more variety while still retaining the whole like I get to play the content that I want. So ideally with the Atlas, we kind of get that we've got in PoE2, we get to kind of have the best of both worlds. We get to make sure that there is some variety. You feel like you're exploring. But because once you've run a map, that's run, and now you have to move on and do it and find another one. It's not just like just play one map again and again and again. But yet the content can be added to it. You can do things if you like the particular maps, because there are biomes and you can see them from far away. You can be like, okay, I know there's a particular desert map that's great, so I'm going to go for deserts, and that's fine. You can do that kind of thing. So you've both got controllability, but also the ability for us to kind of make more variants.
You get a lot more very high satisfying spikes.
Yeah.
Where like, for example, you get more variables where you just have, okay, there are like 4 towers really. You got a good tower cluster, and you've got really good maps in that range. So like, there are maps. So in Path of Exile 1, for example, the range is effectively, say, how do I quantify this? Like, say 350 monsters up to 700 monsters.
Yeah.
Whereas the range here is like 300 monsters up to like 1,500 monsters, much more drastic range. Now, those numbers are arbitrary, but it is approximately the representation of the range. Obviously, you then modify it and add more to it and all of that. So you will have some maps that are like extremely good with Delirium, and some maps that are like way better with something more like Breach.
Yeah.
Because Delirium enhances the monsters of the map, whereas Breach entirely adds the monsters. And you will even have things where there are maps that are like way more magic monsters, way more rare monsters. And so you probably want that with, pick your league of your choosing and whatnot. You have all these variables that are at play, and so you'll all of a sudden find a really good set of towers with some really good maps and radius, and then you'll get really good tablet modifiers, and then you'll get really good maps with really good prefixes, and you want to just combine all of this and you obviously instill them all, and you corrupt them all, and there's the corruption influence.
We didn't show that,
and so
did we?
then there's the corruption influence on them, and it's like, okay, like...
It is possible for there on one map to be many, many mechanics stacked to the point of craziness.
So it sounds like the juicing is definitely there.
Well, yeah, I mean that's important, right? I mean, like that's part of the PoE experience.
Juices.
Yeah, for 100%.
Well,
But,
and
how
what you just said made me think of something kind of crazy, because now that each mechanic is a different tree, if you were one of those people that sort of invested into each of the different mechanics, and then you get a map that's got like 4 different mechanics, you could potentially be invested into all of them. Oh my gosh. I think it could be kind of crazy. I think the juice is going to be insane.
How much control do you have as a player, though, over min-maxing your just exploration of the Atlas map?
So effectively,
can you do better in some way?
So effectively, what you're going to want to do is the towers are where you go to like see areas around, and then there's the structure of the connections is quite open. So like you can beeline for things pretty well.
Yeah.
Like if you you can certainly see a lot more maps than what you play, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
So because of that, like choosing what you want is easy to do.
And you can kind of see the towers in the fog.
Yeah, so you can see the towers in the fog from a distance, which means that like a lot of the time it's like go to a tower, you'll see some maps you want to play, you go play those, then it's like the next tower is just a few other maps away. Go to that tower, see the next area, and so on.
I'm guessing that's like a certain range out you can see.
Yeah,
into
exactly.
the fog of war.
The fog kind of in 3D, kind of the fog's actually a 3D thing, and it rises slowly.
That's
as
really
it gets
cool.
away from where the thing is. So that's how you kind of get the towers to.
Cool. So you might see a cluster of towers off somewhere. Right?
Yeah, absolutely. You can see that.
It sounds like this is like potentially an infinitely expanding map that is going to be, by the end of someone's league, quite big.
Yes. So we actually need to add a search feature. I don't know if they've done it yet for finding specific maps that haven't been run
yes,
yet.
please. We need a
We have a
search.
few things, like there's a button you can press and it like goes to your last map round, one that goes back to a home base, and one that goes to some of the special more iconic things you find. But we certainly need more. 100%. So that is something we will be working on. Hopefully it's there. Who knows?
And also, someone out there is like, I'm going to figure out if it's truly infinite.
Anymore, which obviously shrinks that whole map pool thing down.
It's going to be like Delve, where they're like, well, is it?
It'll make the map stash tab a little easier.
What if I do 70,000 maps? Is it infinite then? If I just go in one direction?
What sort of, I don't know, economic consequences that have for like how players progress through maps? Is it easier to do when you don't have to collect all of these individual maps to get the completion bonuses and stuff like we do currently? Like we have that whole hunting down over 100 maps to get completion for. That's
now you're hunting, you're hunting certain valuable maps, you're hunting towers, you're hunting content, you're hunting, the warlord, the faction leaders to get the pinnacle.
Yeah.
You're hunting unique maps, a very different thing for sure. As opposed to, and then the item is all about, I've just got a key, I just want good modifiers,
You know what, the other thing that's going to be kind of interesting because of how the failing a map works is that looking at someone's atlas is looking at their journey, literally. Like you will see every map they finished, every time they did a map and they failed, and you would almost, if they were only going in one direction, you would see their entire journey in order by looking at their atlas, which is really cool. That's really cool. That's really cool. The more I think about it, the more I really like this.
No, there's not really that whole other variable to it. So there's still a lot of interesting choice and access, but we've taken it from the item and put it on the actual world map. But it's cool. It also makes you just feel like you're traversing a world. You're not instantly finishing the campaign, very grounded, and now I'm in space. Path of Exile does have that.
I only literally just
in my case, I'm literally in space because I'm riding on a turtle in space.
This, extra dimensional kind of unknown thing. It's pretty interesting, but it is a little
so
weird.
We wanted to start with to actually at least, look, I'm sure we'll get to the extra dimensional beings eventually.
I'm really curious how the hideout really
at least to start with, we
ties into this too. I'm not. I don't have a good picture of that in my mind.
You're on the planet. That's a good thing.
Why do we even go to our hideout anymore?
You haven't gone to the moon yet.
Yes. Well, even then we were saying can we at least before we go to outer space go to the moon first? How many moons are we don't? Anyway, there's a whole complicated thing we need to figure out there.
Wow.
You hide there.
I feel like there's a Delve but Up League coming. All right. So we've got this 1 in 4 maps.
I'm sure you still go back there to manage your stash and all that stuff.
How do you win it?
So effectively, what you need to do is kill the rares in the map to remove the corruption and finish it. Once you get down below 50 monsters, it will point out any rares that are remaining. There'll be a little marker just so you know.
Oh, nice.
But honestly, I wouldn't expect that to even be necessary most of the time because the layouts are kind of designed so that if you generally speaking you want to clear the maps to find the rares anyway because those are the one those have good drops and effectively. The only reason that you would need that marker thing is just occasionally you get some slightly weird degenerate layout where there's some side bit you didn't notice or something like that, and then that's where you have to go. So generally speaking, you'll be able to make your way around and kill them all.
The goal of the player is you're cleansing corruption from the world, you're bringing order back, stuff like that. So you even get the thing on the map where you're like, if there's some corruption-y looking stuff around the map, when you complete the map, that gets purged away. So you feel like you're reverse painting the map a little bit. And you're
That's really cool.
It can actually be quite satisfying as you're
Power
like
wash
changing all
sim,
the nodes from
PoE.
one color to another, and you're like, this is fun. I'm like,
But ultimately, what we wanted to do is we wanted boss combat in PoE 2 to matter when we have it.
Yeah.
And so in order, like if you have a map boss every area,
Side with
then
chaos.
if we made it so the boss combat mattered enough, like in order to actually balance it that way,
stressful.
It's too much. Like it actually is like, you spend too
That's
much
a good
of your time
point.
fighting bosses.
If you had
So
every
if that's what you want to do now,
a boss
you
in
can
every
do it
map,
because there's
it'd be
bosses
too
there.
much.
Like when I say 1 in 4 maps is a map boss, that doesn't
Couldn't
mean that 1 in 4
I
maps
was
you
just
play
making
as
a joke, Connor.
because obviously you can pick what content you're doing. But
They're saying you're cleansing you're cleaning the corruption from the
If you want
map.
to hunt the bosses, then that is the thing you can do. If you want to just like do some mindless grinding for a while, you can do that too. And what it means is we can actually make the bosses way more rewarding. They can drop way more items than they were going to because of the fact that there's not one at the end of every area, right? Like we can actually, and the fight is substantial.
Oh,
you
that's
get a lot
such a
of
good
drops.
point. This is great.
That actually is something.
And they get their own tree.
And they what? Oh yeah, no, right. You mean the boss killing tree? Yes, there's a tree for boss hunting. Sorry, I thought you meant every boss had its own tree. And I was like, Jesus, what, did you do some design?
Calm down, Jonathan. Don't give him any ideas.
Jeez.
That's like a year 3 feature.
Year 3.
We'll keep that in mind.
Yeah,
so there's
Oh
actually
my
like
gosh.
I do love that there's a boss.
I
hunting,
wouldn't
'cause
put
I'm
it past
super
them.
into that. There's a boss hunting tree that you can fill out as well. So how do you get points on that? Like,
yeah, so effectively, I mean, well,
I honestly wouldn't be
you get a lot of
surprised
points
if
for the
Power
core
Wash
tree.
got
There's
a
core tree that affects score
PoE
mapping,
DLC because why not? Power Wash gets a DLC for everything.
All can work together and all can do, so I think there's 3 of them. One plays on like corrupted maps, one plays on like prefixes and suffixes, and I can't remember what the other one does right in this very moment. But you obviously get that core tree. And
Why
then you
doesn't it have a
boss
DLC
tree
for
and
like
then obviously
Diablo or
different
whatever?
league and pinnacle content trees. So you get those points by just completing maps. It just has you effectively get a quest, and effectively it's like you complete 10 maps, you get your first 2 points, and then like complete X maps and one,
Is it 10 differently named maps?
At least tier 2, at
So this
least
is the
tier
tier
3.
climb, effectively, where it's like as you get up the higher tiers and clear maps of certain tiers, that's when you start getting points
And
for
then
the Atlas.
at like maybe say the third
okay.
one, I can't remember the exact specifics. It's like complete this and defeat a boss. Or,
Yeah,
and
that's
then
true,
later it's
Connor.
defeat at least 5 bosses at something, and so killing bosses get generated.
it sounds way better.
PoE
fresh
gets
starts than
Power
having
Wash
to, like going to
last
a story
year.
map that I missed or something. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, for sure.
I'm
Like,
just-
Yeah,
I'm
they
just
did
doing
Shrek,
content.
yeah.
I'm
But
doing
it is,
good
but it
content,
is kind of the analog of that in a way, because like it's that feeling of like I've got a system to progress through. Like I just need to meet these objectives, and
definitely got a lot
and
of
I'm getting
progression.
and from that you're getting the the Atlas passive points and so on.
Cool.
So yeah, that's kind of the idea.
Yeah, so you can really like focus in on map blasting with the bossless maps and or on bossing content if you want to, or on breaches, or on
and you can always put a
ritual.
breach on a map with a boss, right? You can do both.
Yeah,
It's
like
not
they can have
it's-
all. They can have you can have every type of content in one map if you want.
Yeah, is like a boss map a kind of like a distinct thing from like a regular map in terms of like the layout or the thing you've done?
Technically, they are separate, but generally speaking, like
They'll be like similar
Yeah,
versions
they're
of
basically the
They're
same.
pretty
but
similar,
They're pretty
yeah.
similar.
So
but
there'll be like a boss estuary and a non-boss
Yeah,
estuary.
there are some cases.
I love how
at the moment
candid
where
they
there
are.
Some maps that can't have a boss.
I really do.
and because
Yeah,
just we haven't done the one that would go here is not in early access yet, and that kind of thing. But effectively, as I said, generally speaking, it'll be 1 and 4 that you'll find.
Okay, excellent.
Like they're not trying to bullshit that like
so
those
I
were
think-
different. They're just like,
that
nah,
covers-
yeah, they're
Did
basically
I
the same.
miss
They just
some
have a
things?
boss.
You've got like all the smaller contents, like the strong boxes and essences and
Yeah,
things
yeah.
like
So
that coming back as
initially,
well.
we actually had a design where everything, like even all the smaller content, there was still going to be icons for it on the tree. Sorry, on the atlas.
Yeah.
But we actually found that it meant that when you were actually exploring, it didn't it felt like there was nothing random to find. So we wanted to make sure we also have kind of just completely random stuff that
Yeah.
like doesn't have a progression system that you just run into randomly, because that's fun too. And we'll probably be adding more stuff like that as well over time. That's just like I randomly encountered this, and that was like not expected. So
Is that
I think
sort of stuff
balance
on
is
the core Atlas tree at
yeah.
all? Yeah, so you can kind of like see more of that if you want
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
Yep.
Great.
And often mods on the items as well. On keep waystones.
Yeah, cool. Yep.
Lots of different names. Maps, waystones, same thing.
Yes, I've had to keep kind of correcting myself about that. I was like,
Yep.
I don't know.
I mean,
guess
look,
these aren't really
internally,
called maps anymore.
we definitely call them maps all the time. The thing is the only reason why it doesn't make sense thematically is because a map does imply it's of a specific location, whereas a waystone can take you to anywhere.
Yes.
So that's the reason why the name change had to happen. But I think that probably even players will probably just call them maps, I bet, just because, that's the...
Yeah, probably.
So we've got the Breach, Delirium, Ritual, Expedition, those like leagues that maybe need a new name.
Yep.
Is there another one that you're just both personally really keen to bring back in the future?
Oh, I mean, like I've always wanted to have Delve again, but I kind of got a bit of that wish with this system.
Yeah.
It's also a very like content heavy league to make, because you need to make tons of encounters, and like doing it properly is a huge thing. But I mean, look, I love Incursion as well. It's one of my favorites. Like, I'm keen for that. I don't know if there's anything other than that you're really keen for.
Harvest,
especially because there's a
harvest.
lot we can do with all this new art, new monsters, right? Like, for example, if you just take Legion had all those 5 civilizations. We've now got an entire new array of Vile monsters, Vile bosses, etc., that we can use as a baseline. We've got way better consistent direction on what's going on there, heaps of stuff, new animation, and the capacities are just like out of control. But then you've got Incursion, we've got awesome Vile artwork we can use there and make that all awesome and nice. New corruption mechanics that we can extrapolate on.
You don't want to have a roof as the boss anymore?
Nah, you're not just going to have a floating roof. The Omnitex is just a small floating roof.
They're so hard on themselves about PoE1, man.
Look,
standing and then
mistakes
the
were made. Now we have minimum. That's a world where you had super uniques with 1 or 2 skills.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. There's only so much you can do with a floating roof. So anyway, and then I don't know, even like Bestiary coming back with something, because we've got all
The
these,
guy in the office
awesome
that designed the
bosses,
floating
way
roof is
grander in
just like,
scale. We can have these
aw.
more grand hunts for them, as opposed to just like,
so
I'm like
good
in a
in this.
city and there's a rare spider. You can just get way more epic and way more involved and with all the new art and so much stuff to like.
A Bestiary 2 that's like hunting big beasts and preparing.
Bestiary, I want that too.
That'd be pretty cool.
Exactly.
I'd definitely take some mercenary action into that. It'd be a good fit, I feel. All right. Well, there's lots for us to look forward to there. You have some kind of like penned already for adding to the beta.
I mean, all plans can change, but there are absolutely. I mean, look, that we've done things like commissioning art assets and so on. Like we've got,
So there's stuff coming
there's stuff coming along. It's just a question of like, when we actually get
That's
there,
committed.
what's it going to look like?
Yep. All right. Let's talk about crafting a little bit, because you've done
Crafting.
A lot there. It's pretty fundamental to the game, I think. So, what's the core of what you're trying to do with crafting?
We have much
in
more of
Path
this?
Exile 2?
Oh, we do.
Path
Good.
Exile 1.
Got
Kind
like
of noting that you've
another
really
45 minutes.
kind of
Oh.
stepped back from the idea of like reforging an item many times or scouring it.
So we really want to make it so that you're finding crafting items all the time. You're using those crafting items way more often than you were in PoE1.
Yeah.
That you like the game of like picking something up, like seeing what I could modify it to, like, then actually equipping those items is just happening way more often. And there's so many subtle changes around this, like in terms of just like the way that the base mods scale and items and the like things like that, like all the stuff to kind of make it so that as you find new base types and new things, like you've got a reason to craft them. Part of that is making sure that you've got enough of that currency. It actually took us a long time to even get comfortable with the idea of making something like an Exalt drop that often, because there's just this thing in your cemented in your mind of like this is rare, right? Like it's an Exalt, how can it possibly drop like multiple times in Act 1? Like it just seems crazy. But with the way like removing scouring affected so much of the way that we can craft. Like I know that you noted earlier that you can. There's so many more things you're allowed to craft now that you weren't allowed to before.
You can craft relics, which
yes,
were
and the reason
uncraftable.
why that's allowed is because without scouring, like those crafts become one-time things, which means that it's actually okay to allow for that stuff. And I think that's opened up a huge amount of stuff. You know, there's so many more types that can be crafted.
It adds so much more value to the dropped
Exactly,
item as well.
exactly. So that stuff is.
I'm
just,
really
I think,
curious
opened up
what
a huge amount
what's
there.
going to happen to the economy in PvE2.
It also has, and this wasn't necessarily an explicit goal right at the beginning, but it's also meant that the game of like, I'm just going to click again and again as my crafting session is no longer really the meta.
Just spam reroll.
Thank
yeah, exactly.
God.
Like everything kind of is something that you want to be able to use.
You
a
are
few
still
times.
reforging and metacrafting things.
Oh yeah, we've still got stuff like that, right? We've got nulls and you've got but that stuff is higher up. Like that's kind of more of a later game thing.
It's not
yeah, exactly. Because you have to think about it after each time. Of like, will I improve this? Will I make it worse?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's stuff to do there, and like like the metacrafting that omens can do is also very interesting. Like there's some pretty powerful stuff there. But once again, we introduce that stuff later on, and so effectively we want to I guess for lack of a better word, democratize crafting at early levels. Like make sure that everyone's able to do that stuff while having the more advanced stuff be kind of a little bit later.
We certainly had a goal at one point where I was like, we're talking with Rishi, and I'm like, if every single time we're doing alpha wipes or getting the stuff to play, I am like, if I am not seeing and hearing about people using exalts during Act 1, then we have failed, and we need to drop more of them. And so we ended up like, I would say honestly, in the last month, we have like over like 8 to 10 times the amount of currency dropping, you know, and you know, there's the cool things about it as well, which are the subtle things like a boss is way more likely to drop the higher tier currencies and stuff because again, rarity affects that as well now. So you're like way more incentivized to go and kill bosses to get them, and there's heaps of awesome stuff around there. But we're actually now finding people are exalting gear during the campaign, throwing it on weapons and building weapons from scratch that you find very good. Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt. You know, that process is like.
Transmute, Org, Regal, Exalt is like a thing that you're doing often. And like enjoy, and you know, like when you find good bases and you do stuff with that.
I can speak to that experience. So I've played probably 6-ish hours. I'm most of the way through Act 2 on my mercenary, and I've found maybe 6 or 7 exalts. I took a ring from like a 1 blue stat ring that had a nice roll, maybe a nice life roll or something, and crafted it up to 6 property rare. And I crafted a crossbow that I found with good sockets that had a good damage roll in it. And I took
It's
that to
really
6
funny because I
properties
feel
with
like
multiple
when I
damage mods,
started
and,
PoE, I was
time that
doing
power was going up, and I was doing that.
It feels
kind
good.
of
I felt like the bottleneck was
got
Regals,
familiar
which
with
was actually kind of
crafting. I started doing it a
interesting because I don't know if
bunch
that's
on like
intentional or
everything,
just
and then I
luck, because
stopped because
really
I
have
was
to think
like,
about
no,
which
I need to
blue
save
items was good
this
enough to take to a rare.
resource to spam on something actually
so you get more of those
good.
by disenchanting rares.
Yeah,
So I would
farm
use
farmable.
very
So they
little
are farmable, which is
throughout the campaign.
Completely intentional.
Yeah.
We want to make sure that
But
like, if you don't have enough of those, like
yeah,
so
I
you
think
get-
I'd be
so
very
generally
happy
speaking, it's
if I
you're gonna
felt
wanna keep,
like I could just
I feel
do
like
this
once you get like more than like 5 or 6 transmutes, then you
more
stop
commonly.
disenchanting blues and start selling them instead.
Yep.
And the same thing
That's
can be
right.
true also for regals, where it's like, okay, once you've got more than a certain amount, then you're like, okay, I can stop having to disenchant the stuff and kind of switch over. But the nice thing is like when you don't have enough, there is a way to get them, which I think is really important. And the same is true with the socket currency as well, where it's like, you know, when you don't have enough, you can start salvaging. I know you were telling me you were buying stuff from the vendor with sockets in order to
I
salvage it.
surprised them with my
with
my methods, my degenerate ways.
So that stuff, you know, it's just really nice to have for people to have the ability to, you know, to get that stuff when they need it. And so it's nice that like all that really basic stuff of just like getting items to better tiers and is now way easy to get. And that solved a problem that we had through quite a lot of the betas, where people were saying they didn't feel like they had enough control, like they didn't feel like they had a way to advance their character.
Yeah, because
when
of
they
the
needed
fewer
to,
drops.
to be
Yeah.
able to solve specific problems. And I think the socket thing really has helped a lot with that now, because now we have a way.
So now it's like
finally
we're gonna
to
have
be
fewer
like, okay, if I need a bunch of
item,
fire resist, there is
like,
a way to get that, and I've got
gear
the tools to do it, and
drops.
I've got items I can use to do this stuff. So
More
that's,
currency
has helped
drops.
a huge amount, I think, of
so that
solving
you
those,
can
like,
make
you know,
the items
issues
that
that
drop
come up with
more
your
valuable.
And this is to confirm how you've.
But also,
solved
it's still
Femcraft
it
progression of
it
it.
We went
again
through so many iterations of being.
because there's going to be fewer gear drops. I would think that means the base types are super important again. So I think like. Yeah, I don't know what the economy is going to do with this, because it's like I would think base types like are going to just be really nice things to sell. Like if you're like, let's say you're playing, you know what you're going to play one character the whole league. You know exactly what base types you do care about. what weapons you care about, all that stuff. If you then sell every other base type that's not what you want, someone else wants it, and they're getting, you know, what you want. So I would just think there's going to be way more of that than in PoE 1, because in PoE 1, base types usually pretty cheap, I guess. I'm sure these will still be pretty cheap because you're still gonna, I don't know, but you're just not gonna get as many drops. Yeah, I don't know how it's gonna shake out, but they're still more valuable because, like, in theory, I mean, there is stuff where they've like hard coded drops, but even then they don't know what you're trying to build, so it's not gonna give you hard coded drops for your build in the campaign, but it's going to give you, they said something along the lines of in a previous interview of like, they want to make sure by such and such act that you've gotten a drop of every weapon, every type of weapon, so that you have one. Right, like things like that. But I don't know how that's gonna go, but I would think, like, so right now in PoE 1, the rares are typically the thing you would like be selling, and like the base types, for the most part, unless it was like a really good one, you might not even pick it up. Or like you would pick up the base types that are good for you and then craft on them and then like not worry about the other ones. But like there wasn't really, the part of the reason there wasn't a reason to pick up white items is because if you picked up a rare item, not only was it also that base type, so if someone wanted to craft with it, all they had to do was scour it, right? But also maybe the mods on it are good for someone else, so you may as well just sell it as a rare, like as a yellow item, I should say. Whereas in this, I think a lot of times you're going to be in a situation where the base type is more valuable to people than the rare item, because if the rare item has bad mods, they can't be removed. So it's just this bricked item. So it's kind of weird to think about, but like, I don't know. Yeah, when you're going through your stuff and like what to get rid of, what not to, I could definitely see it being the case that it's going to be more valuable to you to just disenchant a rare than it is to keep it or to sell it or whatever, because it's just a bricked one. So it has no value other than the currency you can disenchant for. Interesting.
Stuff. It was like a huge thing. We implemented tons of UI.
Sorry, I know it like kind of hiccups when
I'm there implementing crafting bench things. The problem that we had was that the systems that we were making, it's like we could balance them in the ways the players were happy with, and then the designers were very unhappy. Or we could balance them the way the designers were happy with and the players were unhappy. And it's like when you've got a system where like you're fighting the players for how the balance should be, like you can tell that means you have a system that is bad. But I think we were very I myself honestly was too slow to recognize the fact that a complete overhaul was needed. Then at some point the socket stuff originally came from the Varlorb, like it was designed there. And then at some point, I don't know who came up with it, I think it might have just been you, who said like, why don't we just Rishi thought of that. Okay, yeah. So Rishi thought of the idea of like, hey, what if we just put sockets, in early game? What if you got them in Act 1? What if you had runes that would let you get the basic boss as the way of solving the remedial crafting problem? And so then suddenly, as soon as we do that, it's like, oh, like I'm happy, players are happy, everyone's happy. So that means we have a good system that is working and and gets those good feelings. So that I think was a real win. I love how that system is feeling at the moment.
Yeah, so the bench was achieving two things kind of in its way, which was, or maybe even three. Gear customization for one, like you take an item and you can do something more to it, firstly. And then you've got the problem fixing of like, oh, I need a bit more fire resistance.
Yes.
And then the third thing was like the meta crafts. So you've handled those each in different ways.
Exactly.
You've got the runes, which do the first two things. The customization and the problem fixing. So early on,
but I think that the customization is even it's the sorry, what do you call them? The soul cores. Like the runes are more about the kind of like I need to fix resistances, whereas the soul cores are more about like I want to customize my items in different ways than what I would otherwise normally be able to do. And then, of course, you've got the omens to solve the metacrafting problem.
Yeah.
So we effectively
And
moved all that stuff
essences
around.
as
And
well,
essences,
I
of course,
thought,
yes,
yeah.
of course.
Yeah.
So, essences, what they allow you to do is get 2 deterministic mods.
Yeah.
So, because you can upgrade to blue, but you can also upgrade from blue to rare with an essence as well. So that lets you kind of get some of that stuff. And then plus some of the omen things, you can, there's stuff you can do there that is, I think, going to be pretty interesting.
And that's just at the start of release.
Yeah, because obviously there's going to be more, of course, as we add more things, So,
So I was worried that some of the changes we're making might move us away from some of the deep, impactful crafting that we have. But it sounds like you are still allowing powerful meta crafting
For sure.
and the ability to make a really good item.
For sure.
But you're also making sure that the physical item itself that you find matters more.
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the more subtle,
that's what it's all about, right?
There's so much more going on. I think just like clever things we've done with the item system as well. Like one of the things I love that we did is we've made it so that so we've got blue and yellow chests you can find now, and we've changed the world generation so that if a dead end is generated, the chance that you get a rare chest there is way higher. So effectively, if a rare chest will spawn in the area, then it will choose dead ends first to go there.
You feel better about the dead ends
yeah,
when that
effectively. So
happens.
that means that we effectively mean that it makes the world feel as far as item drops go, that it feels intentional, right? I went down this into this dead end room, but look, there was a rare chest there, so I feel happy about it.
I didn't understand what he was saying at first, but he means a dead end in the map.
So there's things like that, but there's also the way that so we've alluded to it a few times, but the way that rarity now works, where the mods get better as rarity increases, and also things like the you get better currency rather than just
That is interesting though.
That have the spam of items,
rare
that's, crazy,
items
you actually feel
have a tied to
you kill
location,
a boss and it drops good shit, as opposed to just lots of shit. That's
I've never heard of a game like this doing that.
But it does mean though, of course, if you're a PoE1 player and you see a boss kill, the number of the expectation of because a PoE1 player sees looks at the amount of spam on the screen to some level as the way of knowing how good the drops were. Now, of course, you've got item filters and everything.
We
kind
have
of
quantity
that.
brain rot.
Yeah, exactly.
Did Diablo 2 do that?
Exactly, that is a good way of putting it. It really is more about are the items
You're
actually
my
good?
go-to to
again, you
ask
kill a
that
boss
question.
And you pick every item that drops up
about everything.
That is to me is a win, and I think we've
certain chests, sure, but this was
at that point.
What they were saying was that if they wanted a chest piece to drop that was rare, that they would make the monsters that spawned in dead ends more likely to drop it. They would make the rare drops come from the monsters that are at dead ends of their randomly generated maps. Is that the same thing you're saying, or is it different? The bloody moving chest. Okay, so same thing. Gotcha.
I quite like how the
way you said certain chests just made me think
exploration systems and that as well.
Like
with the chests down
a fancy looking chest instead of the location of the chest. That was my confusion. It's different, but the same idea. Okay. Yeah, I didn't know if you were talking about the location of the chest. But yeah, it's just something I wouldn't think about because I don't know. There's a lot of really bad procedural generation in games, where it steals more than it gives, So I always appreciate with any game when they come up with something that makes it feel more intentional than just random nonsense. Some perfectly normal chests that had better loot because of location. Okay, interesting. Yeah. I mean, that's probably where they got the idea. There were a couple of chests in the Mephisto boss room that have the best drops for some reason. Well, that makes sense. They were in the boss room. Yeah. Okay, cool.
dead ends and things like that acts as a player leveler in some ways. Like a
the more you explore,
struggling.
Yep, the more you explore, the more stuff you'll find, and that's
Yeah.
true as well for the optional.
That's also
encounters around
okay.
the place as well.
Yeah.
If you're struggling,
I love this idea, and they've talked about this before with the campaign, but it's again another very logical thing of like, if you're a player that's struggling, you're probably more likely to be fully clearing areas. And like I did this myself, and I still am mostly a full map kind of clear player because I'm still new to PoE. But like, I would say I definitely do it less now. So now they're basically saying that they've recognized that as something new players do, and also something you would logically do because you're trying to like get more items, get more experience because you're struggling. So now if you explore more, you go deeper into the corners, you get more of that stuff to help you out, basically. Dead ends getting rewarded. Yeah, it's very purposeful. Love it. I love hearing this kind of stuff.
Fight some optional content. There'll be stuff there that can drop.
And they've been talking about this too with specifically with the campaign. They were talking about how they were purposely putting like I think it was chests is what they said, in some of these like almost secret but mostly just like out of the way areas, intentionally to give those hard-coded drops I was talking about to help struggling players, or to like help someone who is stuck. It's a video game thing. If you go down a dead end and it's empty, then we're disappointed. Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. And then the other part is the optional bosses in the campaign. Like the fact that optional bosses, again, if you're an experienced player, and like especially once PoE 2 is not brand new to everyone, I'm sure there will be choices you will make to skip as many of those bosses as you can to blast through the campaign faster. Especially because you can go fight those bosses in the maps as well, and you will still get the bonuses that they give. However, again, if you're new and you go out of your way to explore every corner and you fight every optional boss along the way, you're going to get those buffs sooner, and then they'll help you sooner. So, I mean, I just think it's really smart. I think it's great. And I'm looking forward to trying to do all the optional bosses before we get to endgame, and I guess since the way they've structured it is that because they don't have acts 4, 5, and 6, we're doing a higher difficulty of acts 1, 2, and 3 before we get to endgame. You kind of get 2 separate chances to do that, to get to like to do the optional bosses again. So maybe you skip them the first, time because you think you're fine, and then you're like, I really need them now. Now that I'm on this harder difficulty, I'm going to go do the optional bosses. And yeah, I just think it's great. I think it's great. I'm so excited. So excited. We're so close. We're 2 weeks away.
And you will definitely find
welcome back.
Things
Lots of guaranteed rare items here and there,
exactly.
and certain like that. This little boss here will drop a rare caster item, and like heaps of stuff.
And the funny thing about that is that stuff came about a little bit.
And eventually players, advanced players, will also learn where some of these hard-coded drops are,
and dying over and over again. Yeah. And they keep on
and they'll go specifically to go kill a boss because they know it gives a good caster weapon.
And so I was thinking for a long time about like, well, why is it that in other games that people don't do that? Like if I'm playing Elden Ring and I die to a boss 10 times, I'm not just gonna like just continue doing that. I'm gonna be like, oh, maybe I'll go do something else for a while. So we realized that the map, like the idea of just there's lots of stuff to find, is actually a really important part of that. So in PoE 2 now, one of the recent things, and it's taken a lot of work from people to get this working, but now all of that you can see all this sort of weird side encounters that have specific drops on the map. And that means that if you're having trouble with the boss, you're like, oh, you know what, I'm just gonna go do some other stuff. And then you'll come back and you will be powerful enough to kill the boss much more easily because you do absolutely find the rewarding things.
There's a little chest on there.
I love it though, Gratch. I love it.
There's lots of little hard-coded drops.
Because I'm not, even though I played D2, I was young and I didn't beat it, so I don't.
If you go do all that side content and you check,
I don't remember
some very rewarding stuff.
Yeah, you got some pretty clever systems there, and I definitely noted the.
And it's so funny to me just how much still to this day they pull inspiration from that game.
But also,
at the end of the day, there's still just huge fanboys for D2.
I think we
they just keep pulling from
some
it.
That stuff reveals after you find the waypoint in a zone.
I think that's how it works. Is that?
Yeah, it's either
it's in their blood.
So it's like
at this
Either
point.
because
I
an
think.
NPC told you about an area, in which case it just happens to be revealed, or at the very least, yes, when you
NPCs
get
can
there,
reveal it? What?
Generally, it's just when you get there you see everything. But yeah, there's a few different conditions that will reveal everything. It kind of depends.
I would
Like, a lot
really
of people
like
just
to
click
get
through the dialogue, so
DT
they don't even know
resurrected
the
at
NPC
some
told
point
them, but they
and play it.
maybe
I was
did.
checking my map kind of like when I went into
I think the
zone, and then maybe
nostalgia would
afterwards to see
be
if there was
worth
anything
it.
Like, you never get to an area and don't see some.
My
unless
next
they are, like, very
$480
obviously
are
hidden intentional
claimed already,
secrets that
apparently.
There's nearly
They
something
might,
everywhere.
they might be there, they might not
Yes, I
be
found
there.
Because I have
your
to get
key
the
to
supporter
secret
pack.
quest.
Oh yeah, don't worry about that.
So, pivoting into economy and trading, the exchange from Path of Exile's one experiment recently, we got a chance to actually try that live in the field, and it seems from the player's perspective it was a smash hit.
Definitely for us as well.
Yeah,
like,
okay.
Solved a lot. Like
Great.
we're 100% on board with that.
Yeah, I
it's
think I'm
very
going to be
good.
in the camping chair for a long time now. Unfortunately.
I mean, what normally caused almost all
Literally
the
my
anger and
favorite.
friction for me was
yes.
I'm going to get my virtual chair, my virtual throne, and
is like a dream come true.
stay on a
Myself and so many
camping
of the players,
chair
I feel
for
like we're more
longer.
engaged in endgame. We were able to do the thing we wanted to do more, and we're just less aggravated on that moment-to-moment basis. That's good. So, do you take that then as like, as a big positive for it going into Path of Exile 2?
100%.
And how do you feel like it adapts to the game being quite different? In
Though I will reiterate, any subs and stuff, because that is my goal. I'm not going to spend any of the sub money you guys give on anything but a chair, because I've said that's what it's for. That is what it's for. So just so you know, I don't want you, in case you subbed or you gave a sub for that distinct purpose. Do not worry, that money is going towards a chair. And thank you so much for your support. Just to be clear. A real life chair. Yeah. Thank you. Yes, a real life chair. That's where that's going. Yes, thank you for the clarification.
because they are pretty different games. Like the economy works a bit differently.
I mean, honestly, I think it will just work. I mean, look, we have no idea what the trade values will settle on and like how that'll end up. But
like, is it going to be chaos? Is it going to be exhaust?
But ultimately, I think that the trades effectively Settlers was a test of what the economy will be like in PoE 2, and to some extent because of the way that we did the gold and everything.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty confident that that's going to be okay. But obviously, you never know, right? Like when lots of people hit the economy, what can happen? Hopefully, we don't cause like horrible hyperinflation or have some horrible issue like that. But I guess partly this is what an early access is to find out, right? Like whether there's any issues like that.
Was there any
economy testing?
Was there any surprises with that or with gold in terms of how things panned out?
Thankfully not, honestly. Like we were worried, but thankfully none of the like horrible situations came to pass with that, and it ended up working just fine. So it
was amazing.
It went great.
Who'd have thought 10 years later we'd be back here saying, you know what? Gold was a good idea.
Yeah,
You just had to do it right.
Exactly.
Because I remember 10 years ago, we're like, this game's brilliant. It has no gold. Stupid gold.
But the funny thing is I don't think we would have arrived at the way gold is now if we had it in the first place.
Yeah.
Like the non-tradability
that's probably
of
true.
using it as a sort of marker for how much play you've done.
Yeah.
I don't think that we would have ever had that way if we hadn't arrived from here. So
Yeah.
I think that path dependency kind of did matter.
Yeah. The paths we weave. So
The paths of the exiles.
How likely then, based on just how successful it is, are you to want to expand the exchanges capabilities to other things like maps or waystones or even
Yes.
Well,
Thank you.
I'm interested in this, but I don't think it's necessary right now. So we're not going to.
You're wrong.
Early access,
It's necessary.
We're not going to launch with any expanded stuff in that way. But I guess I do want to sort of see how it works, and I'm interested in potentially trying something like that in the future. I just don't like. The currency exchange was like 90% of the problem.
Yeah.
And so fixing that fixed a lot of the it seemed like we would need to do more initially, and then maybe now it's seeming like maybe we don't. But I still want to experiment with it potentially.
Do it.
So I'm interested to see how it goes. But
try it.
Yeah, the
You'll
currency
be
exchange
amazed.
Helped, a vast amount.
Those were the annoying trains.
Yeah,
most
they
of
were
the
for
time.
sure. They were.
Yep, definitely.
Great.
Ah.
So we've had some. So this is a tricky question to answer, especially if we could just scroll down.
You know what?
Okay.
Maybe they'll realize really quickly, because a lot of people that did not get into PoE 1 are going to play PoE 2, and they're all going to complain. They're all going to complain. Why GGG? Why Why can't I trade normal items? What's going on? Why is currency exchange so smooth and so seamless, and yet I have to go to your external website? What about all these console players that are now going to be joining because they're excited about a couch co-op ARPG, and they're like, wait, I have to go on my computer that's in the other room to trade my gear? That sucks. Like, I just I'm so frustrated that they can't seem to think this through all the way. They're like, oh, it's fine. We solved 90% of the problem. Jonathan, please just recognize that this is significant. It should be in the game. And not on top of that, you have so much price fixing when there's no gold cost involved. And when the moment Settlers came out, all the price fixing and currency exchange garbage that was on the trade website went away. Yeah, because you fixed it with the currency exchange. But all those bots, they moved to maps. They moved to gear. They started doing the same shit in higher quantities on all the other items in the game. You need in-game item trade with gold. You need it. And honestly, I hope they remove the trade website. But let's start with step 1. Let's just have in-game trading. Like let's have an in-game trading exchange just like we do with currency. Please. Please. I'm so tired of complaining about it. I'm excited for my friends to play the whole game in the game. Imagine. Like, I'm not going to sit here and defend it to all the people I really hope fall in love with PoE because I think it's garbage. It should be in the game. And I'm so disappointed that they don't seem to see how important it is. In fact, hold on. What did people say when this happened? They're not even talking about it. Oh, I would love to be able to sell scoured maps. I mean, this question, they're just going to drop less gold. At least add blank maps to the currency market for PoE 1, please. Right? Maps were the worst. Yeah, also just give you the website in the game. Like, that's the other thing. They could straight up just put they've complained, but there was like this really bad excuse they gave during one of the interviews that drove me up a wall where they were like, oh, well, we can't really do the item exchange in game because like it's really hard to do that not in a web browser. And I'm like, you can put a web browser inside a video game. I don't know if you know this. You can put a web browser right in there. Let me one click a clip. I don't want that. But yeah.
So what are you aiming for in terms of Path of Exile 2? Is kind of like personal player economy and progression. So how much resources you're acquiring, how you're using them, but also how much are you getting from trade versus from yourself?
I mean, this is a tricky question, but I mean, I think that really the feeling of like being able to trade is super important. So being able to get that stuff, I think, is good. Like not everyone wants to do that. You need to be able to progress through the game well without having to do much trade. But I do think that, like, you know, look, it's definitely going to be the case that if you're playing in a trade league, you're going to have the ability to it accelerates you very significantly, and that's the case, and it will continue to be the case. And like, we are a game that embraces trade.
Yeah,
right?
well,
like,
I think the DNA of Path of Exile 1 is very much that, like, it is a game about economy and trade.
Yeah, 100%.
And for some people, getting rich is their main motivator.
100%. So effectively, yeah. So I mean, that will absolutely be a factor. And look, like, I think that the feeling of that will probably end up feeling quite similar to PoE 1 in that regard.
Yeah.
And I think that's what, you know, that's the type of game we're making.
Yeah. Do you think it's
And
that
yet we
said,
don't
though,
have
do you think
in-game
it is
trade,
in some
but, you
ways
know,
better
whatever.
for a solo self-found sort of experience?
We're all
I mean,
about
I
trade.
Simply because again, as we
Just
talked
alt
about,
tab out of
we're
our
dropping a lot more
our
currency
game.
that we expect you to use on
Right,
gear,
exactly.
as opposed
Yeah.
to save.
It
till
blows my
endgame
mind.
for
Exactly.
one, and then by end game, like we don't have Kirak mods costing, that kind of stuff. That all costs chaos, and you don't have like the meta mods costing divines and all that, right? They're all different items. You're like, I want meta mod crafting. There's a ritual. I'm
You know
gonna
where
go
to get them
it,
as well.
right? So you're not just like having to, I'm blocked behind this thing because I need so many divines and I can't get that because I'm solo self-found, and farming divines is not exactly, beyond trivial. So, there's a number of ways there where I'd say it is honestly a much better solo self-found experience. But, each to their own, that to be seen, and,
And there'll be a separate solo self-found mode, presumably, even potentially beta launch or in the future?
It is our intention to have hardcore and solo
We'll have,
self-found.
we'll have both of them.
Right, cool.
Yeah, I wouldn't play hardcore for your first round, honestly, because you're likely to die. Like once you
Oh,
learn
yeah.
the boss mechanics, it should be fine. But
Someone's gonna.
First time, it's gonna be tricky.
Couch co-op hardcore, and you get to see your friend die right next to you. That's the true dream.
Actually, hang on, wait. In couch co-op hardcore, do we still lock the camera so you can't walk away from your friend?
No, we put you back
You
to
put
solo.
you back to
Yeah,
solo.
yeah,
Okay,
yeah,
great,
that's
good.
right.
That's good. Good to know. It's like you have
But you just-
You have to have a mourning period of about 30 seconds.
Right.
before you
But
can
you're
move.
just like, all right, you can go home now. Or we're like, yeah, go.
Yeah.
See ya.
What do you do?
Yeah, that's a devastating moment. I did lose my place there. Yeah, I think we mentioned the co-op support and everything.
Mhm.
And we'll scroll down and take some of the additional questions here. Excellent, thanks. Will there be a penalty for individual party member dying when grouping up for bosses? On that note, then. It seems weird that the boss straight up resets when playing solo, but when playing in a group, nothing happens if a party member dies.
So tell us about the rules.
Yeah,
now
how
that we
does that
have, because
work?
I know you've changed them recently.
Yeah, so, bosses are obviously harder for having more people.
Yep.
Less crowd controls, things like obviously more life. And I'm not just saying double life, more than double life, right? It does get more than twice as hard, or more than in players as hard.
Makes sense.
So yes, you could argue, okay, we have reviving as an advantage. Well, yes, it does. It does take time to revive, and if your friend dies early and you're unable to revive them because you're constantly being interrupted, well,
From what I saw, it's pretty hard to
you're
pull
not
off unless
having
you
a fun time.
get a big stun or something.
Another change that we made recently is, of course, for each revived. Between each set of checkpoints, every time you have to revive them, the revive takes longer subsequent times.
So
Oh,
that's important
no.
because it just means that if you're like, you can't revive spam anymore because it's going to
Yeah.
take longer and longer each time. But then when you go to a checkpoint, that resets, so like you're back to normal
Now,
again. So
in in-game maps, you cannot revive each other. Death is a consequence.
Yeah. I
Oh.
was
And
going to
then-
ask actually about like endgame maps and what is the rule for dying in endgame map? Is it one portal deal now, not 6 portals?
well, you still have 6 portals, so you can have your party members, but
Well,
death.
and you can leave and come back as
Yeah,
long
yeah.
as you
Oh,
don't
okay.
die.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
you can take items out, but
Oh,
a death will end that map for you.
Yeah. And to
Oh.
remind people, if you like log out,
No more
server
6
crashes
portal
or something,
defense.
that's gonna happen.
The 6 portals
Then,
are explicitly for going back
the game
to like
pauses. So
do
when you
items and
When
stuff.
you boot the game back up and log back in, you'll be still in your map,
Yeah.
right?
And also, even we've also now have it so that if you just
Yeah, and you
OF4
don't
the
lose
game
a
at random
portal
time,
if you
you'll actually-
disconnect.
even if you
That's
come back,
awesome.
like the next day. Because for example, you might have rage quit. You
Well, and I
will
guess
hit
leaving
that
a map
at the
is awesome
checkpoint
for
you were at. So if
freaking
you, are,
trading,
like, fighting
too.
the boss, you die a bunch of times. You're like, crap. Alt F4. You come back, you're going to be right there at the boss checkpoint
No,
again.
that part is campaign specific because there are no checkpoints in maps.
Yeah, non-maps. But in for the campaign though, and that honestly has helped a lot. Like there were so many. I think it really did cause new players to have problems in PoE1 where they felt like they just lost track of where the hell they even were when they came back after a session. If like they might have not got waypoints for certain times or things like that. Like you now can't have the situation where you log back in and you're like, oh, I forgot like 3 waypoints in a row and now I'm like freaking miles away from where I was, which I think happened to new players fairly frequently.
I'm glad in a world where everyone's becoming a Souls-like that you guys didn't do the running back to the boss segment of gameplay, and you just kind of jump back in and have another crack. I appreciate that.
So effectively, like that's nice to just have the
Yeah, that is nice.
to your character, which I think is a nice one.
Were there any other mechanics around there? Reviving? Well, obviously in hardcore, you're dead. That's the drill.
It's irrelevant at that point.
So your maps almost embraces a kind of semi-hardcore mentality there, where there is actual cost. Like we went through so many iterations here, where it's like, okay, like the moment that you have to spend something of economic value to do the attempt, hence a map item, and especially if it's got breaches and all this content that's coming from precursor tablets, all of this stuff is worth stuff. So you all of a sudden have heaps of stuff on the line, and then you don't want to be in a position where you're like, no, I need to bring in some people to do this because I'm not going to risk that value.
True, good.
So that's why we just were like in maps, no reviving. It's just like, yeah, sure. You still can always bring in any context someone way more powerful than you to carry things, right? That's the benefit of multiplayer. But feeling like you have to do this thing because then they can just keep reviving you so you can get all the rewards. Like we're trying to get away from all of that. Otherwise you get this weird thing where like you're often always too scared to do the thing.
Yeah.
Now
I think there's going to be quite an adjustment for me on this.
Everyone's
Like
scared and it's fine, and you don't feel like
failure
you're
just
like,
being
okay,
like
you have to go in with a
one
sense of
thing goes
confidence to,
wrong
like,
is
I
going
can
to be a
definitely
little
do
bit
this
of an
thing.
adjustment for sure.
So it's just a little bit
For
less fear
maps.
when it comes to all of a sudden doing that.
That's much better in the context of the fact that you can pause the game if your cat's on fire or if
100%.
the server crashes or something
100%.
that you just pause.
Gonna have to get used to losing. You realize
You're failing because of your own.
I
faults.
finally found the map I was looking for, and like I got a good waystone. I just got to get used to like losing, basically losing my chance to get the rewards that I wanted.
You can both choose to respawn at checkpoint, and then it will just create a new instance.
Cool.
You don't have to die to do it, and you don't have to log out and do any shenanigans like that. You can just press escape, hit respawn at checkpoint. It'll ask other players to confirm, and then it moves you all to the new area.
Cool, excellent. I didn't want to go super on it because we've definitely talked about it before, but click to move versus WSD, it's definitely been asked about a bit. So there's been plenty of reports about WSD being amazing. Personally, I've been using it a ton and really enjoying it. I know you've said a lot of people around the office have like given it a try and adapted to that, but it has raised the point for people that feel like they're still very much against that for whatever reason, or maybe that they literally only have one hand and and want to use click to move still. How does it stack up? How does click to move still stack up now?
I think honestly it's fine. Like it's not been a problem.
There was a time where every time I go to sit down at a developer's computer, there'd be in WSD, and just because it's a little bit easier to move around again or whatever. But lately, I'd say now it's back to almost every designer's computer I sit back down at to go play. They're back and click to move.
Interesting.
Yep. It's gone full tilt the other way.
Interesting.
And I'm always like, change
wonder why that is.
I would assume because it's a little bit more chill of a way to play.
On click to move,
He's a click to move player, yeah.
He's
Yeah,
100% click to move. He is
there.
very proficient with that.
Yeah.
With it, like,
That'll be reassuring for I think some of the people that are worried about being forced into WASD, even though it is obviously playing.
I
so
definitely
well
want to
by
start
by all
trying
accounts.
WASD.
That's very good then. Yeah, and Octavian's often doing the demonstrations
Yes.
for your live
Yes.
things too,
Yes.
so you'll be able to see that even.
I have to force him to play WSD sometimes because I'm like, I think the Mercenary looks so much better with WSD just visually.
Yeah.
I'll tell him to.
It does feel very good on the Mercenary.
Yeah,
You get
yeah.
that kind of like stalking through, especially with that kind of like preparational
Yeah,
tactical
yeah.
play style.
Yeah,
It's good. I'm loving it so far. We did already talk about the skin transfers. Could we scroll down to any additional questions that we have? I feel like I don't even know how long we've been going for, but
I mean,
I'm feeling
it's
the
a
physical
while. We're
fatigue
getting
creep in at this point.
Yeah, exactly. we've been rolling. Yeah.
People asking if there's going to be anything like challenges or challenge rewards in the early access.
Not
beta?
at first, no.
We will do it later though.
Did I ask about races, events, and private leagues?
I think not initially, but we will do it later for sure.
Cool.
I think I'm not sure what happened because I think the issue was that the private league interface was like on the PoE1 site, and we had to do some work and something like that. It wouldn't be far away though. Like it won't take us that long before we get to it. Like
I can't exactly remember either, but it wouldn't be private leagues in particular. Wouldn't be far away.
Yeah.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah. So I mean, we'll have them, just not like right initially potentially.
And I think I did miss this actually. So cluster jewels are a thing or not a thing? Are they've been kind of replaced by those
Yeah,
radius?
we replaced them with that almost like rollable timeless jewel kind of thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
At least for now, there's like so much passive tree there, and the jewels accomplish the kind of off-build thing anyway.
You
Like,
hardly need to add the extra passive trees on your passive trees.
yes,
yet.
yes, we do. Yeah,
That's after launch.
We made the passive tree implicitly bigger, so
the cluster jewels are in the tree already.
That's again, I talk about like year 3 features. That's around a like year 3 to year 5 feature as well. So
yeah. We got another decade of what we had with Path of Exile 1 to look forward to for Path of Exile 2, hopefully, before we start worrying about Path of Exile 3, maybe.
Jeez.
You go, just start thinking. Just start thinking
Give
about
us
that.
a little while.
We so I guess to just finish us off for today, then, do you guys have a recommendation or of what is the best class to play in the beta?
I mean, that's a very hard one. Honestly, like, so
There's so many choices now.
there are. So let me. Well, okay. If we're going by the numbers,
Oh yeah.
if we go by player satisfaction reports on per class, we break
Wow.
it down
Yeah,
from the
I mean,
betas,
this is good technical information here.
Then that means the monk is very interesting because the monk is
Oh.
the class that dies the most often. But it's
Yeah.
also the class that when people play it, they have the highest satisfaction
That's
level by a very,
fascinating.
very tiny margin that compares to the others.
That's fascinating.
Yeah, I mean, it is
Interesting.
like glass cannon, like it's very fast, but you have to,
Yeah.
you
I
have
mean,
to retreat and move in and out.
I
So,
fell in love with the monk
that's,
playing it. It looks like it's gotten a little better.
yeah,
even,
that's
so.
interesting. But I think if you're a new player, then the mercenary, if you're like used to shooters and stuff, I think playing the mercenary could be a good win. Like I really love that class.
I don't
really
know.
cool.
I've been loving the mercenary, but to me, it feels like you need to really be considering each engagement a lot more. It's a bit more
Maybe.
tactical.
Maybe,
and
I don't know. Like
considered.
I like it.
don't have that
I'm ready to
really like it.
bonk.
If you
But
make a mistake.
honestly, like I mean, I go through favorite classes all the time. Whenever I change to play a different class, it becomes my favorite.
That's my current favorite.
So
Playing.
it's just whatever
Nice.
whatever I'm playing tends to be the thing. So yeah, right now I'm doing a mercenary playthrough, so that's probably why I'm into that. But yeah, it's I'm not sure if you've got a similar.
No, you were talking about the numbers as well. It was interesting that monk and then warrior had the highest
Yes,
satisfaction
warrior.
levels.
Warrior's
and I was
Oh,
like,
warrior!
technically, if you're
I was
looking
like,
for
that's pretty good. That's
Yeah.
two melee classes.
exactly,
How good is that?
exactly.
That's a win.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Wow.
that's something going on. I mean, they were dying a lot more at the time, but
yeah, yeah.
It's such a change from like, especially early Path of Exile 1. Like, it's gotten a little better in modern days, but still.
I mean,
melee.
I
Those
just have a,
slams
like,
look
real desire to freeze
chonky,
time,
though.
so
I
just
bet they're super satisfying.
just go. I don't know what
It's good
skills
to get some
I'll play.
sorceress love. I feel like she's not been getting enough
I
attention.
don't know what I don't know what skills I'll play, but I definitely just want to be able to freeze time. So
Yeah.
it just feels cool.
I really, if
So
it's
you could be
possible,
playing- you could be
I
playing
really want to
crossbow
go
building.
Yeah, I
into
might be
like
crossbow killer
stuns
freezer. I
a
don't know.
lot
We'll see what's going on.
and get those like
I noted
complete
that I noted
knockdowns
that
on
our
bosses
mercenaries
and
are
stuff. I think it'd be
styles.
really
Like
fun.
Full Grenader, you were
I was doing
combo.
the freeze
Yeah.
freeze shotgun.
Like
Yeah.
for if I could envision my dream setup, vaguely for a boss fight with the hammer in PoE2 is I'm hoping I could build for stuns and knockdowns and build for increased damage on enemies that are knocked down and then do my supercharged hammer slam while they're knocked down. And like that's my combo. Basically, I focus on stunning them and then I do my supercharged slam. And make sure my supercharged slam, I guess, is fast enough that they don't stand up before it hits. And that's pretty much it. And then I don't know what my goal is going to be in terms of like mapping, like what setup I want. I definitely need to like see. I need to be in there, I think, to like even think about what I would want it to be. But I'm hoping I can make the stun and then supercharged slam into a thing. Because that'd be so much fun.
Very cool.
Yeah.
I don't know what. Yeah, some sort of monk trigger build. Obviously, is always just going to be fun to
Yeah,
play
they
around
have so many
with
of
and,
those like stacking effects, the wind
Yeah.
and the ice coming off it, and the ascendancy showed some more as well. Oof.
just see how far that can be pushed and how many spells can I get to trigger per second.
Monk does seem good for that. Alrighty. Well, thank you very much for your time, both of you. For I don't even know how long.
That was a mammoth session. I think we're coming up to 1 o'clock here, so
there's still lots to talk about, but I think we just need some time to digest.
For sure. Well, thankfully we didn't have everyone saying patch notes when this time.
So good.
So that means we can actually have a conversation.
There's no pressure on us to like wrap it up,
Yeah,
boys.
exactly. That's good.
Fantastic. All right. Thank you.
Now
for watching,
everyone's going to say
everybody.
patch
Hope you
notes
enjoyed
when.
the Q&A.
Hold on.
They want patch notes now.
Patch notes when. There it is.
Thank you.
Exactly.
Where's the launch notes?
Patch notes now.
All right. Yeah, and thank you very much.
Thanks heaps. Appreciate it. It's been an epic journey. It's kind of surreal. And,
It was very
it's only
surreal.
the start of another journey, really. So
That's it.
yeah,
Can't wait to play.
it's cool.
I mean, I'm going to go play more now, but
Yeah, it's true. Sorry.
Yeah.
I got to go fix bosses going up elevators and.
sorry.
Yeah.
I'm just pre-bug testing.
Bosses going up elevators.
I assume we've faded out and cut.
Hopefully.
You never know.
Hopefully.
What a way to end it. Oh, they just stayed on this for like a really long time. Interesting. Wow. I'm gonna have arrows on every single screen of my thing. There we go. I am just full. I am full. Let's see, there's an FAQ. Anything in here? We can download the client a few days before early access launch. Wow, wow, wow. They expect it to run for 6 months, but it will go as long as needed. They're not going to do wipes, but they will do new leagues. So your characters will go into a standard league just like PoE. So it's kind of a wipe, but like you don't actually lose the character. Okay. My stash tabs will be available immediately. Great. They're not planning to introduce new microtransactions for PoE 2 during the early access. That's quite admirable of them, I think. Keep their focus on finishing the game. There's no NDA for early access. Oh. Path of Exile 2 unique item design and divination card design will be available for purchase in very limited quantities at a later date. So there'll be new PoE 2 divinity cards made by community members. That's really exciting. I am overwhelmed with how happy I am. I didn't get the thing I wanted the most, to be fair, but at least they talked about it. At least there's at least some thought about it, but I'm not super happy that they still don't really see that it's important to have all trade be accessible inside the game. But I guess at this point, I just have to hope that they hear the complaints from the who knows how many new players to this franchise there will be when early access comes out. I hope there's a lot of them. And if there is, I am fairly positive that there will be a lot of complaints that trade is not fully accessible inside the game itself. But we'll see. We'll see if that happens. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe this is just it affects a small group of people and it's not a big deal. Maybe they're right. I don't know. I don't think so, but I don't know enough people. I haven't talked to enough people about it to be sure. So my evidence is anecdotal at best, I suppose. So maybe their information tells them something different. I have no idea. But I think it's important. And I would personally, and regardless of whether, a lot of new players are going to be affected, I personally would enjoy if more of the trading was inside the game and was limited by gold. So I can't really be wrong because it's still my opinion. That's what I'm trying to say. This was a much longer stream than I anticipated. I appreciate so much y'all hanging out with me. I know I basically rewatched, 50% of it because of how terrible my connection to the stream was for whatever reason. I don't know if it was Twitch. I don't know if it was just our internet. I have no idea what was going on there. But I'm glad you all bared with me while I rewatched it properly. We are going to raid Xannerly, who's playing Wuthering Waves. There's apparently a new patch. And then apparently he's going to play Once Human. Oh, yeah, I think there's a new season of Once Human coming out today. So we're going to go raid him. I think he's planning on trying out PoE 2 when it comes out as well. Yeah, I'm super excited. I will be back on Sunday with my farming simulator, 2 p.m. Eastern time. And we're going to blast through that as fast as I can, because if I stream at all my normal times, we've got 6 streams of farming sim before PoE 2 is here. I might do extra streams depending on how fast we're progressing and all that good stuff. Because I do want to reach all my goals in that playthrough before PoE 2 is here. And, be ready for it. And that way, when we come back to Farming Sim, our character can go retire in Asia and grow rice and raise water buffalo and all that good stuff. With our past accomplishments of rebuilding the grain elevator museum and building a playground thing in our resume. It'll be great.